fucking clapping. Oh my god.
And that's how you get to be. That's how you get to be a respectable, good faith person, right? That we're just trying to be good faith here. And in large guys, in large part, I really am trying to be good faith. Sometimes I'm going to call out the bullshit, and I will call out it fervently, just like I did with CTV, because his shit was utter fucking bullshit. The shit he was saying would be so detrimental to women. Like, it would be so disenfranchising to women. It was disgusting to me. Like, I couldn't condone it. I had to shut him down. Like, as somebody who has a daughter in this world and doesn't want her to be conscripted to be a womb or an incubator for some fucking child she doesn't want, no, not happening. Not on my watch, and I'm not letting somebody shoot me down about that shit, dude. You can go fuck yourself.
You hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
I can hear you great.
Yes.
Oh, jeez, it's the audio. The
Yeah.
video.
You're a little low. It sounds like there's something canceling out your voice. I would turn off some of the Discord.
Jace, you can bump him up, I think,
enhancements.
through your stream on the Discord. I think you can, like, turn him up on your end. Yeah?
Can I? Let me see. I'm still.
If it's coming through your thing, I think you can, like, turn it up on your end. So, like, what you're hearing and coming through your stream, we'll turn it up.
Is it better when I raise up the filter?
Yeah, it's breaking up when you raise it, though. It was a little choppy, but try it again. Just try again.
Yeah, I'm gonna
This is
bring up my
without the
desktop
filter?
audio too. Hold on. Check that.
No, not the desktop.
What
You can
is-
right-click on
right
his
now.
name in the fucking voice channel. Just right-click on his voice channel and it says
Check.
user volume, and you can turn it up so
Yeah,
that'll
yeah.
affect your desktop with just
oh
him.
shit! Oh, that's what. Oh, motherfuckers, these guys have been asking
That's
me
what
about
I
this
was-
shit
sorry,
for,
that's what I was-
for like 2-3 days now. I didn't know what they meant. Holy shit! Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Hey, babe.
Is it better now?
Yeah. Well, we got it. We got you turned up on the production end, basically.
I'm not
Gotcha.
trying to make myself the center stage. Hold on. I'm trying to correct this shit, guys.
You're good.
There we go. There we
CTV,
go.
CTV is the king of getting loud, and as soon as anybody else kind of gets in there and gets Mimi with him, I don't know, he just gets so upset about it.
I want to see him and Infrared go at it.
That's not gonna. It'll last 5 minutes.
Hold on, let me move my
Somebody's
let
gonna
me-
walk out. Somebody's
Let me
gonna
move
walk
this.
out of that one.
Let me move my windscreen here so I can just like.
No, like seriously.
That's infrared.
If you wanted me to pay for a match, like a debate match between two people, I would literally pay to see CTV and Infrared go at it. Just to
Bro,
watch, it'd be like Tyson and Holyfield or some shit. It doesn't matter if it's only a couple minutes. Like, let's
Like
just see
Tyson
them fight
Holyfield,
each
if they
other.
like both. Tyson and Holyfield, if they both bit each other's dicks off at the same time.
Yes,
like-
yes.
Shaking it around.
Everyone's waiting for the ear to go off, and they just take it to the next level. You're like, oh my god, they're like.
Yeah, I think it'd be like less like Tyson and Holyfield, more like Tyson and Jerry fucking Lawler. Maybe nobody knows who Jerry Lawler is.
You're
Tyson
going-
and Bill
Wait,
Clinton.
hype.
There you go. There you go.
Tyson and Bill Clinton, or like Tyson and fucking George Bush Sr. or some shit, dude. It'd just be, it's like 5 minutes would be lucky, dude.
I
That's some
gotta
shit
ask
right
a
there.
question because I don't really watch much Infrared. Like the first time I saw him, or I heard his voice first, and I was like, he sounds like he's like 5'2" and just like you know, the balls are just dropping, and he's like, "Meow, meow, meow, meow." And everyone's like, no, dude, he's the opposite. He's like this like giant bearded like Nordic beast guy. And then like I saw him like a week ago, and he was wearing like a they kept calling him Genghis Khan in chat. He was wearing like some sort of like BDSM leather jacket and like a cheesy toy axe. And he was, is that a normal, like, is that a thing he does?
Yeah. That's
okay.
That's normal, like
that's his
very,
thing.
very machismo, very like Vanguard
Hey, thank you guys for joining
communism
my
type
chat.
of
I
thing,
see a
like
bunch of
very
new people
bright,
coming in I
bright
haven't seen
Vanguard.
before. Tay
Like,
Jewel,
yeah,
I
that's
know
like
we've seen,
very normal.
I know we've seen.
Okay.
Anti,
It looks, but it looks the opposite of machismo. It just looks like
anti-Rosa
like
Luxemburg
Look
communist.
at Dr. K coming in the
It's
cut.
just posturing. That's all it is.
Dr.
right,
K
but he's not
coming
even
up
like
in the
looking at
cut.
the camera. Like I'm like, is he reading like a scroll? Like, did he type this stuff out? Because he's actually like the camera. He's like, he should be doing the machismo stuff here, but he's like doing
Right,
this.
no, he wants you to look at his junk. He wants the
Who-
camera to stare at his junk.
Who are we
positions his
specifically
junk.
referring to?
A man named Infrared. He does.
I was very
okay.
confused. I was very confused. I was just like, "What is happening right now?" Because it was suggested to me, and I was like, "Oh, I know that name." And I clicked on it, and I was like, "What am I watching?" Like,
here's why. And infrared is a valid representation that we need on the left, and I'll tell you why. Because there is no alpha male that you see present on the left that is like aggressive in the same way that he is. I crucially agree with many of his ideologies and shit. Like, but the aggressiveness, like, I fucking love
I'll
it.
get on camera in a
like,
minute.
I fucking love the
here's the
aggressiveness.
thing.
Chase, if I could get in
I wish people who had better principles would be that fucking aggressive.
Jason, what the fuck am I then?
Oh, Dr. K, you're a G. You're a G.
My fucking grilled ham over here? What
People
the fuck
people
is
are
that
afraid
about?
of you though. Like they've
What's up
learned to
there?
be afraid of you.
As they should be.
No,
No. Hear me out.
Today,
Hear me out.
this week, they were afraid of you. They're like,
hear me
I
out.
will
Hear me
not
out. Hear me
debate
out. Hear me out.
Dr. K. Like ever.
Yo, hear me out. Like I really, you know, like maybe Infrared is on the left because he's an anti-communist, but holy shit, is that motherfucker kind of conservative?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like, so is a lot of old Vanguard communism, kind of ultra conservative.
That's where it roots its heels.
Not
in.
even. That's a little ahistorical.
No. Educate
Well,
us.
Well, early socialist movements came in all stripes because essentially your main
Not the early
recruitment
ones.
poll.
Not the early ones. You're
No,
like.
no. I'm even talking like as you're getting into the 30s and 40s and 50s, right? And even into the 70s, right? Because your main recruiting poll for a lot of socialist movements is usually going to be from a working class. And strangely enough, right, reactionary ideas can and do foster in the working class as well. And so, yes, you get people with very reactionary social views who will be attracted to economic left-wing ideology, sure. But you're also, even in the early movements, you get people on the other end of the aisle who practice like homosexuality and gender abolition and stuff, you know, in the fucking 20s and 10s, right? So like you get all stripes with socialist movements at all points in histories, as you will find even with liberal and centrist movements, reactionary movements, obviously because their whole selling point is a return to some glorified past. Far less so, but even then, if you do search hard enough, you can find some with marginally progressive social views, but those are fringe cases.
Let me rephrase my analysis on Vanguard type capitalism.
Yeah.
Like let me reframe it a little bit. I think it's at least as far on the right as liberal democracy is. As a whole.
Here's the issue, right, with the whole left-right dichotomy that I fucking hate in general, right, is that if you asked how to solve a problem to, especially a complicated social or economic problem, to any random person, right, every single fucking person, when stripped of ideological leanings, would give you a slightly different answer, right? And so essentially you're talking about a near infinite spectrum to possible answers to any given question, right? And you're talking about infinite numbers of possible questions that could be addressed by any political movement, essentially making the true quantification of ideologies along a left-right spectrum, you know, a fundamentally limited line graph, right? Essentially impossible. Even a square grid, not really. And so you're always going to get, at the end of the day, you're going to be able to find movements that just don't neatly fit into any of them, right? And at that point, your entire gridding system essentially just sort of falls apart because it doesn't work for those systems.
Yeah.
So, if you're talking about like reactionary left-wing movements, yeah, they don't really fall anywhere on a left-right spectrum because they essentially have elements of both within them, and that's just how they operate. And so, the attempting to quantify what is functionally unquantifiable, just, we can try, but there will be stuff that breaks down, outliers that break down this system we try to create.
Just to clarify, I'm leaving the room
of that.
open for you guys to discuss, and I'll interject here and there, but overall, I'm just going to I'm going to moderate and let you guys do your shit.
Hey, man, any chance to talk to
God
Mark?
damn it, you tricked me. You tricked me. You said this wasn't a panel. You turned it into a panel. You son of a gun. God damn it.
I thought rant sonas were like a thing in like 2016. I thought we were over that stuff.
Hey,
But hey,
Colostomy just followed me. I just got a follow from a Colostomy.
Rant sonas are over. We call them VTubers now, but they're essentially the same thing.
My partner followed Tete Jewel. That's my partner in chat. She's
Hells
doing a
yeah.
dog sitting job right now.
Thank you so much for that, Tete Jewel, by the way. I owe you guys dabs, by the way. I don't know if you know how I do this shit
7
in my
dabs.
chat.
At least 7 dabs.
I do dabs for every time somebody follows me. So, like, if you guys don't know, like, I smoke a lot of weed, and I'm a big advocate for workers' rights, and I like to talk to people about workers' rights. I like to talk to people about LGBTQ rights, all SJW kind of shit, because that's the shit that matters to me, because, quite honestly, I'm one of those folks, and it makes sense to me, and I want to know what people are dealing with.
It's your scene.
That's right. That's right. It's my scene, baby. And I'm happy in
I
this
just
scene.
discovered gigworkersunite.org because my partner was, dealing with issues being like a gig working dog sitter, dog walker, and stuff like that, and, like dog trainer. And it seems like a pretty decent solidarity organization, but I couldn't find any kind of like gig workers union. You guys heard of anything like that in your area yet?
Not at all. Not in Arizona. The unions are hard to come by in Arizona. We have a right to work state, and so hard pressed.
What's up?
There's no funding.
Like a
You're in
gig workers
California,
union
right?
Yeah, in Oakland. So like a gig workers union for like Uber or something like that.
Well, if you're talking Oakland, right? Like, we're both Cali boys, so let's discuss, right? Because obviously, any group that is built around being anti-Prop 22, right? You can probably work with them, and they'll be willing to do solidarity with it. But honestly, if it comes to like Uber shit, I honestly think that Uber drivers should be coalescing with sort of any taxi cab unions and shit like that, or any transportation-esque unions. I really think that's their best bet, rather than the formation of a new one. Simply because it brings resources to bear that already exist. And the hardest thing to do is to build an institution from the ground up. If you can simply extend off an existing one, that's going to give you a lot more punching power, like as a shortcut, essentially, to being organized.
I'm speaking ignorantly here, but wouldn't that make it harder wouldn't that bring regulations into like Uber or other smaller gig companies?
I mean, yeah, that's kind of the point, is to bring regulations into Uber.
But I agree with that, but then it makes those companies harder to survive, though, right? I mean, I'm speaking ignorantly here. I'm from Texas. I don't know shit about
for the Uber to exist.
Well, so like, I remember part of the reasons why cab drivers hated the new gig economy was because they said, well, they're kind of doing the same thing, but they don't have the same rules and regulations, which kind of gave Uber and Lyft room to operate. It gave them room in the market that couldn't be taken over by bigger companies. But there was didn't they want to maintain that space? Didn't they want to maintain a space separate from
well, certainly there is a space for that, but think about it this way, right?
Guys, I'm not trying to
if I hire
disrespect the
a
space for the
plumber,
conversation, but I do appreciate all you guys following and everybody that's dropping in and dropping lines and
like credentials, show me your plumber
showing
card,
messages and chats
so now
and stuff.
This new
like,
company forms
please understand,
says,
we'll send
if I'm not responding,
that's the only reason why. Okay, I'm
plumber?
disrespecting the conversation.
Maybe. They'll do it, though. They'll be able to do it. We swear.
You can give them a 1 star if you don't like it at the end of it.
Exactly, right? And so you know, it's more the fact that Uber simply is skirting around regulations by rebranding what their taxi drivers are called and how they quantify them, rather than any new sort of innovation in the business. It's simply, you know, a new form of rules skirting, frankly. That said, obviously, for someone who wants to act in a more casual role, there is a space for that. But I certainly don't think that the sort of unregulated space that we have right now, where simply anyone with 2 steps can become an Uber driver, right, is a good space for that, right? It allows for exploitation of the driver, of the passenger, right, and of the other companies that have to compete with a business that is frankly doing anti-competitive behavior by getting massive subsidies and acting in a way where they do like the most classic monopoly move, where they strategically will lower their prices in a region up and until they have thoroughly crushed and or indoctrinated crushed any of their competition and or indoctrinated any of the customer base, only then to ramp up the prices back afterwards, right? This is a move fucking as old as like corporations. And so, you know, regulation needs to come to Uber. It's how it's going to be done, right? And Uber has 2 options on the table. Either they work with their employees, because that's what they are, they're employees, right? To create a better system, a more equitable system that works for driver and for company, right? They do that now, or their other option is let conditions fester, let them get worse and worse and worse until the feds step in or the state government steps in. And you don't want the feds or the state government to step in, because it gets nasty when they step in, right? The companies never think this far ahead. They're always thinking, what's going to earn me the most profit in the short term? You know how it is.
Okay, so I want to bring up a point. This actually lends to a point that I think can carry over across our culture and our society, right? Is that basically there's this tendency for the ne'er-do-wellers of the aristocracy to try to advocate at some point for some element of the underclass, right? And they always miss the mark. And they miss the mark horribly. Horribly. Every single time. I mean,
22 wasn't them trying to do some generous outreach to the working class. It was quite the opposite. It was them sort of abusing an electorate system so that they could more exploit their workers rather than less.
I felt like I was getting pegged without asking.
Yeah. Man, you should have... My camera, what are you doing tonight, man? What are you doing tonight? You should have seen the Prop 22 campaign in California, man. It was unfucking real. The like slimy, purposefully misleading ads that like Uber was, and I kid you not, spending as much fucking money as possible to plaster fucking everywhere. It was so bad, right, that they were essentially making people who took an Uber click yes on a pro Prop 22 ad before they could click out of the app.
That's fucking bullshit. Because what they're doing is they're adding their information so they can market to them. That's called a squeeze page. It's a squeeze page. Yep. And that's what they're doing.
Yeah, and you try, when that vote was happening, you try and watch TV without a this is a pro like worker, you know, gives them more freedom to choose their hours. Do you want to take away their ability to choose their own hours kind of thing on TVs everywhere? It was absolute horseshit, man.
I was an Uber driver and I didn't want to choose my own hours. I mean, I did, but at the same time, I was like, fuck this, man. Like, why, god damn it, do I end up working all the goddamn time and like not making any money because I'm sitting in a goddamn parking lot waiting for another fare or some shit? Like, this sucks, dude. I'm not making money. Like, so I got to a point where I was living in like the community that I was in was kind of started to build up, right? And we ended up having some bars and some things around the community, right? So Uber Eats, because I didn't do Uber because I don't trust people in my fucking car. I don't want your nasty ass fucking kid in my car. I don't want your face in my car. I don't fucking want you in my car. I mean, the reason I'm socialist is because I don't want to have to take care of other people. I want my taxes to take care of other people. Get the fuck out of here. I don't fucking care.
Interesting.
I'm just kidding about that, by the way.
I was gonna say, like, I'm on the very different line on that, mate. So,
I deeply care and deeply concern myself with other people, almost to a fault, and it gets me in trouble.
Bullshit. Sorry. They spent $20 million tricking all the Uber drivers and voters on that one. The Prop 22. $20 million. $20 million.
That's some bullshit. Yes, and I got scammed as fuck out of that shit because my mileage got screwed.
Oh my god.
They spent $20 million to stop workers' rights. Which, by the way, if what happened in was it Alabama or Mississippi? They're the same to me. One of those with I know it was Alabama. The Amazon warehouse where they literally just like Amazon spent all the money to trick their workers into voting against their interests. It's a regular thing that keeps happening. We just need to be able to like zoom in, show everybody what's happening, and then zoom back out and show them all the bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, hey guys. Like literally 5 minutes down the street from the Amazon warehouse is another warehouse that pays $24 an hour starting wage for everyone in that warehouse. But then because Amazon started paying minimum wage, that warehouse had to start paying $22.50. Then they went down to $21.50, and then they had to, like, for competitive reasons, to keep, like, they were like, why are we having to drop our prices to keep workers when Amazon's down the street and they're paying less money and they're tricking their workers into voting against their interests? So again, we just need to zoom in and zoom out and show people that they're being fucking stupid.
This is why I wish like we had a stronger union culture in the United States, because there literally is a warehouse union already in existence, right? The Teamsters, right? And if there was a strong enough Teamsters union in the area, right, that they could have been directly working with, right, that'll be giving you the power. And there was obviously a greater amount of solidarity in and between unions, right? That you could leverage sort of that weight and sort of bring that to bear to counteract all the damn money Amazon's spending. Because the entire way capitalism was born, right, out of feudalism, is the fact is that capitalism was able to make its own institutions grow within the feudalistic ones until eventually it burst out like a chest burster, right? And so,
Hey, I appreciate it. Let me on. My daughter's awake. I gotta run. But is Obi-Wan Kenobi? I'll be in the chat, Jason.
Yeah, pop in, and anything you gotta say, I'll relay for you. Okay.
We need to have a talk on some.
I do have children, and you
I have an interesting topic next time you're on. It's about healthcare and some sort of unionization, but it's Texas and it's different than all the other situations. But
hell yeah, I know some shit about the Texas healthcare system, so I'd be happy to talk to you about that.
And they have non-subscription, and Bernie Sanders directly hates the company I work for. He talked a lot of shit about the company I work for, so it's interesting, but.
So yeah, well, let's get into that. I would be interested because I want the alternative perspective too. So that's important.
I got you. All right, later.
Take care.
Bernie Sanders hates a lot of stuff, though.
Let's be fair. You know what? He hates a lot of things he should hate, though.
Yeah, no. I mean, like, so do I. I get it.
And a lot of people hate him, but I quoted that Winston Churchill quote earlier tonight for a reason. If people don't hate you, then what the fuck did you ever stand for?
Exactly.
Was that the quote? That sounds okay. Sounds a little more F-bomby
I
than
modified
Churchill was.
it. I modified
Okay,
it. I
all
mean,
right.
I may have made it a little more metal, but you know, it sticks.
You just made me think of that. Like, I should throw this one to Ed. He'd do a better job with this. But like, Seth Meyers had this great like little side rant like on his impersonation shit about Bernie Sanders. He's like Bernie Sanders gets mad at everything. Like, just like, oh, waiter, I see from my soup I have a fork. Oh, the fork that was designed exactly for this purpose. Thank you for like. And I was just like, I love Seth Meyers. Like, he can get away with everything. He can get away with everything.
No, he's great, and he was a huge Bernie supporter. I think a lot of people that
Were
fans.
He still has him on the show all the time. He's great. It goes. Cody Johnston is the best. Seth Meyers, John Oliver, because he only does once a week, and Seth Meyers puts out just way more content. And
But
then,
you got to remember,
you
know who produces John Oliver though.
I mean, like, are you mean like HBO? Are we going
Bill
there?
Maher,
Like AT&T?
Bill Maher, like it's a Bill Maher production. It's a Bill Maher production.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
He makes fun of Bill Maher all the time, though.
Do you guys want some actual?
I think that's where
you
you see
inside scoop Bill Maher stories?
Convergence of idealisms, where maybe like Bill Maher is trying to play up to the older audience to soften them to a more leftist perspective, which is why so many younger leftists fucking hate him. Like, we fucking hate him. Like, what happened to you, Bill Maher? You were a little bit further to the left. You were a little bit more libertarian, and now you're like
fucking shit lib, dude.
Now he's horrible.
Yeah.
But maybe it's to soften the blow.
Soften
the blow for John Oliver, because John Oliver is doing the shit. I gotta say,
you're
he's
thinking
doing
a
the
little
shit.
too much into that. You're reading a paragraph when there's only a sentence.
This is Bill Maher we're talking about, not Vince McMahon.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah,
true.
you know, the blazing intellect that is Vince McMahon.
Bill Maher.
Although he builds an empire, you can't be mad at him for that. I hate wrestling. I'm not a big fan anymore. I watched it when I was a child because I thought machismo was a thing, and you know, Ultimate Warrior looked like a badass, and he was rumbling around the ring and shit. But come on, it's a fucking joke. It's a horrible demonstration of like heteromasculine fucking conformity that's like
WWE
disgusting. It's trash.
It's what's his name? It's Vince McMahon and his circus, dude. But like there's local wrestling pods that are pretty dope, dude. Oakland has one that's pretty dope.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's called Hood Slam. It's actually pretty fucking dope. And wrestling is super fucking hard. It's like a full-time job. It's like a lot of.
I don't discount their talent. No bullshit. Yeah, they're hard ass workers.
WWE has become politicized and conservative way more in the last 20 years, obviously. But so has a lot of other entertainment industries that have lasted throughout the ages. Even South Park.
I know Jason is in my age range. I don't know if we want to dox each other's age, but we're old. And every time I see that like a wrestler performing is like anywhere within like a 3 to 5 year span of my age or even older, I'm like, oh God, yeah, do steroids, man. Do whatever you got to do to just get through that fucking gig, man. Jesus. Like, I get out of bed now and I'm just like, my 2 slip discs,
that sport.
I have no cartilage in my left knee. I was trying to get surgery during the pandemic at the time when, like, you know, I wouldn't have to be on my feet for my job for like 12 hours straight with no break. And I was like, now's the time to do this. And I've had insurance for all these years, and the insurance company found some stupid loophole. The moment I got an MRI, it was like, we see you're actually using your insurance for the first time in a decade. We found this little thing, and now you have no insurance. And I was like, the fuck? Like, I've been paying into this for a decade. And they're like, no, you don't have insurance anymore. Bye.
I was thinking they were going to feed you tests. Like, usually that's what they try to do. Like, you get over like 35, they're like, just take testosterone. That fixes everything. You're testosterone deficient. Here, have some more testosterone. Go ahead and pump up some testosterone.
I had 3 appointments with a knee specialist, and he was like, "Yeah, your knee. You have no cartilage in your knee." I was like Batman in the worst Nolan Batman. Like, you have no cartilage in your left knee. You're falling apart. Also, you've had this like shredded MCL, and I was like, yeah, that happened in high school, but I've been able to run through it and stuff. They're like, yeah, you shouldn't be running. Like, you need surgery. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, we're gonna do an MRI. I take the MRI, and literally a week later, the insurance company's like, we've been looking at your activity, and now you have no insurance.
You're in there waiting in the doctor's office, and the nurse comes in there. It's like, hey, who left this corpse in here?
And like with like two little toddlers like jumping on your back, you're like,
please, for the love of God, just treat me.
So every time I see like dead wrestler at 56 years old, took lots of steroids, I'm like, good for him. He probably had a great 35 to 56 year run where he could do what he wanted to do. Because I can't jog. I'm like, you can punch me in the face and hobble away slowly, and I'll be like,
every third primary care practitioner out here in Arizona, once you hit 35, knee aches, you need testosterone. Oh, yeah. Back aches, you need testosterone. You don't have enough testosterone. Oh, you're tired? You need testosterone. No. It's just that. You just need some more of that. Here, let's go ahead and pump you up with some roids. You'll be great. Like, go ahead and run a mile.
Pharmacist lobbyists doing the Lord's work. Yay.
I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? Like, no, there's other shit going on. My own personal medical shit. I went to a bunch of other people because I was like, dude, I'm not doing this shit. Are you fucking crazy? You guys are out of your goddamn mind. Like, that's what their only answer. Like, I'm like, no, are you kidding me? Like, I run, I'm active, I'm virile. It's one of those things where like, it's like they find a niche product that can make them a lot of money, and they're going to capitalize on it, and they're going to like seize on it. And that's my problem with the medical industry. That's my problem with the pharmaceutical industry, and that's exactly why it needs to be like universalized, and we need to have like a single payer system or something similar to that. At least some very, very substantial subsidy. Like, it's disgusting because we have for-profit doctors all over the fucking place. And because it's so sporadic because of medical care across states, like, you need some kind of nationalization, some kind of nationalization, some kind of regulation to settle the shit. And you'd think that it would already be there. It is in place. It's not functioning, though. Go to an individual state. It doesn't function. It's not functioning for the people. Go ask me how many, tell me how many of those medical malpractice claims actually go through. And those doctors actually pay the consequences.
It's like a word or concept for it's like the responsibility of the king to provide for their people or whatever.
Oh, I mean, oh, fuck. I mean, that's the whole point of feudalism. That's like why people like jumped into feudalism. Fuck. You had to ask that.
Because they're the god king, right? You know?
Yeah.
No. What he's talking about is literally like what the reason why, like in feudal, like when you would go and say, like, as a serf, you would be like, yes, I will work your lands and stuff. The whole thing is I will do these things for you, but the king would actually like protect you. That was the whole point of it. God damn it, you had to ask that right now.
I'm surprised Dr. K isn't spinning off with the answer. I could see her twirling her shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm running through all the obvious ones: suzerainty, sovereignty.
I just got Crusader Kings 3 too. I should know this.
Lordship, protectorate.
I think I saw. No, you were playing Arma 2 earlier. Arma 3. You were playing Arma 3 earlier.
Hey, hold on. Somebody's talking. You guys gotta shut up when somebody's talking. We're gonna do this civilly. So, what were you saying? On some level, I'm trying not to be CTV.
Oh, yeah, I heard that gentleman was in here earlier.
I thought we were just running down the words that it could have been. So
yeah, I
said something.
No
we were
fucking
just
clue. Sorry, boss.
Okay, go ahead.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I didn't think. I thought we were all just like in a jovial.
You're good.
I think we're good. Yeah.
But why did you want that word, if I may ask?
What was it? Fuck, I smoke a lot. Yeah.
Because it expressed the importance of a fiefdom over their kingdom. You know, like
because like we don't get healthcare. You know, like we don't get school. You know, like I'm a combat veteran that doesn't get benefits. You know, like it's just like what's you know, that's the common refrain that pushes people to leftism is you know, like capitalism doesn't provide, we provide, et cetera, and you know, like I don't know, dude.
Where do you fall on the spectrum, man? I mean, if you were to kind of like, and I'm not asking you to like, I don't think we should categorize ourselves at all. Like, I guess I would lean to the left if you wanted to throw me in it, but I don't give a shit. I love workers.
No, I'm absolutely there. That's where I found the most experience but I feel like Rocker's brand of syndicalism kind of leaves the unemployed out, and I feel like things like the New Deal, believe it or else, like kind of was brought by the left of politics at the time. Not really too much FDR's administration, but things like the New Deal.
It was William Wallace that did that shit. William H. Wallace, right?
I don't remember.
I think that it was his vice president. His vice president was
just call him a new age sewer socialist. That's all you need.
I thought he was I thought it was like a joint effort between like a bunch of people or whatever. Like it was a bunch of people's ideas, and then they wrote it into the New Deal type of thing.
Essentially,
actually, it was the second New Deal that formed the Nordic economies that flourished within.
Historical complexities aside, essentially, Roosevelt saw that there was that there was economic desperation in his country. He saw that the Socialist Party of America was doing a decent job at addressing it at a local level, and he realized that if he didn't do something now, the Socialist Party would later. So he said, and he was not even antagonistic to them, but he was a Democrat, right? And so he was like, yeah, the Democrats need to do something about this, so I'm going to do something about this. And he did a little bit of Democrat, he did a little bit of social democracy, he did a little bit of straight up socialism, and he got his fucking New Deal passed. Simple as. We don't need to overcomplicate, say who... George talked to Franklin, all that sort of shit.
No, so I feel like things like Rocker's brand of anarcho-syndicalism are a little dated, in that leaves things like people like the unemployed, fucking infirm people in any kind of a way, really young people and shit like that don't have parents and guardians and shit like that.
But they don't exclude them. Like that's not the thing. The workers are supposed to provide. Like that's kind of the thing.
No, it's not excluded. Just some of these things haven't been fleshed out completely. Is my biggest issue. Is like some of these things, like the state fleshes out so much so to a T, and with bureaucratic process that it's fucking neck breakingly painful. The Rocker's brand of syndicalism doesn't flesh out at all. It just says that the workers will once we seize the means of production, these things are already here, and it's just going to kind of go on. But that's not completely true for all these forms of bureaucracy. Like some of these things kind of require some kind of management and yes.
Well, that's where you form. That's where you form cooperatives and things like that can help to enjoin expertises in order to facilitate those needs. You know what I'm saying?
Whole industries can syndicate and provide like a secretary that has a limited mandate and a limited term and shit like that. But the whole thing is like there are totally whole lanes of like things that the state considers protected classes that syndicalism itself misses. So I tend to say that I'm closest to anarcho-syndicalism nowadays.
Okay.
But
fair.
I talk so much about all different kinds of shit that I feel like Rocker would laugh at me for. Like
See, Mark, you're overcomplicating this. Boss, I'm left wing. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, I don't like capitalists.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, listen, can we agree that we're all left wing on this panel?
Yeah, fed up with the systems that be, the left wing presents probably the most tenable solution to this.
Yes.
Thank you, America.
Where's the fun in that, Jason? Let's just keep yelling at each other. Let's just...
No, echo chamber time.
Just scream. Yeah. We're gonna IQ right here. We're just gonna isolate and just
Boss, if you want me to,
I was kind of just trying to stay up long enough for Maria to get on. She's awesome. I don't know if anybody caught that last night, but Maria came on. She was a lawyer from Spain, and she broke down the entire oh god, dude, that was a great conversation. I'm trying to get your name again. I fuck it up every time. Masculus.
Mark. It's a tricky one. It's got 4 letters.
Well, because his name is Marktavius. It's Marktavius. So I'm trying to say
he's still screwing it up.
Name, Marktavius.
I just call him Mark.
So Mark, okay.
It's Markavius.
Markavius.
Come on. Okay. Come on. I mean, it's not as confusing as counterpoints turning himself into counterpoints.
I'm working my way there. Okay, I'm doing the thing. I'm trying to make it happen.
Like what? By the way, real quick, what is Connor Points? Was Connor Points, and he changed his name to Counterpoint. So I figure in like a month or two, I'm gonna change my name to John Oliver. You know, just gonna take a popular name of somebody who's already established themselves. I'm just gonna switch my name to that and pretend like the other person doesn't exist. I mean, like, what are you talking
people
about?
Have accused me of doing that.
Like,
because apparently I didn't
oh my god, are you? I'm sorry, I didn't even. Are you that basketball player?
No, like people. I didn't even know it, but apparently there's another famous streamer named Dr. K, and it's like I didn't even know it. I had this username since I was in fucking 6th grade.
No, we've locked Dr. K down right here. God damn it! This is the only Dr. K.
I've never met him, and I'm certain he's a nice gentleman, but I'm not changing my username. Sorry.
Hell no.
I had it first,
bud.
I seem like I remember hearing about the other Dr. K, but this is the only one that sticks in my mind because they know the most about history.
I am embarrassed. I thought you were Dr. J this entire evening, and I was just in awe, and I was a little bit nervous to talk to you. But okay, Dr. K. That's okay. That's different. All right, a little different.
I like that you switch between being like a mid-40s chud and a rant sona. That's a real nice like fucking bait and switch you do there.
Oh, it's beautiful. You should have heard CTV. CTV was losing his shit. Oh my god, I thought he was gonna die, dude. He was
took 5 minutes.
like, what the hell? What's going on? What do you mean you guys are booing me? Everybody's booing me? Like what?
It's like if Mr. Dapperton periodically just took off his fucking mask.
Clockwork Elves, thanks for the follow. Sorry, guys.
Man's got you know, I feel like you know, I feel like I should be less hard on CTV because like I feel like there could be more conversations that could be had if I was less hard on CTV.
No, we've had a couple good conversations, and honestly, it started out good with him here, and it's just like I kept telling him, let's not talk about abortion without women present. That was my only thing.
That's a great
He's
idea.
like, why are you gatekeeping? And I'm like,
that's not
because there's no women present. Because
you
there's not a fucking
times,
woman present. Like, let's not have this conversation because there's not a fucking woman present. How about that? How about there's nobody to represent their own interests? How about that? You know?
Yeah. We can like make like analyses and stuff like that, but I don't think we should make suggestions while, you know, on behalf of people and shit like that while they're not around and shit like that. Like like for anybody, dude.
I hate that when
I study military politics, right? I can't be prescriptive about Xinjiang. Fucking, I had never been to China, much less Xinjiang province, dude. There's people in fucking Huangji province that have no idea what's going on in Xinjiang province, dude. No fucking clue. And they all speak, and like some of them will speak the same language. They're like going to school, and they like lived in Xinjiang their whole life, and they just like left to go to school because they can now. And
yeah.
Fucking what do you call it? Like they still don't know what's going on over there. They just have no idea. It's hard to get the newspapers. It's hard to get social media and stuff like that. And like to sit here and claim like, oh, I know what's going on in Xinjiang. You know, this is what people ought to do. Like that would be so disingenuous. I'd be lying to myself.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not just hard. They can literally just shut down all social media.
My universal advice to anyone is it's okay to just say, I don't know. I don't want to talk about that issue. It's all good. Like no one's stopping you. There are plenty of issues where if you go up and say, Dr. K, give me your opinion on it, oh fucking no, I ain't gonna talk out my ass. Like, what do you want from me? Fucking talking about like Angela Merkel? I don't know shit about her fucking legacy and like how she's been in Germany for fucking ever. I'm not gonna talk about it. Or
But I
Turkey.
think that's the thing. I think that's the thing with the right is they want to pick a fight with any issue. It doesn't matter if they know about it or not. It's not. That's not what's important. What's important is that
it's the posturing.
It's the posturing. It's the presenting themselves and moving the Overton window, right? Like, I mean, basically, that's really what they're trying to do. They're trying to force the Overton window from a direction it's definitely not going. you know. But they're gonna do everything they can by hook or by crook to get it there, right?
I mean, ultimately, you know, the right wing in any democracy is faced with a troubling proposition in that, you know, if your entire appeal is to reactionary old school ideas, well, the main people that appeals to are very old people, and that's an ultimately shrinking circle, right? The ruling class, the older generation, the reactionaries are essentially just a demographic that always shrinks. And so when it comes to like actually appealing to people, you know, your options are very limited. You can either become slowly progressive in some ways and draw in a new audience, or your other option is to suppress, you know, one's capacity to take part in the democratic process, right?
Yeah.
And that's about all you can do to keep reactionary ideas on top, because ultimately they fade away over time, as you know, anything that appeals to the past does.
Well, yeah, because it's reactions are quick, right? You know, and we talk about that a lot, right? You know, there was a thing when I've studied martial arts my whole fucking life, and one thing that I carried away with me, there's one thing that you carry away, like no matter who you study under, most of them carry the same consistency in the message, and that's that, you know, respect goes a lot further than fear, you know, because somebody will only fear is fleeting. Somebody will only fear you as long as they can defeat you. But somebody could respect you for being a great teacher. Somebody could respect you for being a great fighter. They could respect you for a lot of things. But what they won't do is they won't always fear you. So what you should aspire to is respect, not fear, right? And the right tends to aspire to fear. They really want to harness fear, and their aims are for the short end, and then what they do is they link on to another thing to fear. Like it's not a one thing. It's like it's a chain reaction, right? So it's a short-lived thing at first, and then they find something else to link on to extend that chain, right? And then that's where fascism steps in. You're muted. You're muted.
Interesting.
I was pressing the wrong button.
There you
go. My partner asked me to say this when I disagree with her. You know, I hear where you're coming from. I really fucking do, and I like in a way I agree with you. But I think it's like a little bit more you know, interest based than it used to be. Like I think conservative people, it doesn't matter really where they are. They're kind of working based on interest, less on ideology. Like they'll work with anybody really at this point. They just kind of want their interest protected, depending on where they are. It depends on what that interest is.
But what is the interest? So like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, like, well, you know, for the evangelical right in the United States is going to be different than the non-evangelical right. For your Trump right, it's in Spain, it's going to be different. In fucking Germany, it's going to be different. In Norway and Finland, it's going to be different. It just kind of depends. It's all kind of interest based though, and what do you call it? Like it with and we're talking about the right and the left, and from what I understand, originally this was divided along capitalistic lines, you know, and so if the right is capitalists and you know, socially conservative people, then it would be power, you know. It would be the ability to exploit more with money, and if you have enough money, then buying more influence and getting more money so you could buy more influence and stuff and get more power, and that's kind of it. And if you're not of that ilk, then you're supporting the conservative right and stuff like that. Then, you know, like you're kind of one of their workers. You're just kind of, you know, fooled by that rhetoric or whatever. But that kind of happens with Democrats and the moderate left. You're you know, like you're.
I concur about the moderate left, and I think the moderate left are fucking poison. I think they're fucking poison. 100% they are fucking poison. If you ever want anything done for workers' rights, you know who the biggest controlled opposition parties are? The fucking middle. Fuck them all. Yeah. Fuck the middle. Fuck the middle. I would rather have populists on either side than have a fucking middle.
Jason, cool.
Yeah.
When you say middle, that is a very ephemeral term you're describing right?
Let's say the corporate interest middle. Corporate interest middle. Let's consolidate that.
Factions, right?
Let's consolidate that a little bit.
I like that term.
Referring.
I like the term my partner put there. Laissez-faire moderates.
Laissez-faire moderates. There you go. You could use that term, okay? Like,
I wouldn't describe them as moderates, though.
They're laissez-faire extremists, really, that are posing as social leftists.
So, well, again, when we describe a moderate, right, a moderate left wing, that can refer to a lot of people. If you're talking to someone who is
it really can
a hardline communist, right? A moderate left wing could be referring to someone like Bernie.
I saw them, yeah.
Well, we have to look at it.
If you're referring to just like, U.S. politics writ large, right? Then that could be referring to cinema and what's his name from West Virginia, right?
Fucking
two very guys who are on very different ends of the spectrum of a political faction that actually does have power, right? So when you are referring to moderates, specificity is important. What faction are we specifically referring to? We're referring to
I would say all that like the Democrats in the Senate and in Congress, except for like maybe 5.
Yeah.
Okay, the corporatists.
Concur. Yeah. We need to move away from
corporatist liberalism.
Yeah,
the corpos,
lady bosses, the lady bosses.
Sometimes referred to under the dark term neoliberals.
I mean, here's what pains me. Every time that somebody has a critique of Kyrsten Sinema's political sway, you know what she goes to? You shouldn't be criticizing me over how I act because I'm a woman. Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on that. That's bullshit. It's not how you act. It's the policy that you're driving. People don't give a shit about how you act at a restaurant. What they care about is how you treat them in terms of policy.
What she's essentially doing is a dodge there, right? She's essentially appealing to. She is in theory appealing to something that people on a progressive stint who would be criticizing her, are at least in theory supposed to care a lot about. And so she can use this to act as a shield to deflect criticism away from her actions, right? I don't know if she believes it. She might not, right? That doesn't even really matter when you boil it down to. The fact is that is just an attempt to dodge the underlying issue. And she understands that it is a dodge. That much she does get.
She does it over and over again. It's to the point where it's painful and obvious, and it's disgusting, and it's horribly disrepresentative of her constituency.
Here's the thing: our role models, though, right? Like we have our role models on the left that we need to take, like that are visible, like that, not the ones we have to dig for, like fucking what do you call it, bell hooks or what's it called, the guy with the big hair that just quit. The college, what do you call it?
Cornel West.
Taylor, what's his name? But what's his name? God, what was I gonna say? All these folks that need.
I'm sorry, I didn't know I was muted. I thought I was talking. It's Cornel West. You're talking about Cornel West.
Cornel West.
Reverend Dr. Cornel West.
Reverend Dr. Cornel West. Like all these folks that we expect to take accountability for like shit that happens and shit like that. It's not like when shit bad happens with them, we're gonna be like, okay, no big deal, fucking slap on the wrist and shit like that. No, we like hold these folks accountable. Sometimes we cancel the shit out of these folks and they come out and make a solid apology. You know what I'm saying? Like, but what do you call it? Like by and large, like people aren't doing this for their people in the United States and their fucking role models, not even just in politics and other industries and shit like that too. Like in like our normal everyday unions and shit like that. These powerful people are not being held in check and shit like that. and this is a problem in like full on leftist governments in you know, I'm gonna say it, in Vuvuzela they got some fucking problems with corruption. You know what I'm saying? Like it's you know, like in North Korea they got some problems with corruption. It's like a thing, but capitalism is infamous for it. So you know, like that's like
you know, you bring up an interesting point, and I try to expand upon this to people a lot that are will jump on the Cuba situation, right? And, you know, like, you got to remember how horrible Batista was to make them do that. Like, Batista was fucking horrible.
Terrible,
he was horrible. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no.
Like, I mean,
yeah. Let me not lend any power to the argument that, you know, like they should have stuck with Batista or some bullshit like that. Like my whole point is, like I said before, like the conservatives want power, right?
Yeah.
Like they like the corruption is just to get more fucking power anyway, and that's and I'll tie it back to, you know, like you know, the vanguard left being conservative in a lot of places, in a lot of ways, and shit like that, you know.
For sure. And
is like the corruption comes from just wanting to get more power, and that I feel like corruption doesn't really have an ideology.
No, it doesn't, and that's the problem. Is it can affect both sides, right? Like, it doesn't matter, you know. But that's the, I think, here's my thing. Okay, when you're on the leftist side of things, when you're on a more populist side of things, there's more checks and balances in place so that you can control those mechanisms. So you can say, oh, somebody's fucking up, and, you know,
are there?
We don't get them perfect all the time. No, and, you know, Dr. K, you know that too. We're not gonna get them. We're not gonna nail them down every time. Like, we're not. It's not a perfect science, because people are shitty. And they're going to find out other ways to scheme the system. Like,
yeah.
And,
like,
they're going to buy it. They're going to get people who are in the system that are even investigating them. And then I got to buy them in and keep them from talking about those people who should be under investigation within that system. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, so that's why I like anarcho-syndicalism a lot. It has a lot of mechanisms built in to help prevent corruption, help prevent like returns to federalism and like corporatism and things like that, by giving things limited mandates. You know, making sure that you don't have your philosopher kings, your panels of experts in control of everything and shit like that. You know, like there's a lot of mechanisms built in for that. But yeah, I feel like even syndicalism, historically, even syndicalism has lended towards like, you know, corruption with power and shit like that, with the CNTFI and murdering priests, for instance. But there's like like I said, that I feel like is definitely in Spain was used, definitely at the time, still now is used as like a tool of political polarization. But I think that's like that's corruption, and that's something that doesn't have an ideology, and that's something I feel like on the left, when we're looking at something like especially the anarchist left, when we're looking at something like the state that we know is fucking corrupt, and, you know, shit like that, like that we shouldn't attribute that corruption so much to, oh, it's because it's capitalism. It's all because of capitalism. Oh, it's all racism because of capitalism and stuff like that.
Good night, gentlemen.
Okay, I'll see you.
See you.
You know, like I feel like we should yeah, exactly like my partner said in chat earlier, just call it like it is a lot of times. It's corruption.
I'm with you. I just step away. I'm sorry. That's why I turned my.
I've been eating almonds, so I've been
off.
muted this whole time because I'm just crunching shit.
If you ever see my video go off, that's the only reason why. I just have to step away real quick because I'm single dad. Shit happens. Like I gotta deal with my kid. That's what's up. Don't worry, you think I'm not trying to pay attention or anything. I hope, Dr. K, I'm sorry that you dropped out. Hope that you got to say your piece, and I really would have liked to have you more in, but that's okay. I get it. She's on the West Coast too. It's 1 o'clock in the morning here, so that's good for us too. You know, so
I get it.
All gravy. I'm not mad at all. So you're talking anarcho-syndicalism. That's like kind of your angle on things then.
Yeah, more or less.
So do you like decentralized government? Like, do you trust state governments? Because like I'm in Arizona, and I gotta say I don't trust my state government. I don't trust them to care about civil rights. I don't trust them to care about the people. I really don't. Like, I think they would be, if there weren't for federal intervention, we'd still be a slave state.
Yeah, no, I think so too. I think there's a lot of places that would be exactly like that. Absolutely.
So like, yeah. So what would be your solution to that then? Like, how would you regulate? Like, what would be the balance? Like, ideally, what would be your balance? I'm just trying to understand because this is a perspective I don't know. So it's not to dispute or debate or anything. It's just understanding.
So it's like, I feel like when people like hear the destruction of the state part of anarchy, they feel like all the institutions of the state will go away, but all the institutions of the state are run and operated by workers. Like, all those are jobs that workers do in the government, so those wouldn't all just like go away. We wouldn't have to like just stop doing them because they were a part of government or something like that. We would I imagine that there would be really effective methods for organizing and shit like that already in place that government uses. We would likely like just simply continue to use those. If we're talking about a full-on seizure of the means of production, some type of utopian future and shit like that, then we would be able to seize the means of production at data centers and shit like that too. So we wouldn't have to sacrifice any kind of like logistical prowess or anything like that capitalism has, like to organize and use the internet and send emails and SMSs.
But how do you incentivize? How do you incentivize? And this is something that's always dawned on me. And like I am a socialist. And I'm trying to figure this shit out, which is kind of why I'm a market socialist. But like how do you incentivize your workers? Like, what makes them want to be, like, to do anything extraordinary? Just by pure nature of wanting to do something extraordinary? And I mean, I'm posing this as a rhetorical. Have you ever,
you know Burning Man?
Yeah.
So there's one of the things is there's like no money there, but like everybody brings a bunch of shit and gives it to you. It's like a gift economy, quote unquote. And
yeah, the original economy, right? That's the original economy.
Right. It doesn't necessarily have to be something like that. Like, there would be no exchanges, no currency and shit like that overnight. But imagine if like, just for a moment, you know, like you could get whatever the fuck you wanted. Like, you could have as many cigarettes and dabs and fucking steaks and shit like that as you really fucking needed, dude. And you're a big old dude, then, you know, you need more steaks, dude. You do martial arts all the time, like you was talking about. You need more steaks, dude. You need more protein. So, like if you could get all that shit, like all that you wanted and shit like that, and you could provide your services to people that people need way more easier and shit like that, because there was all these fucking methods in place to do that, and we were incentivizing getting people, you know, like shit that they needed and services that they need and workers to work and shit like that, versus like workers profit and bosses and shareholders profit and shit like that.
More our own interests, you know.
Right. Because, you know, what do we want to do? We want to fucking like do our thing. We want to do our fucking like artistic interests. We want to do our fucking like
and truly aren't most jobs transitory? Like, aren't really, for if everybody ideally lived in the perfect world, our jobs are transitory, right? Nobody wants to be enveloped in the same career choice and the same doldrums over and over again. Even if you're an artist, you aspire to do different types of art, right? Like, there's a million musicians that end up painting or end up doing these other elements in art, because that is such a limited scope, and it's only bound by their economic disadvantage.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like I'm not disillusioned with the fact that this requires something like seizing the means of production overall. You know, like this is like this takes time in a lot of places, you know what I mean? And as long as we have like huge capitalistic hegemony and shit like that, it's gonna be fucking hard, dude.
Hold on, I gotta say something to Captain A. Jones, because he just popped in. He's like, just like inflation. I'm gonna say this real quick. Make that money machine go burr. Make it go burr, baby. Make it go burr. I don't care. Print the money. Print the fucking money.
Yeah.
Print it all.
Got it, dude. The left needs money, dude. Buy Chainlink. Buy Chainlink and Rose, dude. Fucking the left needs money, dude.
Yes.
Fucking hold them diamond hands, you guys. hold them. Fucking dude. Left needs to catch up to the right with money, dude, for sure. But that's the thing is like you know, like I said, it's like we don't need to get rid of money and shit like that. We can't like pretend like we're gonna be able to get to this gift economy with our biggest leftist organization in the United States being the Democratic Socialists of America. Like that's not gonna be realistic. They're gonna want a fucking DemSoc type of you know, way of doing things and stuff. So that's
well,
like
because they always there's got to be a corporate control at some level, right? There's got to be a corporate lever. There's got to be a profit motive for somebody that's gonna want to exploit somebody, right? Because that's really what it boils down to, isn't it? Like
profit motive. You said it. Profit motive. And that's what we need to disincentivize, not necessarily disincentivize. The whole thing is we need to figure out what makes the profit motive irrelevant. And I feel like things like market socialism, syndicalism, even communism, to a point, come close to making the profit motive irrelevant, or at least having a way to make the profit motive irrelevant. And that's I feel like becomes easiest in syndication. Easiest when we're working in solidarity with one another, and I think only truly possible when that's happening. Currently, with the profit motive, we're doomed to compete.
Oh yeah, oh for sure. I mean, well, because of the world economy, we'd have to create an equity within the global South. In order to create the kind of world economy that would allow for socialism to really flourish across any country, because the truth of the matter is socialism doesn't work unless the entire world is really working in concert with it. I mean, it can work in a state, it can work in a country for sure in certain aspects, but overall, like if you really want it to function in the way that it needs to function, you need to have a world buy-in on some level.
Trotskyism.
You're one of the 300 Trotskyites, I see.
Yeah, exactly. The rest of them are in gulags or skeletons.
I'm just saying, like like a big part of it is protecting the global South, and we neglect them a lot. We've neglected them like through our entire economic advantage. We've stripped them of their resources, and yes. I think that part of the reason that it's hard to mobilize a big global or big unified left is we're leaving a lot of people behind, because we're not considering the fact that like these people could be absorbed, but they're being left behind because we're just not reaching out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, that's it, and it's such an easy market too in the global South. Like a lot of these folks are still very much leftists, and from the division sown by the Soviet Union in the West, like in Africa and in India, like Bangladesh, very much fucking leftists, like leftist government. Portugal has a communist government right now.
Yeah, and Peru, I know was fairly leftist for quite a while too. I don't know where they stand now. I think they had some changes in their government in the recent like decade, but I'm sorry, I haven't kept up enough.
Just globally, like just the lack of development in the global South and attention from world trade is you know kind of left them out of the global conversation because of the access to energy and shit like that is the internet, you know? So like what do you call it? Like so if we had like if we had what do you call it? If we had all these big large nations subsidizing nuclear energy in the global South, And like we had internet subsidies, and we had shit like that to get people that don't have a lot of money internet and shit like that. Like, let me put it to you this way: like, we had, when I was in Iraq, there was folks that was charging like 30 cents for a fucking dank ass shawarma wrap, right? And we were paying them way more. But like, this is what people are used to charging because there's just simply not as much money there. And that's like that in a lot of places, you know what I mean? So it was encouraged to soldiers when I was in Iraq to just like use American money and buy things, like help these people's economy and stuff like that. Like and it also makes you look good,
right? Of course.
What do you call it? Like that's the thing, is like internet out there was $97 for something that was like basically what amounted to like 28K internet. And that had intermittent connection issues and failed all the time and shit like that.
And so how are they going to sustain a business like that or anything, right? You know?
You can't, dude. Like, you can get on the internet and post on forums every now and again. And look, let's look at the internet activity from the global south. Like, it's mostly kept to like local forums and shit like that. Of course it is, because of these issues. So like I feel like again, I approach an issue that I feel like has been politicized by a lot of different kinds of people, and I feel like it's just simply organizations like the World Trade Organization are historically corrupt.
Monetize investments. Monetize investments. Monetize investments in the world economy are always going to topple any kind of workers movement. That's their goal. That's their aim. That's their direction, because that interferes with their profit motive. You know what I'm saying?
My bad, I got disconnected. You said monetize investments in the world economy.
Basically, like, okay, so let me run over again. all these cats with monetized investments in the world economy, all these cats that like hold value, right? In the world economy, not necessarily like just, oh, I hold value in this country or that country. They're going to topple governments that try to advocate for workers' rights, that try to advocate for worker autonomy and things like that. And that's what we're up against. We're up against these monetized interests that are so much greater than our own, because truly the people that are in our interest are the working class people. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. And that's the thing. It's also the people that work in government and things like that. And it's sad to know their plight too. And I feel like, have you seen the TV show or the movie Blind Spotting? I watched it with my partner, the movie, recently.
I have not seen that yet. How was that?
It's fucking good, dude. Really recommend it. The movie, at least, for sure.
So you want to kind of synopsize or like give a little bit about it, like without giving anything away, too much away.
It's a couple dudes that live in Oakland, basically, and it's all about your blind spots, your political blind spots, and your social blind spots. There's even like and it's by some pretty left-wing dudes, and there's even like a scene where it sympathizes with a police officer. That was pretty fucking good, I gotta say. As someone that heavily dislikes cops and has really a lot of bad experiences with cops and shit like that. It really got me.
Same.
Yeah, it really got me.
Same. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan.
Man, I really recommend that movie. I really recommend it. Like, I cannot recommend that movie enough, for sure. I haven't seen the TV show, so I can't speak to that. But
it's supposed to be pretty much a continuation, from what I understand. It's the same production company, like people involved in it and shit. Like, so yeah, I'm interested. I'll have to check that out. Thank you very much for that recommendation. That's rad. I will. And that's one of the things that I'm really interested in is like, okay, so like we're a bunch of fucking white leftists. What the fuck do we know about like civil rights? What the fuck do we know about like making shit right for other races and if you're not LGBTQIA, like how do you create a better platform? Like, Jesus, like I'm watching Twitch right now, right? And they're languishing in they're painfully fucking suffering through something that should be so blatantly obvious, which to me is just shut the fuck up and let them talk. right?
I talk about this with my partner all the time. Like man, wouldn't it be dope if people would just like listen to black women, or just listen to gay people, and then have to have like one of them come and tell them or something like that? Wouldn't it just be dope? Motherfuckers would just like open up their ears and listen. Holy shit!
It takes what, a whole 5 minutes to listen to like somebody from a different perspective talk to you and maybe sway your mind, maybe not, but at least like have a genuine conversation about the issue, instead of just blood sports. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I want, and I think there are people that are reasonable like that, and I think we meet them in our daily lives, right? Like we encounter them every day, right? It's the person we see at the grocery store. It's our neighbor. It's sometimes our aunt or uncle, and it's just, I'm not telling everybody like, hey, go preach leftism. But, what I am saying is that when you're in those casual conversations and they're talking about how, their economic suffering is bullshit, well, maybe show them a way to where it's not. Maybe like let them not believe that right fascist radicalism may not help them, and show the disadvantages to that, even if you got to soft pedal it a little bit, you know what I mean? Like, shit, give it to them, like force feed them, eventually if you have to, I mean, there's like feeding tubes for that sort of thing. I think Ed knows about that.
I'm talking to Cap, and he's too tired. He's going to bed. I was trying to get him in here.
Oh, okay.
What
do you call it?
Tell Cap we love his dog more than him.
I mean, he's got like a cat or two, so like, the parents in the panel here, we can all relate. He's got a cat. It's basically the same thing, right? Remember going to bed at 6 in the morning and getting up at 8 in the morning and having to drive your two kids to two different schools 5 miles apart for reasons? Remember that? It's just like cracking a can of 9 Lives and placing it down on the ground, keeping that little guy alive. It's basically the same thing. So I understand his plight. Kitty litter box once a week, at least. Maybe a couple times.
That shit sucks.
Yeah. I mean, you got to take a choice here. As a cat owner, you have to choose. Am I going to be the kind of parent, and I stress the word parent here, who's going to scoop the kitty litter on a daily basis, or like once a week when trash day arrives? It's choices like that keep me up at night. So I understand Cap just being exhausted. A lot of weed today, and keeping cats alive. So. Yeah, okay, I get it, Cap.
Keeping cats alive is a rough industry, let me just tell you.
It's tough out there. Those ladies with like the 30 cats, they're the true patriots. They're the real heroes out here.
America.
They saved the brains.
Ugh.
Are they protecting you, Ed? Is that what's protecting you, all the cats in America?
I mean,
do you have a cat army? Is that what it is?
I have two. I have two.
To create a cat army?
I have 2 cats and 2 kids, So I figure, just keep it once we get a 3rd cat, gonna have to get a 3rd kid, fuck it. Just sorry, honey, we're gonna have to just do it all over again. Remember getting past the diapers and bottle every 2 hours phase? Well, I brought this stray home, so we got to keep that ratio up, Just,
gotta have a ninja cat for each ninja kid,
And I thought this panel was going to be. This panel turned into a panel.
Yeah, what are you going to do when it's like fucking 14 cats and 13 kids and she hits menopause?
At that point, you either like look at adoption or just straight up Amber Alerts. If you think you can beat an Amber Alert, you know what I mean? I mean, how hard can it be? Not in Los Angeles. That shit's impossible. You're gonna be on the network. You're gonna be on the Channel 5 News. People at bars are cheering on you. They don't know why you're speeding away, but
I think the former is your best option. I think honestly, going with adoption the whole way that might be the way to go.
It's probably a good idea.
You could make it to 100 with enough acreage. with
A
adoption.
full on, feline
You
like,
farm.
excuse me.
You can make like a Connet.
State of Utah, I need to till these fields. We're trying to stop global warming. I'm planting trees in this sand out here. So I need more kids. Give me more kids.
And a
make
lot more kittens.
You can
Oh,
make like
goodness.
the Federal Republic of Jacksonville, Utah.
Jason,
Or, like-
you literally just introduced an arms race. You're just gonna have we're out there in like a militia out in the middle of a desert or a forest, and we're just kittens are breeding, and we have to match with kids, and we just which one are we stopping with? Or, we just had a litter. We got to get more kids. Well, shit,
Minus the cats. This kind of sounds like John Brown.
A baby is crying. I will be back.
Uh-oh.
Bye bye. Not the kittens though. The kittens are totally fine. I opened up a can of cat food. Good.
Wasn't it John Brown, the crazy Civil War guy?
I love John Brown. Oh, you know what? Ethan Hawke did a short series about him called The Good Lord Bird, I think it was called.
Yeah, exactly. I just watched a fucking trailer for that. Me and my partner want to watch that, dude. That shit looks dope, dude.
It is great. Oh my god! And
I want to watch that, dude. I love that story, dude.
It pins down his flaws as well as his attributes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they don't pull punches a lot either way, and that's what I liked about it. Fucking Ethan Hawke's a great actor. He's phenomenal. There's very few things I've seen him in where he's bad.
I want to see something like that about General Sherman. Because there's a lot of fucking heroism and lauding that goes behind Sherman's character and shit like that. But there's also a lot of misinterpretations and shit where there could be there's a lot of missed opportunities with this story. Like he fucking these motherfuckers were economically dependent on slaves and built all these cities on the backs of slaves. And Sherman went down there and burned them all, dude. He was like, nah, you just can't have them. There's so much just missed opportunity for just thick content. And
that should have been a situation.
Massive.
That seriously should have been a situation where just instead of torching it, turn it all over to the slaves. Give them the control of the means of production right then and there. That's how you change that shit. That would have been instrumental change right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you got to understand, they didn't just want to free the slaves. They did still want to economically disadvantage them, because even they still viewed them as less than the white man. Let's say, I'm speaking in the parlance of their terms, they're less than the white man. And, so they still expected
oh shit, we totally pivoted from when I left. What are we talking about?
I mentioned John Brown because something reminded me of the story of 100 kids.
The white John Brown or the slave John Brown? Which one?
The white
abolitionist
John Brown,
or the slave?
abolitionist.
The crazy abolitionist John Brown.
You guys know about the slave John Brown, right?
I don't.
Look up the slave John Brown. He was passed around some medical stuff. He was
he was a medical patient.
He was a medical patient. He was passed off to a doctor that basically committed terrible atrocities. There was a lot of quote-unquote doctors who are still in some of those doctor, whatever their equivalent of Hall of Fame is down there, who, his doctor, who I literally have it somewhere. Hold on a sec. I think I've got it. No, that's a whiskey glass. I have the note here somewhere. Hold on a sec. I can tell you all about him. Give me 2 seconds.
That's a whiskey glass.
That was a whiskey glass. I thought it was a note on the slave John Brown, but basically he ended up in France, king. He lived out many years in France, but he was passed around as a thank you for, I forget exactly what it was, but as a slave, passed over to a doctor. Doctor committed atrocities to him with do we need to catch up chat maybe on the atrocities that they did with black people's skin is thicker, they don't feel pain as much? Are we all thumbs up? We all know that, or should we go into that? We can go into that.
I think we're all fairly good. Shit, dude, I don't want to go into that because it's horrible.
Okay, I didn't want to pivot from cats and kids in Utah to like the atrocities of like the worst parts of slavery. But
I've gone through. I've read deeply about that shit, and I still don't feel like I can understand and perceive the pain in which their culture has expressed even now to this day, generationally. I will never understand it.
Thomas Hamilton was the doctor's name. Sorry, Thomas Hamilton.
I'm so glad that we had all these fucking brave ass runaway slaves and abolitionists and slave rebellionists motherfuckers and types of Union soldiers and shit like that handled all this shit for us. And we ain't got to take no torches to the South and shit like that, dude. I am so glad that fucking shit on the 6th did not work out well and we didn't have to fucking blow up no Reichstag on top of our fucking capital or nothing like that, dude. I am so glad that we didn't have to work with China or nothing like that to take care of some shit or some bullshit like that like 70 years ago. I'm so fucking glad, though, that we can just, like, I can play my video game and we can just bullshit and smoke some weed.
Real quick. Ready? Going to give you a fast rundown, and everyone just take notes. Ready? Get your pencils out and go. John Brown.
Does Tay Jewel want to come on? Tay Jewel, do you want to come on? Because you keep like tagging me in the chat, and if you want to come in,
do it. That's my partner. She
can come in if she wants. She's what?
Yeah.
Of course.
She said she didn't want to come for some reason earlier. I forgot.
Yeah, if she wants to come in, I'm having a weird thing with my Discord where I can't. I don't know what's going on. Hold on. I got to like close you guys out and then reopen you for a second. Hold on. Let me see.
All right. I'm going to go real quick while he's figuring out his stuff here. Okay. John Brown, the slave, was tortured, cut, and blistered. Dr. Thomas Hamilton, and I put big stars on this because he is literally, he was a plantation owner. He was a respected physician. There it is. He was a trustee of the Medical Academy of Georgia. And I think his plaque is still hanging up there. His whole thing was that he was literally cutting and burning slave John Brown, literally getting flames as close as possible to the point where his skin was blistering from the heat. And the whole point of this, and this is the most infuriating part of this, is that what Dr. Thomas Hamilton of Georgia, that piece of shit that we should all just pass around everywhere, all over, like Dr. Thomas Hamilton is a garbage demon person, if you believe in that shit. The purpose of this was that he ended up selling placebo pills based off his quote-unquote research to other white people.
Oh, he was a snake oil salesman. He was a snake oil salesman.
He was a snake. He was a quote-unquote doctor doing all this torture shit under the name of like being a doctor in science. And he literally, the end result was selling like placebo pills and saying that like taking these pills would like both boost your metabolisms and all the generic bullshit of like a better life, but also like feeling less pain and all these other things. Like you'd be like, you know, like, oh, you have backaches? Here, take these pills. I've distilled the knowledge off of, you know, torturing this person with blow torches and like putting him over a fire until he, you know, blisters from the heat. So that was Slave John Brown. He escaped in 1847. I have like a billion notes on him right here, but I'm trying to find like a real quick. I know it's on another page somewhere, but he ended with a happy story. He married a woman in France and lived out the rest of his days for a long time in France. It's just like, you know, fuck yeah. I think he spent like 20 or 30 years. It might have been even more, like in France, like as a free man. You know. Saw a French lady, like the cut of her jib, and they got together, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, he had a period in his early life where it was just like literally just like, we're going to hang you over a fire, or we're going to put this like flame as close as possible. And the other fucked up thing about this that was happening at the around the exact same time, adjacently, is the father of gynecology. And I know I'm bumming the fuck out of everybody here at 1:30 in the morning, but the father of gynecology.
No, I was actually reading your Discord comments because like, I could finally get my Discord to work properly. So I'm finally getting caught up on. There's like a ton of people that are like, "Hey, can I like I want to participate?" And I'm like, "Shit, I fucked up. I totally fucked up. I fucked it all up, guys. I'm quitting my stream. It's over. I'm done."
Dr. J. Marion Sims is the father of modern gynecology. he performed similar surgeries to black enslaved women's genitalia without anesthesia. Like on purpose, he would do the same. He would do procedures on one black woman slave on their genitalia with like knives and cutting and all that stuff. As horrible as it is,
I think there's even a statue of one woman. Right? There's one woman that then, like was considered like some kind of like prize to the medical community as far as her ability to withstand this experimentation. They actually made a statue for this woman, you know, and it's kind of abhorrent, like they. Like they codified their torture, like, you know, like they.
So check this out. So gynecologists today still base some of their you know, diagnoses on like the shit that this horrific garbage person from like 170 years ago, 172 years ago. Was coming up with by torturing black slaves. And he would literally do one procedure on a woman without anesthesia, and then he would do the same on the other woman with anesthesia.
Yeah.
And he would like supposedly, you know, come up with like, oh, I noticed the reaction is slightly different while he's still mutilating their genitalia, right?
Yeah. I appreciate that. Oh my god. Okay, continue. Holy shit.
Okay.
That's a lot.
So check this out. This all happened. All of like a lot of our medical history stuff. 1 in 3 medical students today still believe things that are based off the practices of these Southern doctors performing on slaves, torturing them. 1 in 3 doctors today, like young medical students coming out of medical school, believe things like that. Like believe legitimately that black people's skin is thicker. Black people feel less pain because the skin is thicker. There is an actual machine made by the fucking medical industry, which there's like 12 states where like their number one thing is either like medical equipment or for some reason like giant like 747 airplane parts. Actually, like 40 of our states airplane parts are like their main industry, which is fucking weird. I found that out like 2 weeks ago. But I'm in California, but I grew up in Vermont.
Oh, really? I'm in California.
Yeah, you're Oakland. You should go to a bar called Fight Something. Street Fighter? What is that bar called?
I have no idea. I don't
great.
Bars. What's it called, babe?
No, you don't drink. That's right. They'll make you a tasty non-alcoholic thing as well. I think they're called like something. Fight something. Fight. I'll find it. They're great. But anyway,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
What?
I don't want to back to. Go ahead.
No, what was the question?
This is a cocktail hour, guys. Like, you don't have to be all serious.
No, it's just a cocktail bar. It was just a cocktail bar. Yeah, no, it's a cocktail bar.
Like, we can switch up conversations and shit. Like, don't think that you're ground into like these deep political disputes.
Is it like why do they call it Fight Something? Do they do fights there or what?
Nah, I just can't remember the name right now. It's just like a basic it's called like Street Fighter or some.
Okay.
Anyway, solid like neighborhood cocktail bar. And non-alcoholic stuff. So check this out. So also, while we're on that stuff, Thomas Jefferson back in the 18th century also started propagating this thing about the black people having lacked lung capacity, right? And like the whole movement with the medical opinions from the South from supposed doctors was that slavery was a necessary evil because hard labor improved black people's lung capacity. So that was a thing that they were actually telling people to get like the masses who were kind of like, God, this seems really bad.
But
like, I don't know if we should be into this.
I thought Thomas Jefferson was just passing white. I thought he was black. I thought he was passing white. Like, I thought that's like kind of been like the new understanding is that he actually was a passing white person.
Well, in 1781, he wrote several documents talking about how black people's lack lung capacity.
No, and I'm just creating the understanding of colorist dynamic. Jefferson. You know, even back then, you know what I'm saying? Like, we had some weird ass colorist dynamic. You know what I mean?
Samuel Cartwright out of the University of Louisiana, Tulane, in 1851 took Jefferson's supposed research, his bullshit, just exclamations, and he started using that. Like he saw the what Jefferson had written And in 1851, he started writing about the black people's lower lung capacity as well. And forced labor was a way to vitalize and correct the problem. And so they would tell people like, hey, this is a necessary evil. We're actually doing them a favor by doing this, by making them do hard work. They can't really breathe naturally. Their race can't naturally breathe well. And the hard labor will fix this stuff. And people were like, oh, that makes sense because we're idiots in the mid-19th century. Okay, cool. Like that was a huge part of it. Dr. J. Marion Sims, the gynecology guy, had a statue in Central Park until 2018. They took it down in 2018. They were like, maybe we should have like a statue of the guy who like
that's the
hacked
guy
up
I was
women's
thinking about.
Genitals.
Yeah, that's the guy I was thinking about. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one I was specifically thinking about. Yeah. He was abhorrent. Like he accounted for over 2,000 different experiments on women of color.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's abhorrent. He's abhorrent.
I have
motherfucker.
I have pages of Dr. J. Sims shit. Due to some of this stuff about pulmonary functions, they would say like black people have 20% less lung capacity as white people. Spirometers today, that was the name. I couldn't think of the medical equipment. Spirometers today have race correction built into their software. Like that's why it's like the race correction stuff is still being taught today. Spirometers are built to adjust for the bullshit research from like the 1850s under the slavery research on like torture, not research. It's fucking torture on people. And spirometers still to this day have that. So when 1 in 3 medical people come out of school and like they were going to these medical students and going, this thing, yes or no? And 1 in 3 were like, all the shit that I just said, they were like, yeah, no, that's absolutely true. And they were taught that by their
Chad,
fucking teachers.
I got them muted. I just want to ask you what you all smoking, what you dabbing.
Things like when you hear,
show me what's up. Let me see what you're smoking
when you hear something
on.
like
Because you know
MSNBC
what?
or
This
CNN
is a
just kind of
smoking
announce
cast.
like performatively,
We
they're
smoke,
like, and that's why today we still have like out of
we
nowhere,
drink
they're
a
just
little.
like, black
do your
women.
thing. Tell me what
die
you
from
guys are drinking.
childbirth.
Tell me what you're
What is
smoking.
it,
Let me know what you're
30%
doing
more
on this Friday
than
night.
white women, like whatever
Go
the
ahead
number
and do
is,
that.
like the amount of deaths that it is. It's higher. It's like, I can't, I'm sorry. It's either like 1 in 3 more are more susceptible to dying during childbirth, or it's 30%, something like that. But they just say it in passing without like explaining all the things that are leading up to black women dying more during childbirth, because doctors are like, I'm going off this shit from like the 19th century, guys. So, like, what do you want from me? Like, I'm doing the thing. Those are the reasons why. Not the reason. There's obviously other systemic reasons why black people die more often than white people in this country die during the same procedures and the same et cetera, et cetera. But that is one of the main reasons why doctors on their end are fucking up. And then the hospitals will say, according to the procedures like guidelines, they did everything right, so we're not accountable. And the whole idea is that they're claiming accountability, like we did what we could, but they're basing it off 170-year-old fucking bullshit research like derived from slave torturers. That's why our medical system is fucked up.
Yeah.
Amongst other reasons.
And that's why people don't trust it. And that's why we even have people on the left afraid of getting the vax.
Out my stomach because that shit you were talking about was literally stomach turning, dude. I had to correct my posture there. Holy fuck, dude.
But I remember reading all that. I read all of that shit. That's some of the most abhorrent and horrible shit I've ever read.
That with Jefferson, didn't he own slaves?
Yes. He
raped
whether he was
several of his
when
slaves.
Jason said like he was like, oh, like he what? How did you phrase it again? You said he is.
He was a passing white person, but apparently he was black.
Whether that's true or not, that doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
I mean, like, look at like
that's what I was pointing out though, is that the colorism
it's shades of that same idea of like the actual rhetoric and the things that she's pushing. It's the same idea. So whether he is white passing and hiding out in plain sight, and he's just like, hey guys, hey, and so there was documents, 1781, documents written by Thomas Jefferson that said black people lack lung capacity. And then, sorry, I'm bad at math right now. Literally 70 years to the year, that Samuel Cartwright guy, a doctor from University of Louisiana, Tulane, saw that and went, I'm going to run with this and make my own like conspiracy theory for, hey guys, slavery is actually a good thing. We're doing a good thing because of this lung capacity shit.
That's so boring.
Thomas
Oh
Jefferson
my
used it
god,
as a reason,
it's
like
disgusting.
while writing post Constitution writing, and everyone going, "Hey guys, what about this like slavery thing and like our Constitution? There's like some hypocrisy there."
We're freeing the Kurds.
We're helping them out, guys. They are just Kevin James in that fucking Will Smith movie, just huffing and puffing, just. And we're just helping them out.
Destruction. It's everybody hated Saddam Hussein. They like it.
Yeah. I mean, they came up with a bunch of shit. They just started
sell
like
out.
that was the era of just like making up shit in our country to justify these things.
No, do you remember that? There was that whole thing of buy in and sell out.
No, but like
it's okay to
Drapetomania,
sell
have you
out.
heard of that?
No.
So that was a word that they made up. It's a made up mental illness to explain slaves running away from their slave owners.
What was it called? Wait,
Like,
what was the
ran
name
away,
of it?
They came up with the word.
What? I'm gonna look that up right now.
Like drape, and then tomania.
You know what? I've heard of that.
All one word.
Holy shit, dude!
No, that's a real thing because
So,
I remember hearing
They
about
literally
that
just
for
made up
sure.
a term to explain like why black. Like people were like, "Oh yeah, there was like a rustling at like 3 a.m. Ah, some slaves were running away. Like, why are slaves running away? I thought we were helping them out and we're like, feeding them and putting clothes on their back and giving them a free ride. Like, whatever. Like to those people who were just like, why would people run away? And they're like, oh, it's drapetomania. And they're like, what's that? Oh, it's a mental illness. They're fucking crazy. They're running
like
away
Trump
from
derangement
the people who
syndrome?
are helping
Like
them.
how people-
it's a
how
mental
people-
illness. They can't get it.
No, how people
they invented
quantified
that to
Trump
literally just
derangement
explain
syndrome.
to the idiots around them like why this was happening. And when whipping the devil out of them in
This
quotations
is Trump
was the
derangement
cure.
syndrome. This is their version of Trump derangement syndrome. This was their propaganda
Yeah.
of Trump derangement syndrome. This is exactly the same fucking thing.
Yes, to a very
Exactly the same
specific
thing.
set of people. Yeah. Same. It's the same like tactics mentally. Like, I'm a big fan of Kathleen Taylor. We could do a whole panel on actual brainwashing someday. Not pejorative, calling people brainwashed, but explaining like how and why
The process
it
and
works,
how
and
and
how
why.
politicians will use it in different movements, and why fascism actually uses how they use actual legitimate brainwashing tactics, which actually overlap in a Venn diagram. Brainwashing tactics and fascist tactics are literally like two circles, like almost on top of each other. It's ridiculous. But anyway, let me see. Do I have anything else about horrible shit from the 19th century? Hold on, let me see. Black and brown patients today receive inadequate pain management when they go to their
Serena
doctors.
Williams
and say they
just
have
talked
pain.
about that. Serena
Doctors,
Williams just
always,
talked about that with their baby.
Prescribe them less painkillers, give them less medications on prescriptions because again they
Serena
assume
Williams
like black people
just
don't.
talked about that. Serena Williams just talked about that with her pregnancy, that they didn't give her adequate pain meds during the process of her childbirth, and that she felt it was attributed to the fact that she was a black woman. And
In 2016, there was a survey.
I don't disagree with
go
that.
ahead.
No, I don't disagree with that, because even I've known people that have been nurses in like the corpus medical system. There was somebody on here talking earlier about the Texas medical industry. I'm very, very familiar with them. And there was a policy for a long time up until the early 2020s, like very early, that they didn't feel, the nurses didn't perceive that enough that they should prescribe the same pain medication to people of darker skin color than they should lighter. And there was almost like a gradient to it. Like, I don't know what the whole schema was for it, but like both my fiance's sister and my fiance's mom worked in the same company.
Congratulations.
And they experienced the same shit, and they like where there was a gradient. There's a gradient on like, oh, if you're so much darker, you can absorb this much fucking pain. Like, that's not how it works. Like, you guys are idiots. You're still doing that in the early 2020s. What are we or the early 2010s?
So it's not just that, but also in the nursing community, there is always kind of like commentary a lot with like the side comments of like, oh well, black, oh that black person just wants like more,
it's called communal knowledge. It's called communal knowledge, is what you're talking about. It's the knowledge that isn't demonstrated within the text, but it's the knowledge that you learn from the people around you. So it's that communal knowledge that they perpetuate. It's bullshit, and they intentionally inject that into the education.
So one of the swings.
Intentional.
Check this out. This is what happens. So optically, the doctors give black patients less painkillers initially, and they'll give them smaller amounts and smaller doses, not as much, milligrams, et cetera, with their medication. And then the black patient goes back to the hospital like, I am experiencing, like, I'm still riddled with pain. Like, this is horrible. So these patients who are riddled with pain think that like the doctor has given them the same thing that they're giving everybody else. So when the black patient asks for like morphine, because it's like, Jesus, I thought these painkillers were going to help me, but I'm still feeling pain. So they're like, okay. And they're like, all right, I guess you want morphine. And then optically that looks like, yep, just more black people just want to get addicted to morphine because they're under prescribing them initially. The black patient doesn't know that. And then they're eventually asking for the harder drugs. And then we go, look at them with those harder drugs. They are just a worse class of people. And that's the perpetuation of this, based on 170-year-old fucking dipshit, slave torturers. You know what I mean? So it's like, that happens.
Come on, as much as you want to love Darwin, put the responsibility on Darwin. Like, I mean, as much as you want to love the guy for a lot of other things, it's Darwin's fault. This is a Darwin bag, dude. He perpetuated racism from fucking day one, and people fed on that stupid fucking science, and they cultivated that shit into a culture, and that's why we're at where we're at.
I mean, I don't want to lose the Darwin Awards. If we're going to cancel Darwin, can we keep the Darwin Awards at least? We can throw everything else away, but just give me the Darwin Awards.
I'm just saying, a lot of what he perpetuated was the reason that we end up in this situation. The survival of the fittest mentality, the measuring of the cranium, shit like that. This never proved to somebody's ability or talent or intelligibility, in some small scale, maybe if you're talking about like, Neanderthals or something, but in modern humans, like, I mean, he was a catalyst for like institutionalized racism, especially within the medical community.
Man, then then you got that what do you call that? They did the alpha beta study. They did that on wolves in captivity, so it doesn't apply to like wolves in the wild.
Right.
You know what I mean? So like that.
That's why we're all Sigma wolves, baby. That's why we're all Sigma wolves.
Yeah.
Just to finish up really quickly with that whole like today's medical industry.
No,
so
go
in
into
2016, in 2016 there was a
puke, dude.
2016 they did a survey because they were like, hey, they were looking into it and they were like, Jesus, like all these fucking medical students are coming out of like medical school thinking like basing their opinions on this like racist, horrible, old 19th century garbage. So they did a poll in 2016, 222 white medical students. I hope I get clipped by Greg Gutfeld. White medical students.
White.
Half of them endorsed at least one of the myths from the Southern doctor slave torturer people. Most of them agreeing that black people's nerve endings were less sensitive because of the thicker skin. That was generally like half of those 222 white medical students believed that. Students also insisted that black people felt less pain. They were less likely to recommend pain medication for black patients experiencing pain. 75 students assumed that black people's skin was thicker and would deny them appropriate treatment based on like other people assessing the patient after that.
It pains me to hear that shit. That
young teacher
hurts.
coming out of that was just like, they'd be like, okay, what's your assessment of this person? They gave a terrible assessment, and then they go to like, all right, now you're going to talk to like an experienced doctor who's going to get you like, better help, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, that all came out from, all the shit leading up just before the Civil War, like a decade and a half leading up just before the Civil War, the anti-intellectual Southern slave owners were like, hey, we're going to just like propagate this shit so we can keep this going, and we're doing everybody a favor, and we're going to keep torturing so that dude could sell fucking placebo pills. He was the original Alex Jones times 100.
Yeah, pumping that shit out like a fucking chronic.
Jesus H. Christ.
Horrible rant at 2 a.m. over. Sorry, everybody. Such a bummer.
Actually, it was really enlightening, and that's exactly why I like doing this shit.
God, he is.
I get to talk to people.
He is such a fucking downer, man. I apologize. I just, I wish I could fart on command.
No, you're good.
I'm sorry.
You sound like
not your
E,
fault.
not
It's
Ed.
not your
Where's
fault.
Where's Ed's voice?
It's 200 years of white supremacist history. It's not your fault.
Yeah, where's Ed's voice?
What?
So
Whose voice is it?
you're talking in E's
What?
voice.
Oh shit! You know what? Sometimes it's a ventriloquist act. It's all a facade. Although I did not like Dr. K calling my boy E a 40-year-old chud. I noticed that.
So,
I didn't like it. Didn't like that on her way out. I like what you're doing. You're doing like a thing with like this artwork, and then like the real you is like a 40-year-old chud. That's cool. Fuck you.
It's
Later.
Like an aesthetic. It's more like an aesthetic than you're like taking it back, you know?
Yeah, I like it. You know, Dr. K's sassy, man. Like Dr. K's always sassy. She brings the
Dr. K's
spice.
best, and she knows so much about history, dude.
Oh
Holy fuck,
man,
dude. She's got a suit of
workers'
armor.
rights and all that shit, man. Like, oh, I will talk to her
She's
for
got-
hours
she's
about
got a
that shit.
fucking- She's got a suit of armor. Fucking suit of armor.
She does for
That's
real.
just
I know
cool.
she has a.
Yeah.
I know she has a contractor's hat. She'll wear it sometimes.
No, like a full suit of armor.
No
Fucking
shit.
dope,
Well,
dude.
I mean, she took some liberties with the beginnings of socialism, and I was hoping you'd call her out, but I was fucking around with something. She was inaccurate with some of the beginnings of socialism. I was gonna call her out, but whatever. I'm just a 40-year-old chud. It's cool. Whatever.
There's
What's your 40-year-old chud perspective, man? That's why we're here.
She was using the beginning of she was talking about the tactics used and the beginning of socialism, which actually the tactics she was describing were not used in any politics in Europe up until late 1870s, 1880s. And like, if we want to argue when socialism started in Europe, it was not the 1870s and 1880s.
I'm pretty sure she knows that. I don't think she was posing an argument. How's what she was saying an argument against that?
She was trying to make it sound like the beginnings of socialism were happening when mass politics didn't happen until the end of the 19th century. There was still the division. Like, if you read about Alexander Hamilton today, you think, what an asshole.
I'm gonna read your shit, Lord Kilmar.
He was
just
against,
because
like, he only wanted the
they're
elites
gonna
to
go on
lead.
for a minute.
But that wasn't a far cry from what was actually
Good shit to
happening,
know. I
and most of the
converted away
majority
from
of the countries in
conservatism less
Europe
than 2 years
and
ago.
America actually were
The
not
single biggest
politically
reason
minded.
was
The
because of
normal,
how much of
commoner
my
amongst
former
people was not
world
politically minded,
view was
and
rooted in
the strategies
racism.
being used today every fucking day 24/7 now were a
Sometimes
new
I
thing
doubt
in 1880s.
that a
I
bit
almost want to say it was literally
while
like almost like announced. It was like
listening
1882 or it's
my
an even
conservative
year. But it was
family.
literally like, oh shit, like emotion's
Good
a
to
thing
hear
because
about this
now
shit. Thank
everybody's
you.
into politics a little bit, and we don't care about facts and everything. This was like the precursor to fascism, and she was saying that was like being used to win over socialists, and like she didn't give any
Thank you for
facts
the
to,
comment, Lord Kilmar.
like
that means
historical
a lot.
like
I
reference to like how
appreciate
she
that.
was coming
And
up
I'm
with
glad
that. But I was
you're
like,
getting something out of
I
it.
don't
That's
really
the
want to
point
get
of
into
this
that
shit.
right now. I'll just let that go. I'm just gonna work on my scenes and tighten shit up. But I was like those things that she was advocating for, like what led to the beginning of socialism, I would say is like a 50 years later tactic that was actually employed. So I was just like, okay.
That's the commonly accepted historical narrative, though. I don't think that would be an argument. I don't think there would be an argument there. I think
she
what spurred that
tacitly end up
conversation what
agreeing
spurred
with
that
you.
conversation was recognizing the conservatism of the vanguard left and the similar at that point I hadn't identified corruption, but the similar propensity for corruption between like
Absolutely.
historically large developed socialist countries and shit like that ended up being corrupt. and
liberal
democracy that ends up being.
I'm literally like kind of like splitting hairs, like splitting like 50 years in like the 19th century for us is like a week today or like a day today, you know, like our thing. So I feel like I'm splitting hairs on one very specific.
Put your sunglasses on and drink some wine, bro. Just for a minute. You got to chill.
All I'm saying
minute.
Is I feel like I was splitting hairs.
You're still the dad with young kids, and you're wound up right now. Okay. From a tactician. I have been there.
No, he's good. He's good.
I just want to finish the thing from a tactical like standpoint and strategies employed in the political world in specifically Europe. The things that she was saying were brought into the beginnings of socialism were not introduced until about 50 years later. That was my only thing, which would be like a week today, or like it'd be on Twitter and we'd all know about it tomorrow. But like I think that was just kind of. I think that was rather than an oppository argument she was making. I think that just kind of wasn't mentioned. Does that make sense? It would be like saying that like Nixon would have gotten away with it if it weren't for the internet. I don't know. That's a weird analogy, but it was like
I think it was just kind of wasn't mentioned that this didn't really start when like we didn't have like hardcore vanguard communism and shit like that when Marx was talking about it and shit. Like, even though he very much advocated for a dictatorship of the proletariat, for example.
You actually just gave me a really good idea. I think I'm going to employ it on my channel. Semi-meme, but semi-serious. I feel like we're going to have like a counter on it.
Dictatorship.
So like, no. Check this out. So it's going to be kind of like after 11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, there's like a minus 30% accuracy that we'll just let slide. And we'll just have the sliding scale. Like, when she said that, I was like, I could argue that, and we could get into a long thing.
You could do the sliding scale in post, so that like the live could carry on, Just
like
make sure everybody's aware.
Pacific Standard Time.
Is aware.
3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Nothing but facts.
We're so far away from the conversation chronologically that it's hard to track the context at this point for me.
Well, I agree. Does it really
I could
matter?
send you a list of
Because
books that you've probably read that like.
What we're really talking about, though, and what we've been talking about, is kind of the disadvantages of the healthcare system within the poor and economically disadvantaged communities, whether that be a community of color or not. And I do think it's relevant that there was so much problems in communities of color. However, I think that we're still facing those problems, and to me it's more about like, what are the solutions? How do we conquer that? What do we come back with for that?
So, I was just seeing Mark's partner in chat. I think she's talking about the rule about like less facts the later it goes is like slightly allowed, and now I think it's like we could take that for like, late 18th century America. Bars were like all about talking about politics. Like today you say in bars, you don't talk politics in bars, guys. We're just
you're supposed to talk politics in bars. That's what you're supposed to do. That's the city center.
That's where the politics were always talked about, right? And you'd have both sides, and they would meet and greet at the end of the night after like yelling at each other, and they would like have a couple drinks of, back then they'd be drinking mostly rum made in New England. And possibly some whiskeys made down in the southern parts of the states, but rum was the most popular spirit back in the
did you ever see the bar tab for the Constitution? The bar tab for the Constitution was.
If you have a link, I'm gonna check that out. That's actually
handsome.
Really interesting.
It was handsome. It was very handsome. Lots of beer, lots of whiskey, lots of wine, lots.
I'll bet it was rum.
Shit.
In the late 18th century, there were 232 distilleries that were making nothing but rum in New England alone. New England was like the new rum like port of the world. And one of the reasons, if you guys want to get into like, we could do like I could set up a bunch of stuff. If
they celebrated the writing of the Constitution afterwards and spent basically $17,000 in today's money.
Yeah, $17,000 is what they spent writing the Constitution. Yep, that's from the Insider.
Gavin Newsom's like, that's nothing. I'm just kidding.
Gavin Newsom, founders ain't got shit on me.
So check this out though. Ready? So in 1750, the molasses tax. You guys remember that in like social studies class in like 7th grade, 6th grade?
I'm gonna not lie and realize that I don't.
So one of the precursors, one of the as you're lighting up your thing and I see flames sparking on your thing, one of the sparks of the Revolutionary War was I think I might have you're wrong, but the 1850 molasses tax. There were other the Sugar Act, but specifically molasses.
Shit. Okay, you said the Sugar Act. That's different. Oh yeah, it's the same thing. Okay, go ahead.
Back then they said molasses, and most kids don't know what molasses are anymore. But like the reason why it's specifically molasses is because a lot of rums in the world, most rums in the world, especially back then, almost all rums in the world were made from molasses. Like fermented molasses were the basis for the alcohol to start. So when we passed the tax, there were other things included in there. I think there was like glass panes were like one of the big things and some of the other things, but they put the sugar on there because that was going to get the biggest response from people because people love to drink. We didn't have Netflix. We didn't have a lot of shit going on. So like people just really enjoy their drink, right? Like there are moments in huge cities throughout history after distillation was created, in the Middle East around 700 AD. But, and let me know when I'm just monologuing too long, but basically in America, we did not want to pay King George because he was sending over brandy that he was importing from France and sending it over to us. And we were going, hey, King George, we're making all this rum and we're just going to stick with the rum. You're charging an arm and a leg for this brandy that we're not really into anymore.
Yeah,
and that
brandy
was the whole
sucks.
thing.
Rum rocks.
So literally rum versus brandy from France being imported from King George in England, and King George was pissed that we were just circumventing him. Like we were like, fuck this, we don't need your brandy. We're drinking this rum, and this rye thing that we're working on is kind of awesome right now too. And that's what was happening. So we weren't buying as much brandy from England, who was spending a fuck ton of it on France to keep good relations with France. We were buying England was buying a fuck ton of brandy from France to keep them happy, because there were other industries cropping up where they're like, we don't need anything from you. Okay, we'll keep buying brandy from you.
And
so literally because of the alcohol.
That's interesting though, because you know what is interesting about that is they kept buying up that, right? And France ended up becoming one of our oldest allies next to Turkey. People keep forgetting that Turkey's actually our oldest ally.
You should look into how much we were buying brandy after the Revolutionary War. We were buying quite a bit. And that was like as a thank you. I mean, you could literally like look at it like right now. Like France is pissed at us because we circumvented them with submarines in Australia. It's the same kind of an idea, but like
was it the Sugar Act that led
lead
to
up to the?
Was it the Sugar Act that led to the Boston Tea Party?
Yes, but that was like 20. What is it? 20 something years
like 10
apart.
Years later, 10 years.
10 years apart. Yeah. Yeah. My dates are terrible right now.
I just recently found out my family moved here in 1698.
Holy
you probably
shit,
owned slaves. All right, canceled. Bye.
Yeah.
See you.
Yeah, I know.
That's some colonial shit for sure. They could have been sharecroppers, you know.
No. Unfortunately, they. I'm not gonna lie about it. They had a plantation. I've done very much my best to try to repent on their behalf because I feel fucking horrible about it. It's something that weighs on me. Actually, it weighs on me heavily. And it's a need for me to find justice for others, because I feel like, and I'm going to be frank about it. Here's and I'll give you guys some tacit reality of what it is to be human in this space of us talking about rhetorical fucking bullshit. Okay, yeah, that happened, and I've spent my life trying to figure out a way to do right, because the simple fact is I squandered all of my white privilege by dropping out of high school, getting a fucking GED, thinking I was going to make it as a rock star, and spending 13 years on the road doing nothing but bullshitting, doing drugs and fucking all the shit that goes on with rock stardom, and never fucking getting anything stable, and only having a fucking reality swipe when I ended up getting somebody pregnant and having a child. And that's what smacked me in the face and brought me to reality. But the simple fact is like, life is diverse, and we gotta stop living like, or we gotta stop talking like shit's static. There's context to everything, like, and we absent ourselves from that. You see what I'm saying?
The point is, you figured once you figured it out what you were doing, you fixed it. You didn't keep making
Jace,
excuses.
There's a guy that a friend of mine, a chef friend of mine, who helped get this started with me. He put me in contact with like a friend of his who is literally like it'd be a great like we could do like a sit down loungy like panel, like serious talk kind of a thing. He was part of a gang, I think in California. It might have been California, but maybe it was Texas. It's one of the two states. But he grew up in like a gang with him and his brother, like full on white supremacy gang. Went to prison for stuff that I couldn't get out of him on a first interview. But he's like. He's sort of like a reformed white like nationalist, and he's very some of the ways that you were saying things like dropping out of high school, doing this, like et cetera, like he did similar things and took like the extreme consequences of those decisions. I think it'd be like really interesting to like I feel like
I went the exact opposite, but there's a reason. There's a couple reasons why.
No, exactly. So I think it'd be interesting to have like
let me play that
similar
out.
things that led to him, and
let me play that out for you because that's important because it's a major importance. Like I grew up in a mixed household. My brother was Mexican and I was white. And that was just a simple fact. And I saw the injustice that he went through, and obviously ending up knowing my history later on, my familial history later on, it weighed on me even twice as hard because it's like, I fucking love my brother. I would do anything for him. I'd fucking die for him. Like I put my life on the line. I'd do everything I could for my older brother because he's done everything he could for me, and like to like hear and find out about these inherent like racist ideologies and shit like that are deeply infused in like your familial history. You're like, shit, man. It's like hating myself. You know what I mean? Like, or hating my own. It's just such a. So I got to a place where I was like, fuck this, man. Like, I will never ever let myself be to a place like that. I'm always fighting against that shit forever, for life. So that's BLM. All like LGBTQIA rights, obviously big time rights for people of Latino nations because they've gone through a lot of shit at the behest of bullshit like the Monroe Doctrine that we've misused in order to perpetuate wars in South and Central America. But that's another story. But yeah, so that was my ride to justice. That's why I'm so adamant about like making right by that shit, and it's important. I
was just gonna say, I'll look through my hard drive. I think I still have that interview with him. Like, I'll send it to you and see if you want to like he was down to just talk, like open up and just like he actually goes out and advocates now against the things that led to like his decisions and everything. I think it'd be like a really great conversation. He's a big old guy.
Nice.
Looked like he might be like an enforcer.
Yeah, that's important. Yeah, like because there's a lot of machismo in that culture. I've been to jail a lot. I get mistaken for a white supremacist with the tattoo here in Oakland sometimes. I get it. Fucking I met a lot of them types in my time.
Have you been to Los Angeles?
Yeah, I have. I used to
Huntington Beach used to be really bad with that shit.
For a while there, I did like migrant farm work basically. So I met a lot of Latinx folks doing shit like that because that's like farming was just like the one thing I knew a lot. So I do like it's more like consulting. So I do like agriculture and management and shit like that. Help people get jobs on farms depending on where I went. But nice. less headhunting, more like just like management.
You should move to Vermont.
I've heard that before. Can you smoke weed there?
My buddy.
Oh,
my buddy lives in.
Oh hell yeah!
Dude, my buddy.
Smoke weed.
Oh, it's
my
buddy.
Buddy.
That's right.
Yeah.
My buddy lives in Santa Barbara, and he's been traveling all over the country for the last like 6 months, just stopping in places, and just like hanging out there. And he was texting me back like, "Have you ever lived in Maine?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "I think I kind of love Maine." And then he's in Vermont. He's like, "I love Vermont." And he keeps sending me pictures of like houses, and he's like, "Holy shit, this house would be like $1 million in California, it is 32,000 with 10 acres around it. Like, what the fuck are we all doing here? And like, if you look into like,
what about the racism part
in Vermont?
Yeah,
the cops are kind of shitty
in California.
From what I hear.
Like, you know, like Vermont like went like 70-30 blue this last time. Like, you have rural like areas where you might get the occasional like redneck, but you're gonna get that in California. There's 40 million people here. You're gonna get racist and like, you know, spend a night in a bar in like Bakersfield. You're gonna hear the same shit you're gonna hear in fucking Louisiana. You're gonna hear the same shit from the rednecks in Vermont. You know what I mean?
It's a little bit different in Oakland.
It's
a lot
different.
more. There's a lot
There's
more.
there's a lot more melanin.
Like no. I gotta look. I gotta take that like super serious. Taylor, like my partner is black, so you know I gotta take that real serious. You know what I'm saying?
It makes a difference, though.
I wanna move to other countries and shit like that, but I gotta take shit like that real serious. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you gotta feel comfortable in your environment, right? You know, and or at least know that you're going to a very, very inviting place. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I understand that. I understand that being a concern for people. You know, like that's hard. Like, there was I usually don't get into this kind of shit, right? But there was that whole thing where like, who was it? Professor Flowers was saying like, oh, she could empathize with somebody saying they wanted an entire black country, and Vaush was like, no, fucking blah blah blah, and I'm like, no, I kind of understand, I get it. Like, if you're of a culture that is naturally oppressed just purely by the way that you look, just by walking out of your house every morning and being you, like, I understand why you want a place of your own. I get it. I'm not for black nationalism. That's not what I'm saying. But I understand the emotional draw to be like, God damn, I get it. You know, some days I feel like that. You know what I mean? Like, I can appreciate that. I'm not mad at her for feeling that way. Or I'm not mad at somebody for sympathizing with that at times when they're in an oppressive, patriarchal, white regime.
Yeah, like that's like look.
And I'm not.
I'm
you know what I'm saying?
I'm you know, like I'm an atheist. You know, I grew up with Christianity. I'm adopted and shit like that. I found out pretty early. I got kind of lucky. I had a friend of mine that had some connections in government or whatever when I was young. But I'm a Jew. You know what I mean? I'm an Ashkenazi Jew. I'm like mostly Jewish. And what do you call it? I'm white passing and shit like that. But in some occasions, I gotta be careful. You know what I'm saying? Because people will be looking at me funny and shit like that just because of the way I look. And I had no idea that there was a way to be racist for people like me. And apparently there is. And it took me some time to figure it out because I never grew up around shit like that. I grew up around black people. Where I was from in Alabama, it was a black neighborhood.
Right.
But we grew up also around a lot of racists. Plenty of times I had to like go pick up my friends from areas where they didn't want to drive or walk or shit like that, or just like go walk with them or whatever around in the mall because somebody was like looking at them funny or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's
I feel that. I want
my partner to be able to like drive to the store in the middle of the night and not have to worry about nothing, or like walk to the store in the middle of the night and not have to worry about nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like in if there's like kind of a lack of a kind of a blatant lack of diversity in a place or some shit like that, then that's gonna make me feel less safe about that, and I can almost guarantee you that's gonna make her feel less safe about that.
Well, yeah, respect, you know. But what about bringing more people in to create that diversity, right? Especially if it's a welcoming community. Like, what if that was the catalyst? Especially when the community.
A lot of work, realistically.
But hold on. Let's put it into the proper framework because we're talking about Vermont here for the sake of this conversation, right?
Yeah.
So Vermont, who voted overwhelmingly for Bernie, which means they would be overwhelmingly for BLM, right? Which means they'd be overwhelmingly for LGBTQ people. Which means
just to get into that real quick historically, just to interject real quick to strengthen what you're saying. When Bernie became mayor in Burlington in 1981, one of the reasons that he won by, what was it, like 10 votes? It was like he won by like 10 votes when he became mayor.
Yeah.
One of the reasons was, despite his like socialist language, he reached out to the police force, and he actually had the backing of the police. And Burlington almost could be, I'm sure they've had some fuck ups, but I haven't lived in Vermont for a long time, but like
they have a great coat factory. Like, I know that.
That's Massachusetts, actually.
Well, you know,
Burlington,
I still like the song.
Yeah, I get you. I know. Yeah. They had great commercials on Red Sox games. We could probably just Google, like, has Burlington done anything bad police force in the last 20 years, and there's probably going to be some stuff. But like in the 90s, it was almost, in early aughts, it was almost like this is the way that there should be some, like, the training for police forces across the country should be held. And it was because of the policies that Bernie started when he became mayor in Burlington for that 8 years before he started running for Congress.
Did you know that he fomented New England punk rock? I don't know if you knew that shit. Did you know that? He fomented New England punk rock. He was very much a part of that by that community center that he opened in Burlington, where there was a bunch of punk rock bands that used to be able to go and record their music there. That's actually the same place that he recorded what the "This Land Is Your Land" song.
I mean, that's pretty punk rock right there. That's, you know, that's him.
But yeah, he has a legacy. He has a legacy in punk rock. He absolutely has there was a lot of New England punk rock bands that actually came out of that little community center that started that recorded there because it was free. You could go there and record for free.
So just like real quick. So like I was saying in chat, like when I was a kid, I think Vermont was like 98.9% white. And it's not like the biggest dent, but the dent is happening in Burlington, which is why I was like, Burlington, Vermont is, it was named in 2010 the best city in the world to live in by 2020 based on economics, cultural, environmental, et cetera, based on like the proximity to other major cities. I was saying in chat, it's super fucking close to Montreal, which is one of my favorite cities in the world.
Even Jordan Peterson likes Montreal. He fought Charlie Kirk over that.
No, it wasn't Steven Crowder. It was Steven Crowder.
Steven Crowder, that's right. Steven Crowder.
Yeah. The other idiot. Burlington is fantastic. It also is right on Lake Champlain, which Bernie's one of his main points was to clean that up because it was just a fucking dump in the late 70s, like for a long time. He was like, we're going to make the waterfront look nice. We're going to build some stuff up. We're going to do this. We're going to get the cops behind our side of the shit, like in the 80s. You know, Canada is fantastic, Tay Jewel. In certain areas, you know, like Montreal and Toronto, like if we could and Vancouver, if we could just pull those cities down with some like tourist imperialism, like tourism imperialism, if we could like take them, that would be great. But like we're taking Toronto in the name of imperialism. Are we about to see somebody's ass?
Like, what's happening here? I'm scared.
Sure. So I was telling you about my buddy who started that company, Drink Mechanics, right? The alcoholic canned beverage.
Yeah. Okay.
So I met him in Los Angeles, white dude. His partner is black. They have 2 kids together, and he moved to Connecticut with her. And she was like, I don't know if I want to move to fucking New England. Like, not a lot of black people outside of like, you know, Springfield, Mass, and Boston, Massachusetts. And at first she was like, I don't know about this, et cetera, et cetera. I literally am like the only black person on my day to day a lot of times. And she's like, it was weird at first. And then, you know, she still likes to like meme about it, but she was like, they're starting to get like a rhythm, and the area that they live in has been getting better and better. They're looking at buying a farm and having a multi-generational, like bring his parents in to like live on a farm while they make this like, company happen with like, their kids.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Right?
That's what we need more of. We need more multi-generational housing where like it's not necessarily we're living on top of each other, but we're able to utilize one another to provide for one another.
Exactly.
You know?
Like the place that we moved to, I lived in downtown Los Angeles for 14 years, before it got gentrified. Like I moved down there, and as Mark was saying earlier, he's gotten like misidentified as like a white supremacist based on hair choices. I started shaving. I had a full head of hair one day, and at 25, I saw where I was headed, so I just like shaved the whole thing off. And I lived a block from Skid Row, and as soon as I started shaving, I lived down there for like three years before I shaved my head. And in the month after I shaved my head, I got punched in the face, tackled, yelled at several times. I came home with like boot stomps on my head that scar like literally like in the like a bloody thing in the shape of a boot, because I got jumped because they just assumed I was a white supremacist. And I'm like, I get it. I like, woe is me, whatever. And like, I'm fine. But it was like, I was like, I've been straight up attacked because it was literally like, hey, you're a white supremacist because you have a bald head. Like, you know, like I like that was something that we were talking about like a little bit earlier. But like I moved to I'm like literally a block from Skid Row, and Skid Row, like if we want to get into like,
well,
we
Skid
can talk
Row's
about all the
rough.
things. Like,
I mean, Skid Row's fucking hardcore. You're talking about a different level of. That's not normal society. That shit's like rough and tumble shit.
Right. So living half a block from Skid Row at the start when I moved down there.
I don't mean to say normal because that's not appropriate, but you know what I mean.
Well, I know what you mean, but like, okay, so like in a 6x6 block radius, there were 9,000 homeless people in Skid Row in 2004 or 5 when I moved there. And when we left 3.5 years ago, it moved to over 30,000 people is the population of Skid Row. And Skid Row is now considered larger areas because it's like, if you go there now, it's not just there, like it extends to the freeway ramps that are like a half mile away from Skid Row. And now they're counting that like we are doing worse and worse with our homeless problem. So when people say that, like, we could literally just like tax effective tax rate, tax the rich, actually get the taxes and like solve it. Like eventually, like I say tomorrow, but like we could literally build, you know, I know we just pivoted to the homeless crisis, you know, but like literally like we could just like the problem in Los Angeles. And I don't know if you have this problem up in the Bay Area, is that the city will be like, we need to fix this problem. And then some shithead housing company will say, oh, well, we'll build you cheap housing. And we wait around for the proposal to vote on it, and then it turns out that the cheap housing, the company is going to try to charge the city like hundreds of millions of dollars for something that's going to take them longer, and it's actually supposed to be like, you know, 20 million.
Sir,
so that
have I ever told you about Bizarro LA, where the complete opposite is true, where there is plenty of cheap housing developers that want to develop cheap housing, but the city says no.
So what happens is we would literally see the cost, which is jacked up by the company, and everyone goes, oh my God, no, we are voting no on that. And then you have the council, which is mostly leftist, supposedly centrist.
Hold on. So you guys are talking about like housing and housing contractors, right? And providing sustainable housing or go ahead with what you're saying. I want to get caught up on the conversation.
Yeah, so like a lot of the proposals have been like, we could build like these little like housing apartment. Sometimes people call them pods. Some people call them like units, whatever they call them.
No. Hold on, I'm going to stop you right there. Okay, here's the problem with that. It's privatized. We need a government resource that's creating this housing, and we need it to be able to exhaust the funds completely. We want them to go into a deficit. We want them to use so much of the funds creating this housing
High five me.
That they
We're
can,
in agreement. High five.
That they can actually provide for the people. I don't want private industry involved in those types of housing situations.
Correct.
We need them completely away from that.
What's happening optically is you have these companies making the proposal bids to the city. We will build these things that you need. Everyone's talking about affordable housing. We will be the ones to build it for you. And then, just like the Pentagon with the joke about like the $50,000 wrenches to like, you know, pay for their almost $800 billion, these housing companies do what you're talking about, and they jack up the price to like 5 to 10 times what it will actually cost. And then the city goes, oh, that's what it's going to cost to fix this problem. And then everybody votes against it because they're like, oh, we can't spend money, even though it's like way more expensive than what the actual costs would be if we just did it the right way the first time. And then that just perpetuates, because every time we do this, it comes around every like 2 years, 3 years, like, hey guys, do we want to like do this like housing thing? Oh God, it's so expensive. No, let's just let it keep running as it is. Like that's been like the ongoing thing for over a decade in Los Angeles, where you were like, in 2004, we were like, we could probably tackle this. The UCLA, that's a college. It's so late in the morning and I have no sleep. Oh my God, the the thing that sounds like UCLA. Yeah, thank you. I'm like fucking brain farting, dude. They were fighting the building owners because the homeless were allowed to put their tents in front of anywhere in downtown Los Angeles. And then around 2004, 2005, when they started trying to push like, hey, within a decade, we could revitalize downtown LA. And the business owners, led by the Donald Trump of Los Angeles, Tom Gilmore, who on a day-to-day is a very nice person, but his actual policies are pretty horrible. Sorry, Tom, if you're watching. I know you used to be a fan of me when I made you drinks and poured you beers. He was the main person keeping the ACLU away from like they were fighting this whole thing. So he was like, we need to push them down to Los Angeles streets, and there's no tents allowed above Los Angeles street. And so literally the Skid Row was like formed with like a invisible border wall, and then we had most of our police that invisible border wall of 6x6 blocks down there where like the tents could happen. And now tents are happening everywhere.
The blackberry, the blackberries is shit.
Are you talking to me? Sorry.
The blackberries is shit.
Is this a sponsor thing? White Claw.
No, I'm talking to the chat. You know, okay. I'm still listening. I'm trying not to interrupt your conversation. Like the whole point is, if I mute, it's because I don't want to interrupt the flow of what you guys are saying. Okay. I want you guys to keep going. Don't pay attention to what
I'm
the fuck I'm
still bad at this shit,
videos.
So I just assume everybody else is bad at this shit. I was like you're like White Claw. Like, okay, sorry.
No, I'm teasing Mike because Mike's falling out. He's clawed out. He's clawed out. He messaged me in another app. He's like, I'm clawed out, bruh. I'm clawed out.
He's like, no, White Claw. I'm still holding on to Zima.
Hey, so that's like holding on to greatness.
The problem is
Crystal
that we
Pepsi.
started putting all of our funds towards policing this invisible barrier. And we had, like, in newspapers, I remember I started voting. As soon as I got to Los Angeles, I started voting in the local shit. And it was like, what are we voting on? We're voting on, like, we need more funding. The police chief would say, we need more funding to deal with Skid Row. And they would just send cops there. Cops arrest the homeless people, mostly black people, black and brown people. They would get arrested. They'd be processed. The cops would be doing something, you know, instead of twiddling their thumbs, you know, they et cetera, just giving them something to do. Like, let's harass and hit and arrest homeless people. We run them through the system, release them like 3 days later, et cetera, et cetera. The system kept perpetuating itself. More people kept coming because, you know, Los Angeles had nice weather, you know, 15 years ago, believe it or not. People would come here instead of wherever they were coming from all over the country. I had my three homeless, I'd say friends / regulars, if that makes sense. You know, like the guys that you see on a day-to-day, you know their names, you know their story, you sit down and talk with them.
They're called couch
buddies. You give them more money than you might give the random person who's asking you for money. Like you had your like.
They're called couch buddies. They're called your couch buddies. I had a ton of couch buddies. I always had couch buddies.
A couple times.
They're your homies, man. Like I love couch buddies.
Well, I always had like 5 roommates, and some people didn't like the idea of like. But one of the guys he might still be alive, ripping jazz flute player, which his name's Dedisi. He's fucking dope. He has an album with a quartet with like one of the best piano players ever out of California, and he's blind, and he would just show up and we'd like just jam and shit. Like he was like my guy. But anyway, so like this perpetuation of like we're gonna spend our money on the police force to like beat and arrest and harass homeless people while ignoring the problems and letting it keep going. And like Los Angeles just became this like I guess sort of like policy echo chamber of like nothing's actually getting done, but it looks like we're doing something because we're spending so much money to fix the problem when we're not actually fixing the things. Dedisi, here I'll find it, Tay. Or just look up Dedisi. He only has one album. The cover is an outline of Africa. It's like black and white with like white font. Sorry, D-A-D-A-S-I, Dedisi.
D-A-D-A-S-I. Thank you.
One word.
Man, I wish we didn't have all those like copyright restrictions. I like jam out a little bit of music on here.
And jumped, and his actual flute got stolen, by another homeless person. Yeah, it's his only album. It should be. Yep, that's him. I have his cell phone number. Like, we should. I'll see if he. Anyway, yeah, he got jumped.
Hold on. I
flute.
just gotta say something, dude. Mark, your girl's all over it. Your partner's all over it. She's awesome. Like, I'm watching her in the chat. She is awesome, dude.
Shit, dude.
Awesome.
She's the shit. I love her, dude. We've been together for 2 years. It's amazing, dude.
She's the perfect counterpart, man. She's the perfect counterpart. It's great. Like, when I'm watching her in chat and stuff, I love the interaction. She's awesome.
Dude, you guys ought to see my fucking boat in Armor 3. It's ridiculous right now. It's going way back and forth. I don't know why, but it's going hella back and forth. Yeah, I'll put it on.
Is it twitching on you? Watch stream. Hold on, I gotta click the button.
Sorry,
I gotta click the watch stream button.
It's just my boat in Armor 3. It's just going back and forth. I don't know why. It's just like doodling.
It's like rocking. It's like hanging.
But yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Here it is.
This is actually a good
just avoiding
mode
the
to
zombie
just
apocalypse.
have
Just get on the
conversation
boat.
to. You know, hang out here, right here in the middle of nowhere.
That's what we're going to be doing. It's going to be like Waterworld when we'll be like, why? There's land. What are you doing? It's not full on Waterworld. Oh, there's zombies on the land. So this is Waterworld 2. Alternate universe.
This is like no pixel GTA except where it all came from, Armor 3.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, man, like we're having that in Los Angeles. Arma is just full of physics that makes 0 sense.
Dude, yeah, it's so fun, dude.
That's
all the time.
Yeah, that's part of the fun. Yeah, so like Los Angeles has been having those kind of problems, and you know, we as supposed leftists in our communities and in our large cities are allowing these failures to happen with bad information, bad voting. Like the voters are not informed, or they don't care enough to be informed. So we keep putting people in power who to, like, you know, they what do they worry about in Los Angeles? They worry about the police unions and the firefighters, and like everything else is like, you know what I mean? Like as long as those guys were still like hiring more police and more you know, more police to deal with the homeless, and everyone's like, oh, they're doing their job, because people don't understand like the systemic things that lead to these problems, and they just think like if we just throw more of this shit, and I feel like I'm preaching to the choir. You guys know I'll know this, but like Los Angeles in 15 years is just like Skid Row has more than tripled. It's expanded, so it's probably even tenfold that now.
I just want to say something.
And when that happens, it breeds more violent reactions.
I just want to say something. You know, the hard part about the left is finding solid reasons to really hate each other.
Yeah, more empathy and more nuance. We have that should be our shirt. The left, more empathy and more nuance than the other guys. Fuck those guys. You know, like a little meme at the end. We have empathy. Fuck those other people.
Empathy and compassion. Fuck you.
Exactly. That's how you start recruiting people. You know, that's how you gotta just, you know, punch them in the face with your empathy. Fuck you. I fucking empathize with you, but not you, and not you.
I will hug you until you love me.
I'm gonna break your ribs. I'm gonna hug you so fucking hard, you fucking piece of shit.
The fuck out of the memes.
Yeah, like I don't know, like Los Angeles, just like living right in the trenches of like Skid Row for the entire 15 years I was there. You see that kind of shit, and you're like,
no, you kind of remind me of
guys.
like a guy that would be a member of Anthrax or some shit. Like, I mean, and I listen to those bands and I'm very familiar with them. I'm not saying that just to be stereotypical, but bro, you look like you fit right into a dope ass metal band like Devin Townsend type shit. You know, like I'm like, yeah, money, dude.
Dude, you've got the MTV behind the music stories, so you already have.
What was that? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
You've got the MTV behind the music stories, so you're already halfway there. VH1
Oh.
or whatever.
Matt Soren.
Oh God. Well, it's funny because the place that I lived in, like when you first moved to downtown Los Angeles, people were only living in 2 or 3 buildings. Like there were some people who like knew some of the cool loft buildings that no one knew in like the skinny little alley, and your loft was like 12 feet by like 500 feet. Like there's some of those in some of these weird buildings.
Right,
but the
right.
places that most people lived in, we all congregated at this one bar on 4th and Main. It was called Pete's Cafe. And you'd be there and you would have this mix of like the page 1 editor for the Los Angeles Times here. You had the drummer for Stone Temple Pilots, 2 seats down from you, who lived like up above. You had the guy who like steals and drives the Ferrari. I think he just died like a year or 2 ago in like Ferris Bueller's Day Off. He was in Good Morning Vietnam. He was like the lieutenant's like dopey assistant. Like I was like, why do I know all these people? I'm like, I guess that's
Matthew. Are you talking about Matthew Broderick?
No, I'm talking about like the guy who steals the Ferrari and puts all the miles on it.
Oh, okay. I know. All right.
They're like driving
the
and they're like
garage guys. The garage guys. Yeah,
the garage guys. The garage guys. So that guy who's like a character actor, I think he just died. I might.
He
be wrong
did.
on that.
I can't
I might have
remember
just
his
killed him.
name. No. I know who you're talking about. It's fucking driving me nuts. Yes, I know who you're talking about. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. So like that guy, but then like the guy from Porno for Pyros. What's his name?
Oh, Perry Farrell.
The lead dude. Yeah, Perry Farrell.
I love Perry Farrell.
So
Sexy
Perry
bitch.
Farrell, he lived around the area too, so you'd see him all the time for like 2 years. You'd see him and be on like a first name basis with like Perry Farrell in this like one little bar, and
Were
you'd like
you
hang
ever
out with
afraid
people.
that if you sneezed too hard, he would just blow away?
No, not really. No. Hold on. But
Because
like I got to like play.
without knowing him and just seeing the pictures, he looks very, very, very waif. Like,
Dude, downtown LA was really cool for like a while, like the Wild West of like trying to like revitalize the shit. Like, I got to play with the Gap Band. You guys know the Gap Band?
yeah, they're a big funk band, right?
You dropped the bomb on me.
Yes,
You
they're like
dropped
one of the
bomb
biggest
on me.
ones.
So like they,
You got
the bass player,
bomb on me, baby.
the bass player lived in the neighborhood. He went to the dive bar that opened up across the street from the main place that everyone used to go to, and he was there all the time. And like our rock band was like the house band there, and we played
Guys,
it
that
like
shit
every
was so
Sunday
fucking
or
tasty.
Monday or whatever. And he was just like, "Hey man, we
kinda
need a
do
drummer for
too.
like this short
Funk
little
is
tour if
where
you want
it's
to
at.
do it." And I was like,
George
"Who are
Clinton?
you?" And he's like, "The Gap
That's what
Band."
my
And I was
mom
like, "Gap Band."
grew me up on.
Gap
She listened to a lot of
And he
George
just starts
Clinton and the Commodores, and then she did listen to a lot of Southern Fried
And I was
Funk.
like,
She
"Oh
liked,
shit!" Like.
she liked Otis Redding a lot.
Off the top of my head, I think
Stax
his name is
Records.
Isaac.
You know, all that
Isaac
kind
from
of
the Gap
shit,
Band.
you know.
Bass.
I love that shit.
Let's look him up. I don't know. But like downtown was fucking cool.
Creedence
You're like, oh, there's
Clearwater
Perry
Revival
Farrell.
shit.
There's, I'm pretty
you
sure
know.
Isaac from the Gap Band.
Even
Et cetera, et cetera.
like
And then
white
you'd have,
musicians, she like had some funk in them.
You're like, why do I know that guy? Oh, that's the lead guy from like The Notebook. And
Is that right in that
oh, his
one
date
on the
is
bass?
also the
That's
lead,
what it is. That's what makes it
female
funky.
role,
Even Pink
like
Floyd. That's
from
why I
the
love Pink
Notebook,
Floyd.
Rachel
Like,
McAdams.
listen to the bass
I was
line.
like, do we still call it female for acting?
It's-
Like, what
it's
is
a
it?
funk
Do we say
bass
woman
line.
or female at the Oscars? I don't know. I was trying to be accurate, but I don't watch the Oscars. Are you still singing the Gap Band? That's great.
No, I'm actually singing some Pink Floyd The Wall. You know, I was elucidating as how like funk bass is forever. Like basically like Pink Floyd is like their bass lines, if you listen to most of them, are very funk influenced. Even before funk was straight funk. Like there's a lot of like thickness in the bass.
Yeah.
And it might just because Roger Waters was a little bit of an egotist, but I'm okay with that because he made great music.
My buddy
A lot of
toured
those
with Roger
guys were,
Waters.
A lot of those guys were in the 80s were bass heads. But
It gets weight. It gets weight. It plays. Dad jokes.
But yeah, back to homelessness and you know. No, I'm just kidding. Like we're all over. I'm scatterbrained right now. I'm just.
It doesn't matter. That's
Like,
the point. It's whiskey hour, guys. It's Friday night. We don't have to it doesn't have to curb into a solution for any major world problem. We're just
I really
bullshitting
hope
with each
that-
other. And that's good.
Really hope that the solutions for things like capitalism and systemic racism aren't decided by us in the Twitch stream. Let me just say that.
No, we
True,
should all be sitting around in a bar together, running up a $17,000 bar tab. Back in the days when that would have been equivalent to like 5 states
no,
entire
you can't
GDP.
remultiply it. I think he already multiplied it to $17,000. So it was like, it's basically like, you know, when like Michael Jordan's like took the team out and like dropped all the the cash, and you hear about like the man, he spent like 50 grand on that dinner after they won the game, like, you know, that kind of thing.
No, it seems like it was a substantially greater party than that. How much did they not get billed for? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what they got billed for, you know?
Right,
Who the fuck got fucked up and fell over the bar and broke some shit and like had to pull some money out of their or tradings out of their whatever the fuck they have, draws or whatever, and pay somebody off not to lose their shit on them, you know?
How funny would that be? Like, okay, so like, you know how like when like they always say like the president, like when he leaves office, or the vice president, like they never have to buy another drink the rest of their life, because even if people disagree with him, they'll say like, Mr. President, this one's on me. Like, people are just like, I bought a beer for for Dick Cheney or something like that. You know some people in New Orleans, you know, after the hurricane say, fuck you, Mr. Cheney, in a very polite way, which was great.
Veldrain is 1178. Thanks
Fuck
for
you,
the follow. Sorry.
But most people are like, you know, like, hey, I'm going to buy the president a drink, you know? Imagine, like, the founding fathers, like, did they get to take advantage of that when they weren't, like, known as, like, the Rat Pack founding fathers? They were just, like, dudes at the bar. You're like, yeah, that's, like, it's like seeing, like, today's, like, oh, fuck, that's, like, Ted. Founding fathers got people buying them drinks, or were they just, like, F that guy?
Well, that's how lobbying occurred. It occurred around the bar, right? So I'm sure that there were drinks involved. I'm sure that there were like substantial bar tabs exchanged, you know, where they were like, hey, bro, like, I got your bar tab for like, I don't know, 6 years, you know, because that's the current currency. Because that's the current currency, right? Like, I mean, what the fuck else did anybody do? Own a hemp farm, you know, cotton farm, you know, maybe some shit like that, you know. But back then, like, I mean, these people were fucking wealthy compared to our day's standards. Like, even if we look at these guys are like Bezos motherfuckers, but they're sitting in your local bar. You know what I'm saying? Like the same caliber of rich. They're just more accessible. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so all they're doing is running up bar tabs. They don't give a fuck. You know, they're probably pissing on bar maidens and throwing money at them, and money that never got accounted for, you know, in that $17,000. That's what I'm saying. Like, and I think that's indicative of our political society and why there are so many issues with it.
Yo, I gotta get going. It's late.
Take care. Farewell. We're happy to have had you.
Soon. Hell yeah.
Mark, you rock.
It was good to come. Hell yeah, dude. I'll
Good
see y'all
stuff.
soon.
Tay Jewel next time.
Yeah, we want to get Tay Jewel on next time too, because I think you guys are both awesome together. I love listening to you guys back and forth.
We did our first podcast actually before she left on our on this she does dog sitting on this trip, so she'll be back in like 6 days or so. I want to both come in for sure at some point.
Hell yeah, I'd love to have that. That'd be great as hell. Like, and we'll just wrap it out. I really am interested in your knowledge, man. Like, you drop some historical science, and so does E. Like, you guys, you know, I'm very much in the here and now, and I can talk to you about that shit all day. You guys got some
history is just
deep,
so large.
deep like understanding that you know. I think even my viewers who are in kind of the same boat as me, because we're kind of people that are laymen, you know, we're trying to understand this shit, right? Kind of like I was telling somebody else like a while back, like a long time ago, I worked on the Bernie Sanders campaign, right? The first time I ever worked, 2016. I said,
I worked on that one too. Yeah.
I wanted to do a podcast like called "How Do You Even Activate, Bro?" Because I don't think people understand even how to activate outside of the internet sphere. I don't think they really like grasp it, you know. And I wanted to show people who maybe are a little bit more scared and nervous and have anxiety getting out in front of people, like, it's okay, man. Like together we can do this, you know, like collectively. And I'm going to show you how, you know, and give people a guide to it. But I just could never get like quite the money together or whatever to make it happen. But that was my aim. That was truly my aim for quite a while.
Yeah, no, I feel you. And that's the thing is, like, you know, places like this are drawing boards for ideas like that. And you know, it might just be like what do you call that? A fucking primordial ooze rather than a drawing board sometimes in like a cocktail hour type of setting.
But if we have like-minded people, we can have those conversations and find some consensus so that we can drive that somewhere. You know what I mean? And maybe this turns into something more, you know, and that's a good thing. That's what we want.
Yeah. Absolutely. We have to recognize things for what they are. History is, for example, a large non-corporeal thing. And there are a lot of lanes in history, and mine is pretty much primarily military politics and geopolitics, and I learn things based around that. And for example, like what do you call it? Noam Chomsky learned a lot about the way the world works because he learned about linguistics.
I was gonna say that, and master of linguistics.
Yeah, and what's his name? Stephen Hawking learned a lot about the way the world works because he learned about physics and astrophysics. And there's like engaging in good faith is the powerful thing here. And you don't necessarily have to have people of like minds. You just gotta listen to people and trust that they feel like they know what they're talking about.
Ooh. I've got Valdrain 1178 dropping some hot takes. They're saying you find corruption in the government and bring it to the media, you will get some infamy. You will get some attention for a bit. Find corruption that leads to the actual people in charge, you'll vanish without a trace.
Yeah.
Tay. All right.
I think
Tay-Tay's talking right now too. What she says is makes her think of Cornel West's concept of weapons of mass distraction, and I agree with that.
Yeah, totally.
You know, I'm going to tell you straight first and foremost, and I'm not going to lie about it. Straight and I was deep in the conspiracy.
That sounds like a lie's coming up, but I'm just going off the. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm going to lie to you about everything from here on out. Everything else is a lie. No, I was a big time into conspiracy theories. Read a bunch of Jim Marrs, Jordan Maxwell, William Cooper was somebody I actually went on his show. My whole ass band went on William Cooper's show. Like I was in the thick of like the alien question and all this shit. But you know what was different about what they were doing back then compared to now? Is they weren't racist. They weren't racist. Like, it wasn't racist.
There's
like, Alex Jones is racist. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it. Alex Jones is fucking racist.
Yeah. No, you got me to stick around by bringing this up. So there's a lot of industries that are like that too. We can look at gun culture.
He was trying to get out, and you just pulled him back in.
No, you're good. We can look at gun culture in the United States, pre 9/11 to post 9/11. And how it went to like fucking SWAT gear and shit like that, and started being like the NRA started being really fucking polarizing and shit like that. Which
because the NRA was actually in opposition to the Black Panther Party having guns, and
they were, like I said, they were before.
National Black Rifle Association, I think is what it was called.
Right. Yeah, they were racist and like polarized before, but then they started talking about it. And then what do you call it? Like you know, it's not just that. It's fucking game culture, like video game culture. Fucking massive shifts happened there, dude. When we started to have like game consoles getting on the internet, like fucking lot of racism started seeping into gaming culture, dude. Like fucking what do you call it?
It's an easy filter. And the thing is it seeps into young minds instead of the older ones, and that's the scary part. That's the part that's the most troubling.
It seeps into lonely minds.
Yeah.
People that want people want a family. People want to belong to something, dude. They want to.
Hey, go ahead.
Real quick, book recommendation based off what you guys literally just said. The book came out a month ago. I tried starting it like a week ago, and I just got like done like a chapter last night. You know,
send
2 kids
a link.
and all this
I'm gonna
shit.
tell you, send a fucking link because there's no way I'm remembering that shit tonight.
I will send a link. It's called The Second by Carol Anderson, and it literally she's talking about how the Second Amendment has been used throughout America's history to suppress black people. Like she's a noted historian.
I will absolutely read that shit. Hell yes.
So Carol Anderson, the second, like spelled out like the SECOND, the second, and it's literally about how we have used both policy-wise and rhetorically to like scare the masses, et cetera, like all the angles of how we've used the Second Amendment to keep suppressing black people in this country. Yeah, it's really fucking good. Like I need to like. It's not the longest of books. Like I have no excuse for like other than like I'm tired all the time and I have kids. But I literally could have just been reading it today. But I had fun talking with you guys. I'm gonna keep talking if you want to keep talking.
Yeah, dude.
No, you keep talking. I'm not going anywhere. Shit, man. Like
Cool.
I like this is my weekend. I'm up. My daughter's still up watching Minecraft videos. Like seriously, she's up watching
that's right.
Minecraft videos.
She's 11. She's 11.
Yeah, and you know what she does?
To.
She does what's that called? There's these little weird anime things. Gotcha Club. She's all into Gotcha Club. So she makes all these little gotcha like scenes, and she's actually pretty good. Like she's like, "Can I be a streamer, Dad?" I was like, "Well, yeah, do something.
Yeah.
I don't care, you know."
Yeah.
I was like, I talk about politics. What do you want? I was like, what do you want to do? And she's like, I want to show people how I do art because she paints and she's actually really good. She's never had
That'd be
any
awesome
training.
if you said no and she was like, just for thee and not for me, Dad. I'd be like,
You just fucking story, dude.
Oh no, you don't understand. See, like she is her hero. Her fucking favorite person in the world is Nina Turner. So if you think I've got any standing anywhere,
Oh wow.
like hell no. Like
Oh wow. Yeah.
she loves Nina Turner.
hello,
She's,
Somebody. Hello, somebody.
yes, she is hello somebody. My daughter is for that shit 100. Like, and it's like, yeah, you know. So I understand
Fuck yeah.
myself as a male in a female's world, you know. And
Right.
she is of many different cultures. She's Asian, Hispanic, and whatever the fuck I am. Poor kid.
So she's Filipino.
Yeah, essentially.
Okay, just checking. My wife is Filipino.
She's actually her mom is Chinese, and there's actually a tribe in Mexico they traced it to. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, she's like 100% Chinese. Some variant, and there's a lot, so I don't want to like pigeonhole. Believe me, I don't want to get that wrong. And then like 100% this specific tribe in Mexico. And that's what the crazy part is. They trace it to a specific tribe, and they know like the whole lineage and shit. Like it's deep. But we don't talk to her very often because there were things that happened. I have bad back issues because of things that happened. We'll just put it at that.
Damn. All right.
Stay out of the way of cars. Just
God damn, dude.
Some advice.
Jesus.
Yeah, what do you call it?
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a thing. It's a thing that exists.
That's why I always say domestic violence is bad on both sides of the coin because I've experienced it. And you know, I've also seen men be horribly domestically violent in my presence, i.e., like family and shit like that. And so I totally see. I never want to both sides it, but I always understand that there are men that have been, you know, have been victims of domestic violence as well. It goes both ways, you know, and we need to recognize that. It's important to understand both sides of that.
Yeah. Yeah, my partner got hit by a car. She was in a coma for a little while.
So fuck your world up, man.
Yeah. It's intense, dude.
Like, was that like full speed, like neighborhood? Like that shit's like crazy.
She went flying and got hit her head. She got knocked. She was in a coma for 2 weeks or a week. How long was it, babe? But yeah, it was a while. She had to like learn how to do a bunch of shit again and lost her
40 miles an hour. Holy fuck. No, that's fucked up, dude. Sorry.
Pickup truck by a Ford F-150. So it was tough. But I wasn't there. You know, I didn't know her then. But like 1 week coma, hospitalized a month. Yeah. Like yeah. So it's like that's a lot. It's like like you said, it'll fuck your whole world up. You know.
It does, and you don't think it. It comes at you quick. It like you know, I fortunately was not knocked out for a week or in a coma for a week. You know, hospitalized for a month. I did break my ankle. I didn't have health insurance. Okay, and so when my ankle broke, I tried to get on public assistance, and I was caring for my daughter because obviously the person I was with at the time was incapable of doing that because they were too busy trying to run people over. I couldn't get health care. You know, like I tried, and they're just like, well, you make too much money and this and that, and I'm like, but I'm like, dude, my fucking leg is poking out the side of my leg. What are you fucking talking about? You know, they put me in an air cast and sent me home. Like, what do you want me to do? You know, and
no, they do that dumb shit when you don't have healthcare, dude. You'll go to the hospital with like a gaping hole from a fucking staph infection from a spider bite or some shit. They'll fucking give you some fucking a prescription for ibuprofen.
Yeah, how am I going to pay for that prescription, motherfucker? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, you know.
You walk in there homeless, be like, yo, I just crawled out of my tent. Can I get some wipes, dude? I smell bad. They're like, we ain't got none. I'm like, dude, it's fucking cold in the United States, dude.
We got problems, man. Like, that's the system of disempathy, you know? That's a system of disempathy that we live in.
Yeah. Oh, we don't want to keep bringing it back to fascism, but that's Jason Stanley's last step of his 10 steps to fascism. It's the basically like the pull yourself up by your bootstraps. It's like working.
You'll get there, kid. You just keep on working.
I don't speak German, but it's the thing that they had above the signs at the camp, the internment camps.
I know what you're talking about.
Like it's like hard work sets you free in German, whatever that is.
Yeah.
That phrase is the last chapter of Jason Stanley's book in Fascism, and it's literally like the parts, and it's I mean, it's so true. Like if you listen to anyone on the right now, it's all about like, you know, we have to defund the government social safety network programs, and it's all about just like you just working hard, you know, pitching into the economy, working hard, you know, giving yourself to the economy for, if they could, garbage libertarian level, like, you know, if I could pay my dishwashers $1 an hour, I would. Like those people, like, you know, who I've worked for, who have said things like that, where I'm like, Jesus Christ, and they're like, hey man, if I pay $1, it's like someone will take the job, and I'm just like, well, good thing that you're not in charge. But like, that whole idea of like pulling yourselves up by the bootstraps is a way to basically defund, like, and cause reasons for you to have to spend more of your life working for the man, making less money, and making you feel somehow good about it. You're being tricked into thinking that you are a stronger person, and like, I'm doing the thing. I'm going to work every day and working hard, and that's the thing. So like they've literally like did that little the I got to come up with a term for it. It's like the fascism twist, you know?
Man,
it's
I've done that. Yeah, wage slavery. I've done that for 18 years.
Pop
straight,
into the Discord. Let's talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I
Pop
got
in,
nothing to show
Vildrain.
for it. I basically live in a shelter. It sucks.
Here.
I want a kitchen.
No, exactly. Like that kind of thing where it's like everyone's like, yeah, you just work hard, and then you just work hard, and you just got to keep working hard, and like like the all these things that could help you. You know, like
I got a combat infantryman's badge and an honorable discharge. Look where I'm at. That shit ain't nothing, dude. That shit ain't nothing, dude. It's all fucking rhetoric, dude. I hate it. It burns me whenever I hear shit like that.
yeah, my high school best friend was like, I'm gonna do like 6 years. I'm gonna get this and this and paid for. I'm gonna get college and do this, and he's still in there because he's like, if I leave, there's like I get absolutely like dog shit. So he's like, I think he's like a 22-year vet now, and he's just like, I'm a company man. This is what I'm doing because like if you leave, you don't really get all the things they make it sound like you're gonna get. So he's like, I didn't want to start over from square one, like in the job world, you know?
Right. Man.
Hey, I gotta give a shout out to.
I gotta give a shout out to
Veldrain 1178.
We're gonna like make your life shittier, but we're gonna make it sound like you are the good patriot.
Hold on, guys.
You know?
I'm gonna make you guys hear this too. I'm giving a shout out to Veldrain 1178.
I'm reading it too.
Homie's like on their work break, and they're listening to us, and they would totally hop in with us, but they're on their work break listening to us, dude. Like, so obviously we're saying something that means something to somebody, and that means a shit ton to me. I can't tell you how much that means to me, and I appreciate that so fucking much. Like, continue.
He's the CEO of HBO, and he's trying to like learn our rhetoric so he can crush the man with our own. Like, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just like,
Right. That's what's happening.
Goddamn Weinsteins. The fucking Weinsteins. I need to roll this joint because I keep putting my hand in the weed.
There you go. Yeah, it's a good idea. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab another jar.
Do it.
I feel bad. He's like, I gotta go, guys. And I'm so proud. We just
No, I'm
It's
like
like
that,
that-
motherfucker. Y'all
it's
got
that
me
it's
on
that
my
it's that
racism.
it's that
I'm from Alabama, and
Lethal Weapon.
shit, dude. No, I'm from
I-
Alabama and shit, dude.
I'm getting
Fucking
too old for this
thing.
shit.
I went to Iraq with fucking 200 fucking like Hicks, dude, like infantry Hicks, dude. I mean, a bunch of them were black too, but like bunch of Hicks too, dude. Fucking like some of them racist, not that many actually. We have a pretty squared away unit. Like when I actually first got in the National Guard, I was in the National Guard. When I first got in, like I got assigned to this racist ass unit, and I volunteered to go to Iraq to fucking be able to lead that unit and shit like that, and also amongst some other shit. But like, what do you call it? Like, when I got back to that unit, I thought maybe it would be different because there would be a bunch of like combat vets coming back, and
Not a difference, huh? They were the same cats, huh?
nah, I left. But I what do you call it? Like, there's still like segregated units in the army and shit like that because like there's still segregated cities in the United States, and we have National Guard and Reserve armories. So those places, assign dudes that are like close to where they live. So you got whole units that are just like basically all black, basically all white, and shit like that. And
So that's a good conversation to approach. Well, number one, I mean, what do you guys think about America even having a standing army, let alone having one that's as divergent as where there is a complete different cultural subsect within it that allows for racial division based on location? Like, is that a good thing? That sounds really, really, really horrible to me. I'm sorry. I don't think
it gets
How is that principled? You know, like I'm just failing to understand that.
That's pretty bad, but it gets way worse. But yeah, like no, we shouldn't have like a military like that. A defense force is fine. Anybody can have a defense force, especially when you got like giant capitalists and state capitalist hegemons and shit like that trying to run around and do shit like of course you kind of want a defense force. And as long as America and Russia are keeping 8,000 and 12,000 fucking nukes and shit like that, I'm not really going to care if North Korea has 35. So, you know, like, I'm not going to really care if Iran gets one. So that's that's the whole thing, you know, like, I really only care about the rumors of war and shit like that. I don't really care about defense forces or like movements.
Saber rattling and shit.
Yeah, I only give a shit when people are like, oh well, fucking like this is gonna cause a war with China, or this is gonna cause a war with Russia, or Russia's gonna do this, or China's gonna do that, or America's gonna do that, or fucking some shit like that. And people are like, buy my guns so you can get ready. Buy my tanks, buy my nuclear subs, Australia.
Yeah.
But you know, like that's my bread and butter basically in politics is military politics and wars and rumors of war and the racket that is war.
I was gonna say just when you were a couple words you dropped that you were saying just made me think like the you know the problem of like the ongoing endless wars in America. My mom is retired National Guard. 20 years, 30 years. Oh my God, I can't even remember. But like, I grew up with my mom in National Guard. I used to hang out with like in the bases. She wanted me to join the National Guard or Army, doing music, et cetera, et cetera. And some of the people in her, you know, small little area in Vermont, they actually had to go over to. You were like, yeah, I was over in Iraq, and I was like, oh, my mom was almost. She was like the last one. Like she was like one of the last ones. Like if they called any more people over from her unit, like she was going, and she just barely didn't go. What was that? 89 during the Gulf War in Iraq. So when you were like Iraq, it was like same location, completely different war, different circumstances, but the same kind of like same shit, different day, different war, but like the ongoing, you know, machinations of like the same shit. You know what I mean?
That was a whole different animal. Nobody really stopped and talked to the locals in Desert Storm, in Desert Shield. We stopped and hung out with the Kuwaitis and the Saudis, but we didn't stop and hang out with the Iraqis in Desert Storm. We got in there and got out. We got out as soon as Saddam Hussein put them hands up. But what do you call it? Like there's a marked difference between like an occupation and a liberation.
Right, like we were helping like Kuwait and stuff. I was just like, just like a couple words back to back. I was just like, oh, like National Guard, Iraq. I was like, yeah, like a couple of the same things, like probably based on what I'm guessing your age is, like 30 years, 20 years apart.
33, yeah. I think what do you call it, like joint operations between regional actors, especially like we saw Iran, you know, with General Soleimani doing counterterrorism in Iraq. Those things are great and should continue happening. Like I think the United States supporting the Northern Alliance in 2001 with special operations to defeat the Taliban was great. I think special operations could have been used in the same way in Iraq. With a lot of heavy fire support, but we could have really steered away from fucking with those tanks, dude. We could have just starved them out, and that was the plan for a long time. But politically, Norman Schwarzkopf fucking surrounding Iraq with Saudi Arabia with those tanks just like supercharged that alliance between the Gulf Cooperation Council and the United States and NATO.
Dude, Schwarzkopf, just pulling the names out of. Fuck yeah.
I just saw his face like as a nightmare in my visions.
Yeah, he surrounded Iraq with Saudi Arabia and just did a fucking blitzkrieg, right, to fucking right back, and that did it. And he knew the range of his tanks. All his commanders knew the range of his tanks, the range of the enemy tanks, and the effectiveness of the guns. From at the time, the new Abrams tanks being able to shoot more effectively when the gimbal was gimbling on the tank when it was moving at a certain speed versus when it was stopped. So like there's just a lot of factors like went into to making things like that war politically motivated as well. But like still markedly different than like an occupation, markedly different than like
it's called bread and circus. I'm sorry, somebody in chat was talking about how if you give a slave some entertainment, small breaks from work with food and a roof over their head, and they free. I don't know if I get what they're saying. Basically, like, it's the bread and circus. This goes back to ancient Rome. This is something that's typical.
yeah. No, but like if we went to Iraq fucking 2003 to go help out the Kurds with special operations and shit like that, or we went to fucking Syria to help out people in Rojava before it went fucking you know, like before it went into to what it is now. We were helping you know, just like all these different folks with special operations. That would be way different, man. It would be way different than drones and shit like that. It would have different kinds of blowback. It would cost less. It would be something the CIA could really sink their teeth into. I don't know why they're not fucking pushing for something like that. But you know, like instead we spend all the money on these F-22 and F-35 projects and the drone projects. These military commanders want to be able to, you know, like
they're lovely propaganda projects to show our might. Let's be real about it.
These military commanders, they want to be able to use their big toys in the field and get them in the future and get the budget to be able to use it in the future and everything like that. So they're like, yeah, no, wars and rumors of wars. We might fight China. And then Mark Milley comes out and he's like, yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. People are like, fire Mark Milley.
Because he was sane for like 5 fucking minutes. Please, I will give him the 5 minutes of fucking credit he deserves. I don't know about how much else credit I'll give him, but I will give him the 5 minutes of not allowing us to get into a nuclear fucking conflict with China, and also not ending up in a January 6th insurrection situation where the fucking military turned on us because he straight up told Nancy Pelosi he thought Trump was insane.
We talked about this yesterday, didn't we? Didn't we talk about this? I feel like Mark brought up like we're not getting a nuclear war with China for reasons. Didn't we talk about that yesterday?
I probably mentioned it.
We'll never get in a war with them anyways. They're an economic partner. They're such a huge economic partner. Why would we do that? Why would we sacrifice our workforce?
You know,
Why
you also have
sacrifice all these people that fucking they sell stuff to?
Based.
Also, the people in power enjoying their power. Like, why assured like annihilation if you're you know, doing a nice little comfy leading, you know.
You can just play a dance you can play a dance of controlled opposition all day, you know, and play both sides of the coin, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Come on. Yeah. The moneyed interests play us like fucking puppets, and you see it play out in cultural politics. You know, truthfully, all these people are fucking sadists. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit what the fuck we do, but they'll stoke the flames of that shit just to create divides so that they can continue doing whatever the fuck they do, which is just about making more money and insulating themselves into a position of power, you know. But I
haven't heard that term, the bread and circus, that you were talking about earlier. Would I be right in considering the bread and circus is what I've been thinking for a long time with, as we are pulling away social safety programs, like safety net programs, et cetera, trying to get people down to as little wage that we can pay them as possible. I have felt that society has been like trying to like Netflix and chill is like the thing that is that like the bread and circus kind of thing? Like
the bread and circus.
I can't afford a lot of money, but like as long as I have like my Netflix streaming and I've got like my HBO Max and everything, I don't care that I like work myself to the bone for 20 years. I get to go home and watch, you know, Game of Thrones again, and I guess this is a happy life.
Yes. That kind of, you're hitting the nail on the head, and that's what it comes down to. The Romans were trying to get to a place essentially where they were where the power struggle between the poor and the rich would subside, and the easiest way to do that was to make sure that they conducted all their legislative sessions during times in which they would have like gladiator battles and shit, right?
Right.
So they'd have these grand like festivities, right? And they'd throw out bread. That's why they call it the bread and circus, right?
Right.
And
Okay.
and then behind the scenes, they'd all be meeting at the point where nobody could listen, and decisions that should be made amongst the populace, that could have been made amongst the populace, were not, because those people, the representatives that even in that time would have represented like small subsects, were not present because they were too busy dealing with the shock and awe of the gladiatorial event. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's where the term bread and circus comes from. Yeah.
I was just making sure that I was on the same page. That's what I thought. Like, that's one of the reasons why, like, God, I'm just gonna be a fucking broken record. But like, someone was asking me like, oh, you think Trump's fascist? Blah blah blah. Like, oh, you think it's like he brought fascism to America? And I was like, oh no. I was like,
fascism's been here, baby. Fascism's been here.
We inspired them with Jim Crow, but I was like, I really think that Ronald Reagan was the one who really started implementing what late 19th century leading up to fascist and actual fascist regimes that actually got to carry out through to fruition, in different parts of the world and early and up to, all over, all of the 20th century. But like Ronald Reagan, I guess his bread and circus would be, Mark, you might be a little too young if you didn't like specifically do this, because it's hard to find information on this, but like Ronald Reagan did this whole thing where he wanted a NASA space flight once a month during his entire presidency. It didn't end up happening his entire presidency.
God,
but he
could I
literally
just
had this
please
thing where,
set
like,
up a debate with you, intelligence? Can I just...
Not only that, Ronald Reagan had a lot of space-related things happening because he was in the middle of the Cold War space race, Soviet Union, etc.
Hold on, can I just?
Absolutely. But
can
that's
I
like
just please?
Under the, go ahead, Jay.
Please, I just want to set up a debate with you two against Fabian Liberty and just destroy those ANCAPs for a second. That would be a dream come true. Like, I would just love to see it because.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I mean, like, I'll try, but like I said, I'm the military politics guy, so I'll argue with the wars and rumors of war guy the best.
Oh, Superpowers Broadcasting.
Is that who that is?
Superpower, the guy that wants to nuke everybody.
Is that who that is? Okay. No, I made up a word. I was like, I'll argue with anybody that's about shit like that.
He's the bad guy teacher in every 80s high school movie.
Oh yeah,
okay,
yeah. He's got the Pixar lamps pointing in both directions at him.
Is he famous? How do I debate him?
He's trying to be.
Oh, you could just go on Prime's panel. He's on there all the time. Wait for him to talk about blowing up people with nukes. Like, as soon as somebody talks about blowing somebody up with nukes, he's on there, baby. Because he wants to nuke the fucking world.
Oh, okay.
What was hilarious was when they were talking about nukes, and he was in chat going, "Nobody here understands nukes. I've studied it my whole life, and I'm the blah blah blah." And I was like, "Oh, who is this person?" Like, I didn't see his face or anything. He's just in chat.
Who the fuck is this person that studied nukes their whole life and wants to nuke people?
He's like, I've been studying this the whole time and blah blah blah. And I was like, oh, I'd be interested to hear what this guy who's very aggressively telling everyone in chat that like everyone in the room is fucking stupid. And I was like, I mean, there weren't any great takes where you're like, yeah, like these are all fucking cool. Like, everyone's really knowledgeable. Everyone's just kind of like started like memeing. I think Cap actually started memeing about movies.
My eyes are turning yellow, dude. I got a piece of bad.
Do it. Don't
remember that? Did you see that, Jace? Like,
I was in there, man. Didn't you see me yelling at him? I was going the fuck off. I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about? You're just gonna nuke a bunch of people." He's like, it's just a concert. Like, it's gonna be in this little area, and I'm like, how long is that gonna affect that area and the people around there, and how big is that radius? Oh, but it's in the interest of the world, and I'm like. But you want the Americans to do this? Yeah. And you're Canadian.
Dude, I was just in chat memeing the movie shit. Like, I was dropping like Steven Seagal like fucking themes because Cat Brat, what did he bring up? The Sum of All Fears. He was like, basically, I'm just telling you the plot of Sum of All Fears.
Yes. Yes, no, that's. I remember that shit. He even said it while he was in the debate. And I was like, oh yes, thank you.
So I was telling Cap, I was like, oh, one of the things we could do is have like an actual debate where we have to use nothing but like movie plot points. Doesn't matter who made the movie, if it's accurate or not, but like you have to debate based on movie plot points and be like, hey, I mean, as we all know in the Sum of All Fears, and use the movies as if they're historical documents. I think that would be like really fun to see if we could do something with that.
If we could do it with Metal Gear, I'm down.
I'm gonna have to brush up on it, but sure.
I like Lego lore. Can we just do Lego lore? I'm simple.
EVE Online, fucking Metal Gear. I don't know. What other?
Go, let's do it. I was just like, I can't even like listen to this dumb like John Bolton times 10 guy because he's just like, the guy in chat saying he's the smartest person on the thing was literally just like, I'd like to take this opportunity to like beyond Warhawk Fearmonger. Thank you so much for letting me on here. I was like, oh, it's that guy. Like, hey,
please allow me to lick the boots of the military-industrial complex right now.
I usually will like to argue with these people and let them know, show. Sometimes one of the tactics I'll use is I'll argue with folks like that and let show them that I know what I'm talking about. Use diplomatic or strategic rhetoric or rhetoric from international relations. And then I'll hand them an argument that's a complete fabrication. Like I'll make up a war between two fake actors and shit
like General
that.
Alden.
Yeah, just some
General Alden's war.
shit.
Do you remember General Alden's war? That was a.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Alden's number.
Yeah, they've turned it into all sorts of shit. It started with Alden's number, and now it's Alden's war, and now it's General Alden, and yeah. But yeah.
But yeah, I'll make up some like complete fake shit basically, right? And I'll see how they engage with it or whatever. And if it's not like what are you talking about? Can you explain more? And then like looking it up basically, like looking in the screen, looking it up and shit like that. And it's just like, yeah, then the fucking aggressive side should be more aggressive, or the fucking state should crack down. Yeah, no, I've heard about that. Blah 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 blah. I've pigeonholed so many fucking.
You're like, you didn't read shit, motherfucker. Shut the fuck up.
Can I
go ahead.
Can I admit something from yesterday?
Yeah.
I didn't know you, Marcavius, so I kind of did that with you yesterday when I was talking about Mussolini. I was like, well, let's see if he has any like about Mussolini. So I was like, the thing that I said, I believe like at the end result, like kind of what I was saying, but I was being hyperbolic about like Mussolini's like goals and reach. And then when you said, I was like, all right, he knows what he's talking about. Cool.
No,
like,
yeah, and I was kind of.
You know how many times I've had people be like talk about like
the...
fascism, and I'm like, fuck, this person doesn't know anything.
I was also kind of wrong. He didn't want the Holy Roman Empire. He wanted a new Roman Empire. He wanted the EUR. That was like specifically the what do you want? But that included a lot of land.
Like Absania and all that shit, and he's just
a lot of.
But I was just like even your response, I was like, okay, he's read some stuff. I don't have to like it's exhausting trying to talk about some of these things, especially like that. I keep going back to that panel on Prime's thing with Vosh and Destiny that kind of like went viral when they were just like, Vosh was saying historically stupid shit about the 2000 election and the fascism.
I'm going to jump around, guys.
Or George W. Bush. What's that?
You're good.
I'm just saying, I'm going to jump around on the videos. I'm going to just show everybody here and there. So don't. Yeah. Everybody's getting some attention. You're all getting.
So you're good. So he was like Vosh was historically like just inaccurate, and also like you were like, oh shit, he doesn't really.
Did that cut out for me or for everybody? Cut out.
it's just funny that like back to back, like we've gotten into like some like serious heavy stuff. So I was like you're like, you can bring back Ed, but as soon as we got into like, the atrocities of the medical situations due to like 19th century like southern slavery, I was like, I think I'm not confident yet enough that I can like pull off Ed with like heavy subjects. Although I think that at some point there would be a way to do it tastefully while being entertaining. But like tonight's not the night to test it out. I was like, I'm not there yet. So like, I was like, yep, nope, we're doing serious talk. And then like, Dr. K brought in serious talk. Everybody's been talking. Like I've actually loved the conversations though, because it's been this I only met Jason like a week ago, dude. No. Yeah, I've seen you on Prime panels, but I wasn't on the panels. I was just like literally like, hey, there's a new guy in sunglasses. Like, who dis? Like, what's he all about? And just kind of like, what's this guy? And I made it like you were like really small on my phone. Like I was like watching it on my phone while I'm doing my like daddy chores. And I was like, who's the guy who's kind of like Dan Le Batard over here, like with the sunglasses? Because Dan Le Batard used to wear sunglasses on ESPN like at like 7 a.m. on his show or some shit. So I was like, who's Dan Le Batard? And everyone was just like, oh no, he's pretty cool and blah blah blah. And then like Cap was like, he was like, oh no, dude, he's like, I got a couple people to do the thing when you get redeemed for that stream, et cetera, et cetera. And he's like, this guy and this guy. And it was funny because the night before, Valencia was like fighting me in chat, trying to like convince me that like GSU Gambit was based in every way. And I was like, are you memeing or do you like mean that? Like, so. It was a very weird, like I was like, because I didn't know Valencia at all. I'm like, this is the guy that's coming on the thing that we're gonna do with like the famous streamer guy that I somehow convinced through like almost like an online dating thing. Like I'm just gonna be as honest as possible. This is what I'm trying to do. And I wrote like a little like sad, sappy page, and he was like, that sounds fucking fun. I'm in. Like it was cool. And then it was like the guy who's like, rather than thought, GSU Gambit is fucking based. Like he is my spirit. Like he just kept going on, but they were agreeing in the debate. And I was just like, what is happening right now? Like, so that was, I was. Yeah,
I've agreed with Gambit before on some stuff, but like, yeah, when it comes to the core values, we stray. But he's like look at his lane, dude. He does like he's like a lead developer. It's like a back end. He does like back end development and stuff like that. And
yeah.
like I argued with him about like unpaid internships. He thinks unpaid internships are a good idea. You know what I mean? That's it. That's his lane. You gotta think where he's. You gotta think where he's coming from to really understand. You know what I mean? Like that's how you argue with.
Because he works in an industry that takes full advantage for
I know. But so that's what I'm saying is like you're the best kind of person to be able to go at Gambit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bullshit. That's what happens.
We'll set up like a 1v1 on the game show, man. 1v1. We'll just here you go. Ready? Here's the preview. Ready?
That's what happens with.
All right, everybody. Hey, we've got GSU Gambit versus Jason Society. Let's just go straight to the panel. Gentlemen, your industry. Fight. Yep. Totally based. Yep. Free interns are the way to go. I'm an empty screen. I'm an empty screen. All right, everybody, and that's it. There's the show. We solved the intern thing, and there we go. All right, have a good night. All right.
Points.
Dude, I
That's
got
gonna be the show.
I gotta make my Discord into an audio bus so I could soundboard stuff into it. I forgot how to do that.
Depending, I'm pretty bad if you have like lots of virtual cables and shit. Like, but like I understand the basics of how it works. So if you have
I have
like
a sound
specific,
card. I'm sure I could make something work. I run
yeah.
this
No,
on
I'm saying
sound card.
like if you use like that free program, what is it called? Voice Meter. There's a paid version that's better, but there's the free
Yeah, I know
version
that
that's
one.
almost just as good. Yeah. So if you use that, you literally just
I
like
think I might have it.
find out what your sources are. Oh, if you have it, like yeah, you could do soundboard tomorrow. I'll see. I'll see if I can send you some shit to like. Here's the
Dope, yeah.
basics. Boom. Yeah.
Yeah, because I can do it in TeamSpeak. I can't do it in Discord yet.
So the Discord with the voice meter. Here, let me see if I can actually. Here, give me 2 seconds here. I will change. Let's go to the. Is that how we're gonna do it? I think I can. I can change the game here to actually just be voice meter. Give me 1 sec. Oh.
Okay.
I might have to just. Yeah, catch up on your dabs real quick. Hold on.
Oh yeah, I'll be right back. I'm still here. I can hear you, by the way.
Okay.
Red Thought.
Oh, okay, cool. Let me see if I got this. I think I got it here. Bar window view, the room. Here it is. Something. Game. I'm just gonna change the window on it and just keep it the same here. Here we go. I don't think I have any passwords on here. Is it gonna give it to me? They're like, we don't do this as window. Voice meter is not a window. Okay, fuck it. All right, I'm just gonna share the screen then. Share screen. Here we go. Go live. I'm going live with voice meter. All right, everybody. Here we go.
Okay.
So this is like my audio setup. I've got the potato. I paid for the version here, and there's like all these like channels up here with like the that I don't ever touch. My first thing here is so you have like B1, B3. I don't know if you can see them on the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so like those B1,
The
B3.
buses.
So basically, you have to figure out like which input is and where it's going. So like if you make your first channel your microphone, which is a smart thing to do, you've got like your B1 and anything else that's coming through there. I think it's desktop. I think my first one's like some like B1. Hold on, let me see if it jumps up. Let me do like a soundboard thing and see what pops up. Okay, so I have B2 as my soundboard. So you have to use, depending on how complex you want. My shit's like super complex on a bad audio system, which is why I need to do all this entanglement. So I have B2. You check those off, and B2 is my Stream Deck soundboard. And if I didn't have that turned on, you might not hear me. Or if I turned off a specific one on a B2, people on Twitch won't hear it. So like you guys could hear me in Discord, but now I have to worry about having the correct like virtual cables to make sure that like it goes through the Discord into Twitch. It's really fucking annoying.
You goddamn right.
Yeah, and they look, I was just trying to do something different, and I'm doing it apparently on shitty audio. If I knew what I was buying at the time, I wouldn't have to do any of this. I wouldn't have to have the software. Like you just buy like one of those like badass like block audios where you just plug in a few things in the right place and you're good to go, and it just goes into the computer
No,
from there.
I'm gonna get a.
I'm always down for
I want to get
Ribbit.
because right now I only have.
Rib me. Give it to me.
No, bro, I got you. No, bro,
No, it's not audio software. It's the audio equipment.
I was thinking about doing this. No, listen. No, listen. Listen. It's kind of new, right? It's kind of new, right? It's like DJing. Think of DJing. So like, just get a fucking like a fucking Akai and fucking plug it into your. I'm gonna get a fucking Akai and just plug it into my sound card, dude.
Yep, I mean that's the easiest way. Or you could literally tonight just download the free. I think the free one's called Banana. So the paid one is
That's
Potato.
a lot of clicking
voice.
though, and I'm trying to like play games and do
Oh
politics.
no.
At the
So
same
my
time,
thing
you know
is
what I'm
like
saying?
weird because I have to have like 4 programs open in order to like run all this shit. So
Right.
like if you literally just want to do a soundboard, you literally just have the soundboard input, you find that, you plug it into your thing, and you just click, and you literally are just like, oh, that's going to be A1. Great. A1, make sure all your A1s are turned on for your outputs, and it plays. It's like super easy, but like my thing is so complicated that we had to like, I was like, virtual cables, what the fuck are those? Like, you know, as a drummer, I'm like, you use like cables, and he's like, these are virtual cables, and you need this one here across with this, and blah 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 blah. It was super complex, and I'm terrified to touch any of it.
No, that should no. It's it. No. If you know how to, no. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you have ever hooked up, no, listen, if you've ever hooked up a PA, if you've ever hooked up a PA to a mixer, you can hook up virtual cables. It's fucking easy.
But part of the problem is like,
Yeah, it's no, look, a virtual bus is the same thing as a studio bus, except it's in your computer. And you just
right,
have to
but check
remember
this out,
where
ready?
you gotta remember red goes to red and green goes to green. It's fucking simple, dude. Like, as soon as
So
you
check
start looking at
so
it, you're gonna be like, oh, that's just like a mixer.
so when I talk, my nose bounces up and down. My nose is bouncing when I talk. That's my mouth because I don't have a mouth, right? So we had to figure out, and it took a while to figure out how to have the soundboard.
That-
So that responded to me breathing on the mic there, but duck mouth? I'm a duck mouth, huh? No lip. No lip. Well,
It kind of looks like a nose that covers a mouth. Like
I could see that. I could see that.
like,
That would help
yeah,
my living,
like
like
Kilroy.
eating foods.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm all kinds of broken, guys. I can't even drink this delicious glass of whiskey. It's just that's as close as I can get. See, it won't get any closer, no matter. I just look at it, and that's about it. That's all I can do. So I just, one of these days, I will have a drink with you.
Yeah.
I'll be able to.
Right.
It's just, a lot of artists on Fiverr who were, some were good and some were terrible, and I had a few really great ones who got us here together, and now I've found my muse, and she is the best.
Right.
And that's you earned it. You earned it. But it takes a little bit. Like if I were to play something through a different button that's not part of the computer, it's going to run through my voice, and it's going to sound really weird and terrible, like it did the other day. And we had to figure out a different thing with the software provided, and where the program was like, you have to run through this, and we had to get another software to reroute a second time and a third time. So it just became like, that horrible crossed cables when you just see like 50 cables and you're like, oh god, I gotta. And this is my first computer in 20 years, so I don't know this shit. I'm learning it as I go.
I got you. I was actually at the. Oh.
You need to blow some smoke into the screen. Again, I would join you in that, but I can't reach the pipe either.
It's not dark enough in your room.
I don't see any flags in the background. I think you need a flag.
I got Funko Pops.
You gotta sound more affected.
Hold on a sec. Chase, I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna give you a Funko Pop. Well, I mean, it's not like genital warts. You'll get over it. It'll be fine. We are going to Vegas. It's happening. Let's see. Where's my Funko? Here you go. Look at that. Can we do that? Can we do that on a boat with Marcavius? You got me all thinking we should just get on a boat.
Okay.
Isn't Lake Tahoe on fire right now?
Yeah, we better do that quick, or well,
All right.
we should.
All right. No, it's fine. It's just a sniffle.
We should definitely bring our friends and family and actually get her done because Tahoe sounds dope. Maybe next year though. Right.
It's pretty base of you to look out for me as well. I like that. It's good. How many more Funkos do you need, baby? Look at this.
There you go.
Hang on a sec. Hold on. Where's my guy? Where's my guy?
Oh, that's not the scene I want. Where is he? Where is he? I haven't programmed all my buttons yet. There we go. That's my bobblehead. All money went to charity. Little date on the back, January 20th, 2021. It's actually a good weight bobblehead too. This thing weighs like, I don't know, a couple pounds. Like I don't need a gun. I don't need to exercise my Second Amendment right. I could bash the intruder's head in with my Bernie, with my heavy as fuck Bernie doll. It's got good weight.
I really would recommend against using anything but like a fucking shotgun or a pistol that you've trained with for a while against someone that's entering your house.
Well,
unless you run, you could also run and just
I
call
grew up with
whoever's
guns.
whoever's
I
the
grew up shooting
person-
guns.
No, I feel you, but whoever's monopolizing violence in your area, they're gonna argue with you about whether or not you had the right to kill the person because they
Right.
monopolize violence. So currently in the United States, that's usually the cops. Running and calling the cops in a lot of situations, especially if you're a protected class, that's gonna be your fucking best option. Look, even if you're a fucking anarchist, running and calling the cops, which is gonna be your legally safest option. However, in some states, you're very protected to just kind of shoot somebody or whatever. And if somebody's entering your house, you very, very much unfortunately have to assume that they're armed. So don't fucking approach them. You don't have to shoot them, but don't fucking approach them. You don't have to shoot everybody that's armed. You know what I mean? Just like that, but just like that, don't fucking approach them. You know what I mean? Don't fucking go looking for them. You know what I mean? Secure your family and get the fuck out of there. Like, because at that point, nobody has an advantageous position. Listen, the United States military stopped doing a lot of military operations in urban terrain. we started just fucking bombing shit again. You know why? Because it's fucking hard. It's hard to go like that and bust in a building and do that new Call of Duty shit like in that mission everybody's been reacting to, right?
But I've beaten every Call of Duty for the last
That
every
shit-
year. Come on.
That shit.
I'm basically a trained. I'm basically like Kurt Russell.
There's a guy that does. I don't agree with a lot of his shit, but there's a guy that teaches what's it called, Ronin Tactical or some shit like that. The ex Navy SEAL. He knows his shit really well, but there's some things I don't agree with. But one of the things he does at forearm placement. You ain't gotta do that all the time. Where you hold the rifle way far ahead gives you better control inside of buildings and shit like that, but it's not the best all the time. But what do you call it? You kind of want to have a diversity, so you don't get locked in one place. You just want to have a solid sight picture. But anyway, the whole thing is like when you're raiding a building, you have to do all kinds of mechanical things to get on the same level as your enemy. So like you gotta use drones and rappelling ropes and flashbangs and guys and armor and automatic weapons and fucking battering rams and shit like that to get to the same level as your enemy. Because
I was gonna say, and I'm probably not gonna be able to afford those things because I need to survive. I need to survive at least enough to acquire enough points to unlock that. Unless I can just buy it directly from the military, that would be great because it works like Call of Duty, right? It's the same.
Yeah. It's exactly like Call of Duty. If you can murder some of your neighbors and raid a National Guard armory, but that would be fucking terrible, and nobody should ever do that.
If I can kill 3 terrorists in a row before dying, I get like a new power, right?
Yes. Anyway,
perfect.
I got like 16 kill streaks in Iraq. It was great. But anyway,
you're dropping helicopter bombs and shit.
Oh, dude, I almost got the nuke, but you would have read about it, but you obviously didn't. Not even fucking. But top secret Delta Navy SEAL secret squirrel shit, bro. Nah, dude, I think there's no way to get a tactical advantage over your enemy in that situation that's guaranteed, because you never know what your enemy really has in that room, and you never know what's behind the other door and what's behind the other door, really, because all that can change in a matter of seconds. Somebody could walk into a different room. Somebody could show up at the house. Somebody could have been there that you didn't hear about. Your intelligence could have been wrong. All kinds of shit can fucking happen, dude. Like somebody could have been mistaken. They could have thought they saw 2 people, but it was 3. They could have thought they saw 3 people, but it was 2, and you hung out for too long and somebody snuck in the back. Like so many fucking things can happen, dude, and so many people got killed kicking in doors. So much so to the point where once we started fighting more strategically and tactically sound opponents, we noticed that a lot of our breach men were dying. A lot of our people that were like kicking in the door and the first people going in the door and shit like that were dying in situations that we thought we had trained for. We thought we had developed tactical and training procedures, TTPs for, sometimes triple TPs for. We started failing those situations. And I want to draw this allegory real quick before I wrap this up. This is a lot of the same shit is happening in United States politics right now, and with everybody and how they think and how they see their political rhetoric being effective. People are questioning not only what they're saying, but their very identity, because they identify with their political party, and that is that's ratcheted up to 10 to 11 in the United States. We're conservatives, we're anarchists, we're liberals. We don't vote for the Liberal Party. We don't vote for the the Labor Party or anything. Like, we are Democrats, we are Republicans, we are this, that, the other. That's a part of our identity. But and that's the thing. Like, kicking indoors, Door Kickers Inc. Like, that was a whole part of the post 9/11 military identity. And when we realized that was detrimental to people, and that was getting more people killed than it was worth, type of shit, like that gained us a lot of Pyrrhic victories. That fucked people up, dude. That drove a huge wrench into military strategy and operations. And then we stopped having our tunnel vision in the Middle East and in Persia, and we started looking outwards again, looking at Russia and China, and then we're like, oh, these folks have been studying asymmetric warfare for the past like 8 years. Oh, yeah, and
Well, I was gonna say, like, you had more of those people kicking in the doors, dying because the enemy was also playing Call of Duty, also learning what we were learning. It's
well, that's the thing is like, we all the major nations know what each other is up to, and know what each other's fucking technology is, and training and strategic procedures and all that. And if new ones are coming out, we know about it, except out of special operations. It's very hard
you would be super fun to talk to about that, like Russia, like what was it, like a year ago? They started like all these stories you'd see in like New York Times and stuff with like
Ukraine.
Russia claims to have like fast, like missiles and jets that can go faster than anything that our defenses can stop. Did you see any of that stuff?
They have one jet that can.
Well, they're claiming that their missiles now. They said that they can launch a missile. It's literally just like
they have better scramjet capabilities than we do. That's true.
They were like, we can.
The scramjet technology is. We stopped doing scramjet technology for the same reason we stopped doing railgun. Is because all the shit is fabulously too large and expensive and costly on energy to deploy it, and they're also really big fucking targets and really easy to hit. So it's like kind of not practical, but it's true. Like, those claims are true. Like the Su-57 or the PAC-50A project that got a lot of fame in video games, actually, in the Ace Combat series, Ace Combat 6.
Oh, sure, yeah. Well, they also like literally like back to back to back. They were just like slow playing this whole thing with like, we have jets that are faster than America's defense missiles. We have missiles that can literally like land on your desktop from across the world, and it can go like
the
faster than any defense. Blah blah blah.
It's not like for example, the Chinese standard infantry rifle is the QBZ and the Type families for infantry rifles are heavily underestimated. These guns are influenced by stoner rifles in the AK-100 and AK-12 series. So they have excellent balancing. They have their own custom bullets. It's like I think it's a 6.8 platform as well. So they're pretty fucking big, and they fly pretty far. And it's based on, again, the stone rifle and AK-100 platforms. So these are infantry standard rifles that are they're made to be cheap. They're made to be deployable, and they're based around it. They're not stolen. It's not like stolen patchwork technology that you'll see in some places that people have to do. They design these things from the fucking buttstock down to the tip of the bullet, like down to the primer. Like these things are beautiful weapons. And there's what do you call it, the infamous Russian nuclear torpedoes that only they have, you know what I mean? Like there's but this is kind of like Binkov Battlegrounds territory, you know what I mean? You seen that series?
Sure. Yeah.
So
yeah.
This is like when we look at military technology, strategy and tactics or history, and we negate diplomacy, politics, and what these administrations and states tend to do when they're different specific factions get power and people get power, then we're gonna make you know, like we're not gonna make good predictions. We're not gonna make accurate analyses. So if you look at like if you oh shit, I just shot in my video game. If you look at if you look at like an intelligence organization, right, and they go to fictional land, and they want to gather intelligence. They're going to use human intelligence, signals intelligence, communications intelligence. They're going to use all kinds of things, right? And then they're going to analyze it. They're going to use satellite intelligence. It's part of common, I think. Signals intelligence. They use all kinds of shit, right? And then they'll amalgamate it and send it to an intelligence analyst, and then those analysts will analyze that intelligence based on all these different factors, right? And usually you have commanders in those rooms or whatever that are specialized in whatever these specific folks are analyzing. You'll have people that are cultural analysts type of a thing. You'll have people that are looking at just the vehicles and the geography and shit like that, and weather, and then they'll amalgamate those things, and then you have like your overarching experts that kind of are authorized to know everything, and those are the people that are like, okay, this is what's happening, and they find out what they know they can say is happening, and what they can't really 100% say is happening. And they keep all the things that they can't 100% say is happening a secret, and they push the rest up to the office of the director of intelligence now. It used to be just to the president, and now it's the office of the director of intelligence and the president, depending on if the president is acting directly in this operation. That's post 9/11.
And that's all before lunch. That's just
yeah. No, and then what do you call it? These people work on this basis, and they call it actionable intelligence. Now, I want to think about that. Think about that term for a minute. Actionable intelligence, like shit that we can take action on because it's something that we know about, because it's something that we haven't made a lot of assumptions to make this analysis about. It's something that we can say, this is a sure thing, and we can go out and act on it. That standard for actionable intelligence is lowered when agencies are given free rein to act of their own accord, sua sponte, if you want to use the Ranger word or whatever, Latin word. But if they're given sua sponte, so that's where we get the Obama signing off on the drone strikes. That was a sign off on a massive campaign of operations of drone strikes against a lot of different targets and potential targets, and that led to a lot of like non-actionable intelligence being employed as actionable intelligence, and then a lot of operational failures, and that things like that. If we take lessons like that intelligence actors, not just in the United States, but like in history, like in some of the most decorated and famous intelligence actors come out of communist China in World War II. So like if we take lessons from people,
do you have a book on any of that? Like on that? That sounds super interesting, and I don't know anything about that. I would totally want to read that. Like anything on that subject?
If you just look up the war between Japan and China, and then the war between China and China in World War II.
Okay. I mean, I read some stuff on that. I thought maybe there was like a specific like area that you were like zooming in on. Like
you could see that in Shanghai, in Hong Kong, in Taipei or Taiwan. You could see that there was a I think there was a Portuguese port city in China and in India where they had a lot of spies. It was kind of like East Germany. except this was going on in World War II. They had Japanese spies there, they had German spies, not a lot of German spies, but they had Chinese spies there, they had communist Chinese spies there, and this was like shortly after the nationalists stomped out the warlords. But and when I say nationalists for everybody's chats, I'm talking about Taiwan, the Kuomintang. But that's like if we take these lessons for people that basically they have to consider how much weight their word carries. Like when the office of the director says our target is over here, they better be fucking right. You know what I mean? Like when if we just carry those ideas as a general guide for us, or it's just something like that. Just feeling like your words definitely are going to have weight, even if it's not your lane. Especially if it's not your lane, because if you don't know about it, you really got to. Then I feel like we're gonna be able to argue more cogently and fucking get our points across easier and everything like that. And
that sounds great. That sounds amazing. Can we get there?
Have an easier time on these debate. No, I mean just really on these debate panels. But
sure,
yeah, maybe not in general. I don't know if that'll help the world forever. Looking at spy games and shit. I'm sure that shit's very traumatic for a lot of people. But you know,
we're making it harder on ourselves. We're modeling. Jason's heard me say this at least 2 times. Like, for some reason, everyone like this, the online community seems to be modeling their debate tactics after 2 people whose debate tactics don't really lead to improving conversation. Like, it leads to winning the argument no matter what. Seems to be their tactics.
Talking about in Twitch politics and Bosch and Destiny right now? Is that what you?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So like, the idea to hammer home the definitions across the board, and literally like every debate they have, it's literally like 20 to sometimes an hour of just trying to get everyone agreed to definitions, and within those definitions they are like doing these like, you know, massive tugs of war to try to win like this much space to like get their definitions so that they can use a thing later, and it's literally the complete opposite of how like intellectuals used to carry debates. Now, like, that seems to be the most important thing, and then everything that follows is going to be them trying to expand their definition using rhetoric to win an argument rather than actually having the conversation with people. And that seems to be what other people are trying to strive for because they see success and they're like, that's what I got to do as well. And then you see the smaller people who are like doing the same kinds of things, and you just see a bad copy of a copy of this person. And then you go and like watch like a black and white video of like, I used James Baldwin as a reference the other day. If you watch like a James Baldwin debate, you're like, oh my God. He's amazing. You don't see him scrawling notes. He's sitting there. The camera would pan over to him, and he's sitting there taking in everything the guy is saying because he's actually listening and compartmentalizing like what he's going to say about the points, along with his, his positions. And it's like the debate. It's better. Maybe it's better content now today with like the back and forth, and we have small attention spans. But like those debates were like, I'm going to speak for I think the one that I'm thinking of was like 45 minutes, and they both like had like 20 minutes straight to like.
Did you see?
What's his last?
Yes, I've heard about this thing. But have you? I've heard about it, but I didn't watch it. Oh yeah. That's a lot of talking.
Okay, now that we're all together, here's a question I've always wanted to ask.
Did you see the Giannis,
when you two went
AWOL,
did you miss me? Oh,
No.
Giannis
Not
Varoufakis,
really.
the Greek
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
socialist.
Hey,
He did a debate.
did either of these two
for
talk about the handsome bloke they
yearly
trained with?
debate forum. I forget what it's called.
Well, they did mention this
with,
one
John Bolton.
arrogant, brutal asshole.
And there was.
Did you know that
I
guy
will.
too?
I will check that one out.
No, but he
Yeah, it
sounds
was
like
really
a top
good.
How many years ago?
It's
Just like
okay.
a couple-
I know you guys
one
miss
or
me.
two.
Okay.
But yeah, maybe last year I think for COVID actually.
Like after he left office. Like after he like. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and then what do you call it? It's older, but Foucault versus young Chomsky. Dude, oh my God, it's a
How long
classic.
ago was that one?
That's probably in the 70s. Foucault versus
Okay.
Chomsky, and then it was older Chomsky. It was like just post 2001. In fight with.
I'll have to check out older Chomsky. I got into Chomsky in like the late 90s, just as I was like leaving high school. I was just like, oh, this guy's cool. And then you would hear people like either be like, that Chomsky idiot, or they'd be like, Chomsky's fucking dope. And I was just like, okay, I'll check him out.
Yeah, Chomsky,
Beginning of internet,
yeah.
you know.
Chomsky versus Alan Dershowitz. He did a few against Alan Dershowitz. It's a really good one.
Here's the hold on a sec. Let me oh, here we go. We'll give Ed this one. We'll just oh, hold on. Bring him over. There you go. Hey guys, what's going on?
Noise.
If I can figure out real quick. There it is. Properties. I don't want Lightcord. I want YouTube. There it is. This is the one. It's a different kind of... Oh, what's going on? Oh, there's like a big intro. They do like this back, like...
A society...
They do this great... This is in England. Like, where are they at? In Cambridge University.
Yeah, I saw this one. This one's excellent. There's only like 3 parts. It's excellent.
Yeah, they... Oh, sorry, I didn't mean that.
He speaks once and his opponent speaks once.
Yeah, Buckley starts. Buckley starts, and then he just like goes in, and you're just like, there's a big following for Buckley. Who, God, what was the thing that Buckley started? Here's the question: is the American dream at the expense of the American Negro? That's the question. And Buckley, you know, I'm trying to remember what he started. He started like an organization that's still like. Has retained some power in the right, and I can't think of what he fucking did, but yeah, no, this thing was great, and I was really disappointed watching him. I was like, oh my god, like this crowd's like pro Buckley, but then when you hear like the cheering for Baldwin at the end, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, okay, like he just like it's so well done, and I was like, gosh, I wish I could come into a debate panel and see like this level of discourse just once.
Yeah.
But we have found the format that everybody uses, and everyone's trying to adhere to that format, and I want to change the format.
Buckley did one against Chomsky in Vietnam era.
Ooh.
Watch that one. It's also very good.
I'll look that up.
When I first started, I did Hearts of Iron, and I listened to older debates, and we did military politics and shit on stream. We dunked on like verbos and like people that like Nazis and shit that play Hearts of Iron in the stream. It was great. People come in and be like, oh yeah, Hitler could have won. You know, shit like that. That's how it gets started.
There we go. Hit some buttons. Yeah, Jason, I'll send you this link. It's pretty great. Like, I'm just gonna fast forward to like his delivery.
And those other people who have not.
And I didn't crop this well. He's just cropped at that meme.
You will be in terrible trouble. Go back home. And it would seem then, of course, that it's an act of God, that this is true. That you belong where white people have put you.
Gonna have to crop these old resolutions better.
It is only since the Second World War that there's been a counter image in the world. And that image not come about through any legislation on the part of any American government, but through the fact that Africa was suddenly on the stage of the world, and Africans had to be dealt with in a way they'd never been dealt with before. This gave an American Negro for the first time a sense of himself beyond a savage or a clown. It has created, and will create, a great many conundrums. One of the great things that the white world does not know, but I think I do know, is that black people are just like everybody else. One has used the myth of Negro and the myth of color to pretend and to assume that you are dealing essentially with something exotic, bizarre, and practically, according to human laws, unknown. Alas, it is not true. We are also mercenaries, dictators, murderers, liars. We are human too. What is crucial here is that unless we can manage to establish some kind of dialogue between those people whom I pretend have paid for the American dream and those other people who have not achieved it, we will be in terrible trouble. I want to say at the end, at the last, is that that is what concerns me most. We are sitting in this room, and we are all, at least we like to think we are, relatively civilized, and we can talk to each other at least on certain levels, so that we could walk out of here assuming that the measure of our enlightenment, or at least our politeness, has some effect on the world. It may not. I remember, for example, when the ex-Attorney General, Mr. Robert Kennedy, said that it was conceivable that in 40 years in America we might have a Negro president. And that sounded like a very emancipated statement, I suppose, to white people. They were not in Harlem when this statement was first heard, and did not hear, and possibly will never hear, the laughter and the bitterness and the scorn with which the statement was greeted. From the point of view of the man in the Harlem barbershop, Bobby Kennedy only got here yesterday. And now he's already on his way to the presidency. We've been here for 400 years, and now he tells us that maybe in 40 years, if you're good, we may let you become president. What is dangerous here is the turning away from anything any white American says. The reason for the political hesitation, in spite of the Johnson landslide, is the one that's been betrayed by American politicians for so long. And I'm a grown man, and perhaps I can be reasoned with. I certainly hope I can be. But I don't know.
I got to give the baby a bottle. Do you guys want me to just keep this playing while I'm gone, or do you want me to stop it? I'm good either way.
Yeah, it's dope, dude.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, dude, it's hard to stop. I was just like, I messaged you, but I was like, you're probably just like watching it like how I watch. Like, dope. Cool. I'm gonna keep it playing.
Oh. And neither does Martin Luther King. None of us know how to deal with those other people whom the white world has so long ignored, who don't believe anything the white world says, and don't entirely believe anything I or Martin say. And one can't blame them. You watch what has happened to them in less than 20 years. It seems to me that the city of New York, for example, this is my last point, which had Negroes in it for a very long time. If the city of New York were able, as it has indeed been able, in the last 15 years to reconstruct itself, tear down buildings and raise great new ones, downtown and for money, and has done nothing whatever except build housing projects in the ghetto for the Negroes. And of course the Negroes hate it. Presently the property does indeed deteriorate because the children cannot bear it. They want to get out of the ghetto. If The American pretensions were based on more solid, a more honest assessment of life and of themselves. It would not mean for Negroes, when someone says urban renewal, that Negroes simply are going to be thrown out into the streets, which is what it does mean now. This is not an act of God. We're dealing with a society made and ruled by men. If the American Negro had not been present in America, I am convinced that the history of the American labor movement would be much more edifying than it is. It is a terrible thing for an entire people to surrender to the notion that 1/9 of its population is beneath them. And until that moment, until the moment comes when we, the Americans, we, the American people, are able to accept the fact that I have to accept, for example, that my ancestors are both white and black, that on that continent we are trying to forge a new identity for which we need each other, and that I am not a ward of America. I am not an object of missionary charity. I am one of the people who built the country. Until this moment, there is scarcely any hope for the American dream, because the people who are denied participation in it, by their very presence, will wreck it. And if that happens, it's a very grave moment for the West. Thank you.
Tremendously moving moment now. The whole of the Union standing and applauding this magnificent speech of James Baldwin. Never seen this happen before in the Union in all the years that I have known it. Baldwin is smiling, obviously delighted by his reception, tremendously moved by it.
You're pretty far behind there.
I am now very grateful and very pleased to be able to call on Mr. William F. Buckley, Jr. to speak forth to this motion.
Now we have Mr. William Buckley, who will need all his skill to establish ascendancy over his audience, which has clearly been so deeply moved.
Thank you, Mr.
by the
President.
eloquence and
Baldwin.
personal experience of the preceding speaker.
Take out, Mr. Burford. Gentlemen.
Nice.
It seems to me that of all the indictments Mr. Baldwin has made of America, here tonight and in his copious literature of protest, the one that is most striking involves, in effect, the refusal of the American community to treat him other than as a Negro. The American community has refused to do this. The American community, almost everywhere he goes, treats him with the kind of unction,
What the fuck was
the kind of satisfaction at posturing carefully for his flagellations of our civilization, that indeed, quite properly, commands the contempt which he so eloquently showers upon us. It is impossible, in my judgment, to deal with the indictment of Mr. Baldwin unless one is prepared to deal with him as a white man.
Yo, Red.
Unless one is prepared to say to him,
Red,
the fact that your
Buckley,
skin
shut the
is
fuck
black is utterly irrelevant to the arguments that you raise. The fact that you sit here, as is your rhetorical device, and lay the entire weight of the Negro ordeal on your own shoulders, is irrelevant to the argument that we are
here
Because
to
people
discuss.
apparently people can't hear you on your stream.
The gravamen of Mr. Baldwin's charges against America are not so much that our civilization has failed him and his people, that our ideals are insufficient,
I hear you.
but that we have no ideals. That our ideals rather are some sort of a superficial coating which we come up with at any given moment in order to justify whatever commercial and noxious experiment we are engaged in. Thus, Mr. Baldwin can write his book, The Fire Next Time, in which he threatens America. He didn't, in writing that book, speak with the British accents that he used exclusively tonight, in which he threatened America with the necessity for us to jettison our entire civilization. The only thing that the white man has that want, he said, is power. And he is treated from coast to coast.
Dude. Buzz Killington. Buzz Killington, dude. Holy shit, dude. It made me forget what I was doing. Oh, what a piece of shit, dude. What a piece of shit, Buckley. Oh, it's so hard to watch young Buckley, dude. Oh, it's the worst kind of Buckley, dude. Oh. Yeah. Fuck. I hear you. But, yeah. Alright, dude. Yeah. For sure, dude. Hey. Alright, yo, I'm wrapping up a stream, my dude. I don't have nothing in the truck. I'll talk to you in a minute. Alright, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, we went for a long time though.
Hello. Yep. It's like OBS Streamlabs, right? It's like kind of like a lesser OBS. Less. It's like the Mac to the OBS PC, kind of, right? Yeah, and I'm hearing echo through you as well. Okay.
Check. That is baby alive again. You can't shut me the fuck up. We're still here, baby. We're going all night. That's it. 24 hours.
Are you yelling through a thunder?
I could yell through a thunder all day.
You sound normal again.
It's because I brought it all back. I dialed back. I decided to be responsible with my microphone. You gotta ease back up off the microphone.
Oh, I'm just kind of sitting forward in my chair because I got to jump back out. She woke up during bottle service, so yeah, I gotta.
This is the life that happens with parents.
Exactly. Cap's like, hey man, you said you're gonna get on at 6 o'clock, and I'm like, oh well, these 20 things just happened. Sorry.
No, they're there and appreciate it. That's the thing about being a parent. You know, like the shit comes up on a whim. You don't expect it, and honestly, I think it's what makes what we're fighting for very much more real. You know, there's something tangible in that.
I might also pick your brain about some martial arts shit because I'm gonna. I want both of my girls to
Krav Maga.
Martial arts.
Krav Maga.
I mean,
I'll tell you straight up. I'll tell you straight up. Krav Maga. I studied a few different styles. I'm very heavily influenced into the Chinese style of martial arts. I love the Chinese styles of martial arts. I much more favor the formality, but right now, with the way shit is, and with females, Krav Maga. So do it. There's age appropriate too. It doesn't always have to be like.
I want to get them started in something when COVID knocked a year off. I wanted her to start at like 4 or 5, but she's gonna start like probably around 6.
I mean, it sounds brutal, but there are schools that will teach them and from a young age, you know, and just to understand basics and stuff like that, the roles and shit. Dude, like that. She
got a bully her first fucking week of kindergarten.
Yeah.
She comes home saying, I'm a chicken. I'm like, what are you talking about? And she's like, we thought it was from a TV show. And she kept saying, I'm a chicken. Buck, buck, buck. I'm a chicken. I was like, what? So finally, like on the second day, I was like, where did you hear this? Like, is this from like a show like that you're watching? And she's like, a boy told me at school that I was a chicken because I'm wearing my mask.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you something.
Even when I'm outside.
I'm going to ask you something. Yep. Is she sneaky? Is she fluid? Or is she quick?
So, literally, like, she's a year behind in development with, like, talking to other people because we were very good about COVID quarantining stuff. So, like, the only people, we didn't let her family, like, come over to babysit or anything, not hang out. Like, it was literally, like, just me, mom, her, and her little sister, you know? So like she's like right now at 5.5, she's learning how to like interact with kids, which she should have been doing in preschool like a year and a half ago. So she is a little bit behind in like she knows how to talk to us, but other people she's a little bit behind, and she's catching back up quickly. But there's like, it's just like human nature. Like people see an opportunity, and like right out of the gate, there's like little fucking 5-year-olds like bullying her, and I'm just like, oh, you piece of shit! Like this is exactly the reason I want her to learn some martial arts, because it starts with the bullying, and then at some point, kindergarten, second grade, fourth grade, somewhere it's going to get a little bit physical. And I want
okay, so I want to correct something right off. Okay, it's not.
Don't worry, I'm not advocating for my girl to beat up.
No,
because like a video game.
But it's important though, because like here's the thing, like a good studio, a good martial arts studio, teaches you about the psychology behind it, right? Like. And,
sure.
and about diffusing the situation before it gets there and recognizing the threat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I grew up watching 70s kung fu movies, man.
But it does go into that, right? Like, I mean, and that's part of it. It's a psychology game, and it's we try to boil it down to just like force, you know, and brute strength or skill or cunning. But what it ultimately is everybody falls into a few different categories. Like they're going to be, you know, a little bit more cunning, so the style will cater to like something more like serpent style, where they use a lot of understrikes and stuff that actually help to allow to kind of like what's the word? Disassociate somebody or you know, throw them off, you know, because
I gotta stop you one sec. I'm being called back because somebody is done with their bottle. I'll be right back. Sorry.
Go handle business.
You were on a flow.
I'll keep it going. You can watch the VOD. So with like, there are people that just fill in and fit, you know, and you know, it's not always a science, but you can get a feel for it, you know, like who's comfortable in different postures and shit like that, and how they operate, you know. You see it in their physical balance, you know. It's how they carry their weight. It's how they lean in on you, you know. Like there's a lot, you know, and it's damn, I wish I was better at boiling this all down for people, but he asked me, so I was telling him what I thought about it. I think the two most efficient for most people, you know, I mean, unless you just really want to like go brute strength action, or, you know, you really want to get aerobatic or something like that, the two most efficient ones are going to be Krav Maga and Wing Chun. Like both of them are very, very efficient. Easy cleanup. I that's the only way I know how to put it, but easy cleanup style martial arts. You know, usually it's always from a defensive posture, so it's not like you know, you're teaching somebody how like to be on the offense, right? You're not teaching somebody to hurt somebody else. What you're teaching them to do is every well, I won't say every, but the majority of the postures, for the sake of the congruency of the style, is to have a defensive posture, you know, a defensive stance. It's not really an aim to hurt people, but they are going to defend themselves. And Wing Chun practitioners, that's Bruce Lee, you know. That's oh shit, there's a whole series of movies that came out on his teacher, and I'm drawing a blank. Shit, why am I drawing a blank on this? This is one of those I should know. God damn it, I'm falling apart on the job. That's it, I'm fired. Stream's over. I suck at life. I love you guys, but I've been condemned to hell. I'm never coming back from this. I'm an utter disappointment. No, I'm really just looking for something. No. Oh, there's what I'm looking for. Yurista, I thought you were going to come on. We're waiting for E to come back. Or are you just chilling in the chat tonight? It's okay. You don't have to come in if you don't want. Yeah, he's with the kids. You had to go feed him a bottle. Of course you can come in. You can always come in. Hop in the Discord. We're in the blazing room. Yurista, how are you? You're muted. Can I unmute you? Hey, you're muted.
No.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is. How you doing?
I'm good.
I was like, you know what? If we just keep rocking long enough, Yurisa's gonna come back on for us. I knew it would happen.
Yeah, I mean, I have
And
to
that's
do
a
things.
beautiful
I'm sending-
kitty.
It is. His name is Murray, like Bill Murray, but I don't know how to pronounce it in.
Bill Murray?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm in my home today, in my apartment.
Oh, nice.
The other day I was at the office. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
So you're
So what time is it there?
right now. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning. I've been streaming.
Wow. Yeah,
I've been streaming for like 9. Yeah, I think 9 hours. Over 9 hours.
Yeah, I see you're dedicated. Yeah. I was sending all my clothes in bed right now.
Well, I was bored, and then I went off on CTV about women's health rights and how you can't have that, shouldn't have that conversation without women present, and he didn't like that, and yeah, it's you know, it got ugly. I tried to be respectful, though. I'm a very respectful person, but I just think don't mess with people's human rights. Huh? The topic
of the debate?
I'm not even going to jump down the rabbit hole again tonight, but the original topic, and I don't even know how we ended up on this. I didn't want to get to this place, but he wanted to talk. It ultimately centered around abortion, and I was like, there is not a woman in the room to speak. And I don't want to have this conversation without a woman in the room. He's like, well, you're gatekeeping. You're sexist because there's not a you can't talk about it. No, because who the fuck am I to say what they want? Like, I'm not a woman. Ask a woman. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. You know, like, It's not my place to say that. You know what I mean? I will advocate whatever the preponderance of like the movement and what people like what the energy behind the movement says to do. Absolutely 100. If they say that, and that's, you know, if that's what the direction for women and you know, collectively women want a certain movement, I'm going to support them, you know. But no women are saying don't let me make that choice, you know. None that I've ever heard. Anyways, I don't know. I don't know how it is in Spain, though.
The thing is that yes, you can talk about it with a panel full of men, but it's gonna look bad, especially when you have really strong opinions about that. In Spain, we have the abortion laws lifted like, I don't know, maybe 10, 12 years ago, but it still comes up like from time to time in the Congress, and they just want to discuss, you know, all this kind of stuff. Oh, Stain is here too.
Sin, what's up, homie? How you doing?
It was really interesting to hear his topics of the paper he is doing.
Yeah.
I actually did a little bit of research on the Senate thing, and I also did a little bit of research in the Senate in Spain and other European countries. Actually, your argument, I don't know if Spain is listening, were really good. And compared to every single country that has a Senate, the reason for a Senate it's really weak. It's just to empower more oligarchy, as he said. It's my opinion as well. So,
hey, Sam, you want to stop? You want to drop in the Discord and talk about it? We're in the space for it.
I was thinking also to change my name to something more pronounceable for the English-speaking community. Maybe like...
Yo dice yo arista. I learned, I practiced.
Something like Lost Law or something like that, but I'm not allowed to change it and when you were debating CTV.
I thought you were a party or raver. I thought you were a raver lawyer. Like a party lawyer.
Yeah, it's kind of something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I like it. This is good.
Oh, maybe the tipsy lawyer. I like that.
Yeah, I'm good with that. That's good.
Who is that? Is that an Egyptian? That cat got some Egyptian cat going on there?
I don't know. It's I took
very,
it from the soldier.
The long neck, sharp pointed, kind of like very like prominent this part of the face. Just
he's really cute and nice, really sociable cat. Look at him.
Hey, so
he's like, yeah, I'm sociable. Let me take off your hand with those back paws. Yeah.
Sin was watching. Sin was watching when CTV Rage quit.
You can't embarrass him in front of everybody like that. He's gonna have to act tough. He's just putting on airs. He's like, come on, I'm not that sweet. Come on. Ha. Just, you know, it's all for show.
No, he's really nice. Anyway, I don't know. I was listening to you guys, and you were all speaking about war and weapons, and I was really lost in the topic. So that's why I didn't want to. I didn't have anything to add to that discussion. But it was really informative, and the video that you shared, I never heard of that white guy with that evil speech. I didn't know when the movement was starting. There was such a public, opposition to them. I didn't know that. I thought that
he started the National
the people
Review.
That were against it. Mm-hmm.
National Review is like a conservative right wing publication that inspired the tree of modern conservatism. Like he planted the roots for like the kind of shit that we like. You advocate against and argue against and all that kind of stuff. Like he's kind of like the the guy who put it into I'm going to talk very eloquently about these things that I have terrible positions on, and a lot of people like copied his rhetoric to make their terrible positions seem intelligent, and he was a terrible piece of shit of a man. I think he died in like 2007 or 8.
Wait, what was the guy's name?
William F. Buckley.
Oh yeah. We were watching that shit. Oh my god, what a disgusting waste of sperm and eggs.
What's up, Sen? What's up?
Hey, how do you pronounce Sen?
It's Sen. I don't know why. Like you were talking about how you need to change your name to make it more pronounceable.
Don't
Don't
change
He's like,
your
I've
name.
never had that
Yeah,
problem. What are you
should.
talking about?
Because I've never.
You've never.
I've never come
pronounced
across.
heard that word, right?
Well, I haven't, but I've never come across anyone who immediately knew how to pronounce my name, and it's so weird.
Yeah.
It's just a French word. It's not like
Yeah.
that word.
Hell no! I was
But
happy.
the
I
thing
was
is
happy to
that-
take the time to try to learn and pronounce it the correct way. And I think that that's something that we've gotten away from. Like that's we should care about like the people that we're speaking to and have enough respect to be like, hey, I'm gonna at least try. You know what I mean? Like, you may not get it perfect, but you should try. And I think that's important.
He got your lip. He got your lip. I saw that. He's
did.
trying to act tough. He's told everyone he's sweet. And he's like, Mom, I'm not sweet. I'm a tough guy. Let me show everybody how tough I am. Come on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, jurista juerguista is the right way to pronounce it, and I chose it because it sounds like it has rhythm. It's like a rhyme, like jurista juerguista if you're a Spanish speaker. But I guess that someone that doesn't speak Spanish is just like, yeah.
It's definitely the reading Spanish.
Talk about law.
When you hear it, or when you hear somebody else say it, like it becomes. So in the state of Arizona, and I'm sure with E in California, you can recognize the same. You hear a lot of Spanish, and I grew up with it, but it's the dialects that are different. You know what I mean? Like, and there's a different cadence and different pronunciations of certain letters and things like that. So it's like, yeah, it gets a little tricky sometimes. Definitely dicey. Not gonna deny it. I don't nail it, but. Yeah, it's not horribly difficult. I think we can all get it.
Yeah.
If nothing else, we can shorten it to jurista, because you're like you could be like the hangout attorney,
Yeah. And
that's
I mean,
that's
when I was
awesome.
in college and university, I was in a really posh college, and all the people there were like came from really well-off families. Well, my family is not bad, but they have a flower shop and they're like really humble people. So I felt like an outcast because everyone there was super posh and they wouldn't drink, they wouldn't go out, and they belong to this kind of religious group that it's like Masons in Spain. They're called Opus Dei. And they have a lot of money, and they are legal, and they are established, and they have their own rules, and the women act like modern nuns. So when I got there and I was drinking and going out and, sleeping up with guys, I was labeled as like the party girl. And I was just normal, it was nothing out of hand. I would drink from time to time. So whenever we ended up the year, they gave us like labels of the one who studied the most, the one that's always late to class. So they gave me the party animal one, and I'm not a party girl at all. It's just compared to them, I was like crazy. So that's why I own it, and I say, yeah, well, maybe.
Well, and you know what? Because see, in the U.S., you're up late at night. Even though you're up early in the day there. So you're partying out here for us.
but that's the thing, that it depends on the circle you're in. You might be one thing or the other, and people just like to put you in a box, and they don't care to see what other interests or what other things you have. And it's really hard to come off that, image they put you, especially in those environments when everyone is like, trying to figure out where to put you.
So, Sen, you're popping in tonight. You've been listening in. What did you think about what did you think about tonight?
I was actually chilling with Casey tonight. Because I was in their Discord because they were talking about immigration, and someone made a really bad analogy, and I was like, I don't want to jump in because I don't want to like ruin this conversation. Someone was talking about like favorable immigration for higher working jobs, right? Mm-hmm. And someone brought up that they would have higher, like they want to bring in more lawyers, as if
we already do that. We already do that in like the technical industry, big time. We bring in tons of people in preferred industry. Oh yeah, already.
But like, and I'm sure the lawyer here can confirm. But of all the jobs you would like favor for to bring someone in, a lawyer would usually not be one of them because they're very district specific. And it was so like, I just came in to correct that, and then I ended up chilling. Kind of like last night, I ended up chilling with them for a few hours. I'm also working with Casey right now because because they're much more an expert on TikTok, and I want to get in on the TikTok conservative game because for some reason the conservatives over there are way more bold and also stupider.
I gotta tell you a story. What happened to me today? I ended up listening in on a. It was this super MAGA guy, and not Twitch politics, but the politics Twitch.
The Arizona guy?
And this dude was going super MAGA. I don't know what his name was. It wasn't on Twitch. It wasn't on Twitch. It was in Discord. I'm sorry, Discord. Oh, okay. And this guy was going super MAGA, and like these lefties were getting chewed up, and I was like. I was just about to start streaming and I wanted to like hop in, but I was like, this is like a Discord debate. It's different, like they're just anonymous. They do this shit on there like there, so I wasn't going to try to bring a bunch of people in on that shit.
Apparently
but I was listening to these guys and I was like, oh, like all the lefties are failing. Like I was like, put Sen in there, Jesus. Like put any of us in there. Put me in there. Put E in there. Like put Maria in there. Like we'd fucking rock it. Like these.
I don't know.
You'd be surprised.
I feel like you were eating me up.
You would have.
I think
don't doubt yourself.
I think you're way too nice to me, but
the weird thing about the Mm-hmm.
No, go ahead.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, the weird thing about
I don't even know what I was gonna say.
The weird thing about the Discord debate sphere is it's like, at least in like Twitch, it's a little bit like relevant to like, because everyone has an audience, so you can kind of decide the winner based on what your audience feels. But in Discord, because there's no audience, the way you win is you just talk the most. So it's kind of obnoxious from that end. Like, if you ever need like people that will just debate endlessly on anything, and you need content, Discord's honestly a great way to go farm.
So check this out. This is what the context was. Okay, so where I was like, holy shit, this kid, like I wish I would have had time. I just didn't have the time. I really wanted to get in there. I wanted to shoot him up so bad. But like he was talking about what did Trump do that was bad for the LGBTQ community? And I'm like I'm not even a part of that community that could rattle off like 20 different things, And he was going off on, like, here was the thing where I was like, I'm going to rail him on this. Like, I wish that I would have been able to talk to this guy. God damn it, I should have streamed this shit. I should have just IRL'd it and just done it off my phone just to, like, do it, dude. But he's like,
I I admire how you are so brave just to jump in. Like, it took me a lot of courage the other day to ask you, can I join in? Because I actually didn't know you, and I didn't know if you were going to be like, so what, you know? So the thing is that, yes, I feel comfortable to jump in kind of this panel, but if it was someone that I didn't know that had the opposite ideas to me, and that I don't know if I will feel comfortable to express myself as I would like to, and I don't know if I could get my point across, you know?
It's something you work yourself up to. I'll say that because I was really I'm not gonna. I told E earlier today, like you know, my first like probably 4 or 5 times out, like doing any kind of streams. The reason the sunglasses were on. Heavily alcohol fueled. I don't even drink. I smoke a lot of weed. I don't drink. Drinking is not my game. My game is smoking weed. But Jesus, like I was a ball of nerves, and Mike Lightyear's like, nope, I'm gonna kick you in the sack, and you're gonna go get into a like hardcore debate on a Prime panel about some weird ass shit that you know nothing about. So go ahead and enjoy that shit. And here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bam! There you are. And that was.
I'm just scared that whatever you say might be wrong and stays in the internet forever and can haunt you in the future, like being cancelled for something you randomly said in a stream, because that's something that haunts me. And after we ended the stream, I was going back to my arguments, and I was like, wow, maybe I did say something I shouldn't have, you know? So, isn't that the current thought?
I'm 41. For one, and so I'm old and I don't give a shit anymore, but like to put it in pure honesty, everything's already out there. I spent 13 years playing in a metal band talking about anti-governmental shit, anti-capitalist shit, encouraging people to step away from Hollywood media and encouraging people to step away from the shit that was being fed to them through their media and start digging in themselves into understanding what the hell was going on, whether it was a conspiracy theory or whether it later on, as I developed and understood more and realized conspiracy theories are all bullshit, I was trying to advocate more for like working movements, and I was trying to do that through my music, and some of the people involved in my music didn't really like that, and so there was divergent interests, and we departed. You know.
And also, to be fair to Jason,
really cool.
I was gonna say once you get in once you get into like CTV stuff, you're in it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Once you're like debating people like that, you're pretty much you know that you're pretty good set on what your beliefs are, right, Jason?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, once you get to that point, it's literally just I can only yell louder to get my point across. That's the only way I can win is to yell the loudest, and you know, I'll get a few followers every night every time I do that. Apparently,
I think he just didn't like that I shut him down like that quickly and was like resoundingly like. Bro.
I need to watch it, you know.
Because basically what I told him is like, if you believe in the libertarian idealism of the constitutional United States, which he is so fucking into, you cannot be anti-abortion, or you cannot be pro-life. You cannot be pro-life. You can't, because by sheer nature of the ideals of the Constitution and our constitutional government, you know, like the libertarian style that he aspires to assume. You can't have that control over somebody's body, because it's the same control that you have over somebody's body that would mandate a vaccine, right? Or keep you from smoking weed, right? You know, or some other shit, you know. And so like once I spun it, he was like, "Fuck you." Kind of just like lost his shit, like he like. I went hard though, because he said some nasty ass shit. Like he crossed a couple lines. So
he also didn't like my timely ribbing. A little timely ribbing.
Yeah, a little timely.
You didn't like
Well,
the.
for me, always strikes me. Sorry, because you have that voice that I don't know if you're gonna say something or laughing. You have this voice.
I can go either way, you know.
He's bivocal.
What were you saying, sorry?
Well, I wasn't saying anything. I was just, you know,
I was going to say
CTV's
that
new
I
name is
always
Sugar
like-
Substitute.
Oh.
Sativa.
I love
Sativa.
sativas though. Don't do that to sativas like that. That's foul. Dear sir, that's foul.
So I did my master's in the Netherlands, and when I went to buy weed for the first time there, I didn't know anything about weed or anything. So there's this musician in Spain that like her whole brand is just smoking weed and stuff like that. And I heard her in a song saying that she would smoke sativa. So I just walked in the store, like the coffee shop, and I asked the man in the counter, like, could you give me sativa? And he just looked at me like, you are the biggest tourist ever. You don't even know what you're buying. So he gave me a lecture on all the types of weed you can smoke and all the effects that, you know, that you could have. So he lectured me, and I left the store knowing a lot of different, you know, properties.
You probably made his day. He was like, she is adorable. Look at her. Just a babe in the woods, all alone, just crying for help. The wolves are all around her, you know?
I was like, why would you ask for sativa? Do you know it, like what it stands for or anything? I was like, no, I just heard some rapper saying in a song that he would smoke sativa.
That's the good shit. I'm still saying it. Some people, it makes them have anxiety attacks. I smoke it like a chimney. That's my favorite. Because otherwise I'd fall asleep. Like the other shit makes me go to sleep.
Yeah. Well, I'm smoking now CBD, which is good to go to sleep and relax.
It's like getting high from the neck down.
Yeah. My back pain like substance abuse. Yeah, but on the topic you were talking about like abortion laws and conservatives and libertarians, I'm always like, you know, the people that are against abortion always are pro capital penalty, right? So it's just like, if you're pro-life, how can you be pro like killing prisoners? It's just a contradiction, right? So it truly shows that they don't really care about life. It's just like their lives they want to shape and manipulate. So if there is something that they don't like, they just like want to get rid of it, which is the argument they make against people who are pro-abortion.
Maria, this is what I was thinking of when you were describing buying drugs. This is you buying drugs.
We're all set. Friday, 3 o'clock, full blood work.
Okay, we'll just smoke a little bit.
A little bit.
Just enough to get into our system.
Yeah, and then we'll go to the doctor and we'll get all of our paperwork and we'll get full benefits.
And then we'll just collect for just a little while until we get settled, and then I'll take the MCATs.
And I'll move to New York. Perfect.
Oh my God!
Oh Jesus!
Oof, wow, you scared us. Oh, not because you're black. No.
No,
We're not racist.
No, God,
no. It's just that the neighborhood is scary.
If you were another ethnicity, you probably
So
really
But it's a nice neighborhood. I
No,
mean,
the
it's an
trees-
okay.
the trees
It's
are-
the nature of this.
Roll your window down.
Okay.
What you need?
One, please.
One what?
One rock of
One crack.
A crack rock. Is that enough? Is one crack rock enough? See, I don't.
How much would you recommend for a first-time user?
Always sunny.
Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. 2 for the price of 1.
Really?
Oh, that sounds good.
Oh, that's very nice of you.
How much?
$200?
Okay.
Sounds reasonable. Great.
Oh, my old high school marks.
200. Thanks for being so kind
Shit. Keep myself away.
and patient.
I got debt collectors coming. Better put my sunglasses on.
Where?
Which?
To disguise myself.
It's gotta be that guy.
Don't say this.
Basically me. I didn't know what I was doing.
This is the first thing I thought. Like,
If they didn't have the
Oh, sorry, that started automatically. Sorry, let me stop this.
Welcome.
Let me stop that. There we go. Sorry, that started automatically.
I see what your history's all about. You got Seth Meyers porn on there, don't you? Dirty brain.
Yeah.
You dirty brain, you.
I love him so much.
The thing is that they had the prices preset. Otherwise, he could have like sold me whatever he wanted to. Like I could just pay whatever he said I should have paid. No,
Yeah, two crack rocks for $200 was. I was like, you probably paid like a couple $100 for your sativa.
Well, in the Netherlands, you pay like 20 euros for like a gram of weed, and in Spain it's like 5 euros. Like it's really cheap in Spain.
I've heard that.
I mean, we are the entrance of it, you know, in Europe. So it's super cheap.
Well, Portugal is basically like decriminalize and decentralize the justice system around drugs, haven't they? And they're adjacent, right?
I mean, they don't decriminalize. It's still pursued in the criminal code, but the law enforcement chooses not to enforce that law. So it's like a tolerance kind of thing. So that's allowed in the European Union because weed falls under soft drugs, which with astronaut. So you're not allowed to commercialize soft drugs in large quantities, but you're allowed to have it in a coffee shop, for example. When you get the registered name of the people who use it, they sign a declaration saying they're drug dependent, and then it's only in the private system, right?
Right.
So, but if you get caught with a certain amount of drugs on you when you're walking on the street, it constitutes a crime against public health, and you can get a fine up to like 200 euros or something like that.
So you mean you're not going to prison for 30 years for like a gram of cocaine?
No, you're not. You get a fine, and that's it.
Oh. Do we understand what's wrong with the American justice system? I'm just going to say it. Is it not painted in perfect, like... We could call it sepia, you know. It could be like a nice sepia, you know. But I mean, I wish our drug policy was like that. And I know it may sound harsh, like in the European countries, but here, oh my God, you're 20 years. Like, I mean, it's ridiculous. Like our prison sentences for people that go to jail for nonviolent drug offenders, our prison represents 70% of the population.
But I think that's because also you have the common law system, which is basically relies on the opinions of judges in order to make law. While in countries like France, Spain, Portugal, we have like a penal code or a civil code where like all the penalties are pre-established, and if they're not pre-established, they cannot be charged. So the judges are mere interpreters of the law. They don't make the law. And if they want to dissert or put a higher penalty or do something like that's not previously written on the law, they have to ask for permission to higher courts. So everything you do illegally, you know you're doing it illegally. Like that's the thing. In the States, it might be the case that you do something that later turns out illegal, and you might be punished harder than people that were. I don't know if I'm explaining correctly.
No, you're actually nailing it. Honestly, you're very eloquent in your explanation.
Yeah, but the thing is that it's different systems. So, for example, if I got caught 1.5 grams of weed in my with me on the street, I would get like a fine, and in the law says the fine could be from 20 to 100 euros. If the substance in the individual are higher than these quantities, then it becomes a criminal case of trafficking substances, and then it's not anymore a fine. It's something that is already in the criminal system. So in order to get into the criminal system, you need to have a threshold. While in the States, it's all up to the states and the judicial system of that state. So you have states that put really low thresholds for those kind of things, and depending on the judges, whether they're conservative or Democrats, and it's really cool when you have like cases that you really need to look in the, all the how do you say it? All the variants, all the factors that influence that case.
Right,
but
yes.
For general application, sometimes you fall into injustices because you have really narrowed view judges that apply their own ideas into the case. While in Spain, they could do that too, but it's a lot harder for judges to deviate and to put their ideas, political ideas, into their sentences. I don't know if it was made clear. So imagine you're a really liberal judge in the States and you caught someone with weed on them and you see their circumstances and you say, look, you didn't have all the choice but to sell weed, so I will let you free.
So
in Spain, that person will have never...
So what you would be referring to as far as like a penal system in which strictly the law is enforced? Here's the law. Here's what happens in the States, and this is why it's problematic. Is that the cops do what we call, and I'm sure you've heard it there too. They stack charges, right? And they tend to stack charges specifically against those economically and societally disadvantaged, right? They don't seem to stack the charges in the same way upon the more economically advantaged and melanin depriving folks, is that an appropriate way to say it?
I'm stealing that for tomorrow.
Melanin depriving. There it is. There's your buzzword.
Also,
that's gonna be the new right wing. They're gonna be looking at like, have you heard of melanin deprivin? I think it's a COVID cure. Like, I can't find ivermectin anymore. I need to find
melanin deprivin.
It comes in paste or just a swift kick in the ass.
Also, with specifically drug laws, it also changes because there are simultaneously federal and state laws against it, right? And Jason, you probably know a lot more about it than I do. Remember when I was trying it, like at least like here in Florida, weed is medicinal, but if you get caught with it federally, you can still face charges and stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And depending on who the president is, that dick can swing either way. Or other.
I mean, if for example, if you get caught driving under the influence here, you get your driver license taken away. But and like if you crash into someone and you kill by accident someone because you were under the influence, it's like accentuating. No, actually, it drops down the penalty if you do it under the influence because it's like an extenuating factor. So, yeah.
Yeah, so everything like that, it's like that's just stacking. They're like, oh yeah, so you're drunk, so we're gonna hit you with like the 18th like highest drunk driving charge, and then we'll work our way back from there. And then you can defend yourself because typically DUI laws here are resolved in civil court, and because they're not in criminal court, they can do things like preponderance of evidence, which means the cops can just basically say whatever the fuck they want, and then everybody else gets screwed, and that's where the economically disadvantaged get screwed.
I'm catching the feeling you're not like a really huge fan of cops.
Who, me?
To ask you guys, how did the cops behave during COVID like because in Spain, what happened was that the government gave so much power to the cops in order to enforce the laws, like lockdown and all that stuff, that they were like drunk in power, and it was the word against yours, and they would fine you with 50, 100, 200 euros, and you could like take that fine and say, I'm not gonna pay it, and then they would like study the case, and at the end they will like resolve whether you have to pay or not. And many people didn't like, do it because they didn't know how to claim that fine was illegal, or they didn't know how to do it, or they didn't have the time, so they just paid the fine. And later on, the Supreme Court of Spain said that all those fines were illegal because all the measures that the government took to make us all stay at home and wear our mask and all that stuff were based on a wrong precept from the Constitution. So there's many people who paid the fines from cops that were drunk in power, and they cannot get their money back. And we are in the middle of like an economic crisis. And it was really like living under a really strict regime. We couldn't be out of the streets at 11. We had to all be at home. We had to wear masks everywhere, mandatory. You could get fined if you don't wear a mask. They were so strict that all the libertarians and everyone that was more against the government were just saying that we were living under a communist regime and stuff like that, But even if you agree with the measures,
I'm sorry.
even if you were agreeing with those measures, you could have thought like, yeah, I'm living under a regime. Like, it was really strict here, really, really strict. I don't know how you guys lived it there.
It wasn't as strict, but you would have thought it was. Like, people were crying in the streets because they had to wear masks to go into the grocery store. They tried to fight people. Like, I'm telling you, they tried to fight grocers. They tried to fight the grocers. Just because they're like, please wear a mask in our grocery store because we don't want, like, we're trying to prevent COVID. Like,
the opposite problem.
Not mask mandates, nothing like, it wasn't, at least in Arizona, like I know in other parts of the country there were mask mandates. But even at that, you're talking about like, you got to wear a mask in the grocery store. That's it. Like, okay. You leave the grocery store, you take the mask off, and you go outside, and, you go about your business and do whatever you got to do. Like, no big deal.
No, people here were getting fined, even if you were in your house in a terrace with more than 10 people. Police could come into your house, just storming out of the door, and put you fine, up to 600 euros. I was actually once with some friends in a friend's terrace, and we were 6, and the police came and fined us all. It was really, you felt powerless. The police could just intrude your own home.
But were you concerned about your health too? Like, I mean, I would be, because I know the proximity to Italy and France, who both had very strong outbreaks, was close. Like, did that concern you?
Well, concerned, of course, but I was with 6 people in a terrace, like with my mask on, and I was taking measures.
You even had mask on and all that. Oh, that's ridiculous. Yes, I understand. Yes, that's ridiculous.
Because we were more than 5 people. We were more than 5 people, and the norm was that we should be less than 5 or 4, and we couldn't be from different families. We had if you had 4 people in a room or in anywhere, it has to be from your own family. It couldn't be or someone that you were living with. And you had to prove that you were living with those people. So we couldn't prove that we were all living there in that house. So the police just fined us with 50 euros each. And we had to pay that fine. And later on, we discovered that those fines were illegally imposed. So we cannot recover that money. And yes, of course, many things. I was super concerned. I was agreeing with all the measures that were taken by governments, because you see the case in Italy. And in Madrid, I remember at the beginning of the pandemic, there was this opening image in the newspapers of a stadium full of bodies in mortgage bags, and it was really shocking. It was like everyone was just like really, really shocked by that image. Some people said that it was morbid and it shouldn't be in the press and everything. But after that, it just spiraled into the government controlling all the provinces and all the regions, telling them what to do, even if they have like lower cases, right? So all the regional governments started to say that we want to take control of our situation. We don't want the central government to say whatever they want to control us. And that's when the chaos started. Because you could be in Murcia and then drive like 15 minutes and you don't have to wear a mask. You could sit on a terrace, but then you drive 15 minutes far, like a bit far, and you couldn't be outside. You had to be at your house. And you could get fined if you were found walking on the street.
So a centralized approach is in that sense, because we talked about centralized governments, and you're kind of a big proponent of that, you know, and I remember that.
Yeah.
So in this approach, and I would concur with this position if this is where you're at, is that we need a centralized governmental approach to address this issue. Both to just blanketly state that across the board, mask mandates in these places, certain limitations within reason, you know, like certain enforcement within reason, you know, and then create avenues through the courts to subvert that, because that's what the rich people would want. Oh wait, I'm talking about the American judicial system.
What do you think about your judicial system? What are your critiques, guys, on them? What are your thoughts on it?
I think it incredibly disadvantages the economically disadvantaged, but I'm going to let some other people talk, because I've been talking for a really long time, and Sen's got some great takes on the prison industrial system in the United States, and I want to hear his voice on that.
The big thing I've been thinking about currently, because I've been talking with people, is I want to think of the best system that you could not decriminalize, decommodify criminal law specifically, because currently, like, if we're talking like criminal law, it's a very, like, economically, criminal law does not follow a proper supply-demand curve. So if we could nationalize a large portion of that would lead to a lot of solutions to the problem, where you'll have people that get unfair treatment because they're poor, and also other things that are correlative with being poor, and also being poor is a correlative committing crime, so it works terribly.
And it's a perpetual cycle, correct? And like, here's what else I would try to elucidate on with that point is that within that perpetual cycle, what happens is there's a profit motive, right? There's a profit motive in our criminal justice system for the privately contracted prisons to push legislation up through our government that perpetuates their existence, right? So they want to create laws that are stricter and harsher, because there's a quota that these, and I'll tell you straight up, the county of Maricopa, where I'm at. What's that?
Isn't that Amendment 13 or something like that? The one with the prisons, is you have an amendment for prisoners and stuff. But I don't know. I read something about it, and it sounds quite similar to what you're saying.
Essentially, they do whatever the hell they want, anyways, and that's the problem. They subjugate even the basic tendencies of our Constitution on the premise of privatization, because through that they are granted exemptions to certain constitutional liabilities.
And even like when you look at the Constitution, I think the Constitution is actually, if you look at the amendments, look at the 14th Amendment where they ban slavery except for prisoners. The fact, which would then you would want to get more prisoners so then you could have more penal labor. It's awful.
Yeah, they've even turned to like prison call centers now, and there's prison manufacturing centers and stuff. It's gotten to the point where they're industrializing 100% the prison population within the United States, very much so. It's horrible. There's even shows about it to joke about it. You know, there's a Netflix show here called Orange is the New Black, and they actually talk about that in that show, about the industrialization of the prison system in the United States, and it's really rampant, because caging people is an easy profit motive. It doesn't cost much to like build cement walls and cages and stick people in them, you know, and that's their perspective. They don't care about reforming or rehabilitating people. What they care about is how much money they're going to make off the government just to pump these people into a system that they won't be able to get out of.
Wow.
Ed, what do you have to say about that?
And they take...
Just kidding. Go ahead.
Wow.
I was going to ask you how you want your name typed. I'm just using you as a. I got to get this shit done. I had some thoughts earlier, but then you guys said a few things that I was like, I'll just listen. Which doesn't happen often.
Go ahead. You guys talk amongst yourselves. Go ahead.
I have to go to eat lunch. I'll be back in like 30 minutes or so, okay?
Lunch? It's 5:47 in the morning everywhere on the planet. Come on. Come on. Lunch is...
Well, then fine. I'm going to make an omelet. And,
yeah.
I'm just kidding. No, I'm hanging out with you, son.
Lunch was 17 hours ago, guys. Come on, get your shit together.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you want to head off or anything.
You know, Mike Lightyear, he thinks the world of you. He thinks you're awesome as hell. But he had to turn in. He tried to stay up. He tried to stay up for you, because he wanted to be like, oh, heck yes, because he's edited the videos, you know, of like us talking last night, and he's already put them out, you know. So
he's so nice. I would love to meet him too. He doesn't like to jump in the stream.
He won't put his face on camera. He can't. There's reasons.
Oh.
He was Jason. Like the same person.
Yeah, I am the flesh. I am the flesh puppet of Mike.
I will let you on, guys. Like I can.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Listening to you, and I'll be eating my lunch, and I'll be back in a minute. Okay.
Okay, I gotta step in for just a minute too, guys. Just not as long as Medea, but just like 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay. I'm not even gonna change my cameras.
Sen, we're gonna find a version of a song named Maria that we can agree upon, and we're gonna sing it a cappella the entire lunch for her. She's gonna be listening in. All right, you and me, buddy. Let's do this. What's
all right?
There she goes. I'm just trying to set up the actual text silliness.
Text silliness for this stuff, so I can actually get it going. It's the most. I hate fonts. I love fonts and I hate them. So I'm gonna sweat over fonts for like 20 hours. Yay! Let me ask you there. What's going on with your chroma key? Is that intentional or is that just a byproduct of something?
It's a mix between. I use a green screen on Discord, which does not work as well. So it picks up my mic, which is the one annoying bit.
Okay.
I would need to pay for a much higher version of it at the moment. Normally, can you hear me right now?
Yeah. You're good.
So like normally I can actually do this, and I can just like put it far away from my face, and that serves the same purpose. So
right. Okay.
I don't need to do that. It's
every time it comes in, I'm like, it looks like from far away, it looks like you have like a chunk of your shoulder taken out sometimes, and I'm just like,
yeah, it's annoying.
Like a bear just bit it, and you just rolled with it one day, and it's just like healed like a skin flap over it, and you're like, yeah, this is me. I was just
mainly
curious.
a thing for the benefit of others. Normally I would have because I just have a green screen behind me, but I have this background. Right. And normally I have a great green screen, but whenever I have to go through Discord, because my image on my stream, fantastic. My image through Discord sucks.
Gotcha. Okay. I was just like, I wasn't sure if it was like a look. Like my first thing was like an intentional. I blasted out the camera settings so it like it looked like a hand drawn pencil outline of my head, and I was like, oh, this is cool. And then I just made it all neon blue, and I was like, oh, this is different. No one's doing this. And then you like look at it and you're like, no one's doing this because it looks like shit. Got it. Okay. But like for a day, I was like, man, this is gonna be so cool. Nope. So I wasn't sure if that was an intention.
Oh yeah, don't worry. It's just a matter of you can see that I have the thing right above my head for XSplit.
Yeah.
And that's normally that wouldn't be there. It's not there on my stream. It's something that I got my mod recommended to me to use rather than just having a green screen.
Gotcha. What's up, Morpheus? You back?
I'm back. I had to pee.
What's going on with those? What's going on with those
sunglasses?
sunglasses?
I had to take. Well,
take those. Show them to the camera. Get a little closer. Okay. All right. No, closer. I'm like the Ann Leibovitz of like nose brains. Come on, show me more emotion. Get closer with that shit.
I love these glasses. My daughter hates them.
They look pretty cool. I couldn't pull them off, but
how's your daughter doing anyway? Has she been dealing with COVID well?
Are you kidding? She's like dancing around the house. She don't give a shit. Just like whatever, dude.
That's good.
She's like fully. She's fully aced, dude. Like it's so funny. I'm sitting here like I'm so worried. But the first couple days it was a little tense. Like there because she was more like definitely having more symptoms and shit like that. She said she didn't have a fever. I knew she had a fever. I mean, she was having she was having a time, you know. And then she continued to cough quite a bit through this past week, but it kind of subsided. But there's this. See, and it's the same thing that happened with me. There's this weird sticky, like hacky cough that's still sitting there. Like I can hear it when she coughs, and I'm like, I can hear it because I felt it. You know what I mean? Like I'm hearing you do the same thing that that I was trying to do to get that same shit out. You know what I mean? It's like you're too much like me, kid. It's horrible. But otherwise, she's doing great. She's doing remote schooling right now because half of her class is out because of this outbreak. So they're all remote schooling.
You'd be doing it anyway.
Yeah. Well, I think they should mask up the students and demand vaccines as soon as it's feasibly possible for all students and for faculty and teachers. If you're going to have in-person learning, if you're going to do that.
What's frustrating with our school system up here, supposedly we moved to this area because they're supposed to be like, there's like a 10-point ranking system for schools, right? So if you have like a 9.4, it's supposed to be like a great public school. So that's where we moved to, and our school seems pretty incompetent with the COVID thing. Now that our girls are old enough for school, we're in a 50-50 district in California.
Okay.
Like the one that Cenk Uygur ran for terribly. He ran such a shit campaign. The guy who won overall, who beat our shitty centrist, whatever. But anyway, like it's literally 50-50.
Champion the shitty centrist because he's better than the righty.
When you exactly, she's absolute trash. And when people would call, like constantly call me, I get all the phone calls, and they're like, can you vote for Christine Smith, I think her name was, or something like that? And I was like, yes, I'm going to vote for her, but she's fucking trash. I hope you know that she's trash, but I'm voting for her because I fucking have to. Leave me alone. And then it's like some other plucky person would call like 3 days later, and I'd give them the same thing, and they'd be like, oh, okay, bye.
Just tell them yes. Just say yes and then don't.
No, you get bored with just saying yes. You gotta give yourself a little, like, just so you know that you can like surprise yourself, you know.
That's
but
what
then
I'm
it becomes
saying.
routine again.
You're getting chased by a shark.
You do it
and
enough,
shit.
it becomes routine, and then you have to surprise yourself again. But the school is like, half the teachers are telling them don't bother wearing a mask when you're outside, and the kids are all like, we're new friends and we're gonna talk face to face with no masks and we're just gonna be coughing in each other's fucking faces the whole time. And all these kids are like constantly, our kids have been sick like all 3 weeks. Like the kids have been sick, but all negative COVID tests. Like it's not COVID, it's this other thing that's been going around here like the past like month or two. And it's like, yeah, like no one was sick when we all stayed home. It was great. I always get that flu once a year, even though I get the shots. I always get a little bit sick or, whatever. I didn't get sick at all last year. I was like, oh, masks really do work. Isolation does work. I'm fine. And now everyone in the house is sick except for me. And they just keep passing back and forth this like common cold that's going to turn into a super virus because it just keeps bouncing off these 3 women in my house. And it's like, and the teachers are all just like, it's okay, don't wear your mask when you're outside. And that's why she got bullied, because she was wearing her mask outside, because we told her to. If you're playing near your friends, wear a mask. And the kids are like calling her chicken and say like, you have to balk like a chicken, balk, balk, balk. And like,
you live in California.
Like and we've told them 1,000 times, like, keep wearing your mask, keep wearing your mask. And I'll like, the older one does it, the younger one doesn't listen, but she's like 3.5, she's not supposed to listen, but she's like the one bringing home like the diseases, like the viruses, and then we're all getting sick. Like she's been like smearing snot all over her face for like
well,
2.5
that's what babies
weeks.
Do.
I mean, that's what they do.
You're right on the
but
money,
then every time
that's the age group, though.
I forgot my point, but now I've got it again. So the inner city
just want to see Olivia.
Schools,
that's the point.
Well, she's sleeping. The inner city schools, the city like the ones like right in like the LA area, like downtown area, like Koreatown, a little bit west, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of these schools are doing mandatory on Thursdays. Her cousin's school, everyone gets tested on Thursdays. Everybody.
They get tested? Shit,
all the kids get tested on Thursdays.
School gets tested every day.
My school doesn't get tested. What happens is
nothing, dude.
What happens at our school is they say, hey, your daughter has a runny nose, so you need to go get them tested. Don't bring them to school tomorrow. If they're out, you can't just go, she was out, but it wasn't COVID. You have to go get a test. So I've been driving them 20 minutes down, 20 minutes back, like 3 times a week to get them fucking tested, because it'll be like, she's still sniffling, so I need you to get them tested. And I'm like, okay, here you go. Yep, another negative test. And they're like, okay, we need you to email that to him and me, and we need you to if possibly just print it out for us. That'd be nice if you could just print it out instead of us have it. Like, and I'm like, what? Like, I have to drop them off and go in the office for like 10-15 minutes and talk to the office people at the school like 3 times a week, just to be like, yep, another negative test. And they're like, okay, well, just be careful this time. And I'm like, you motherfuckers are the ones pushing you don't have to wear the mask all the fucking time.
Look at that sexy bitch right there. That's good looking. You did it.
What's that, Jason Society?
Yeah, it's so pretty. It's so pretty.
Well,
I'm just rubbing my
spend the
mouse
next like
over
hour
it just to like stroke it.
Well, I'm gonna spend the next hour just trying to like find the right font and color combination. That's what I want to do here.
I wanted to ask.
Sorry. Okay. What?
I wanted to ask you, this is something I've been thinking about recently, where you can talk about it. You seem to have like a feeling for going on these panels, right? You go on Prime all the time, and you're getting a ton of people in your chat. Like, fuck. I'll just like be out and I'll see you with like 20 people watching. How much of that do you think has directly come from like all the panels you've done?
A bit. I think that some people find me entertaining. I think because,
of course,
because there's a gimmick, okay, like, and I don't want to call it a gimmick, and I called CTV out on it tonight. That's actually why at the root of it, man, like, we can talk about the abortion thing, but the root of it was like I called out a lot of like Twitch streamers, and the fact is they're playing fucking characters, dude, and when you see past the character and you realize the person behind it, it's easy to spot it. Like, it's easy to spot the hole in what they're doing and their argument and their perspective and their angle, because you stop looking at the cult of personality that everybody else is staring at, and you just see the the person before you. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm telling you, like, it's a mental state. Your information is already there. Your data is correct, right? You got your shit lined up. But you've also, at the same time, you know, you gotta butter it, baby. Like, butter the bread. It's gotta sound good to people. You know, they don't want to hear dry material in a panel situation. You know what I mean? And I'm going to put it to you like this, okay? Because this doesn't just stay in a panel situation. If you were to ever debate to run for office, you need to be able to consolidate these ideas to enough to where they can be distributed that way. You know what I mean? That's how you win the propaganda war. You know, but you have to do it carefully. Like, you can sloganeer, okay, like, but you can't make slogans that would disenfranchise other people, even if they're people that wouldn't be your natural allies. You just want to stay away from disenfranchising them, just in case you pull that extra cop over or some shit like that, you know, like, or just in case you pull over that extra stockbroker. So if you're very selective with your rhetoric, you can move that scale very quickly. But it involves also having some charisma behind it and just being able to be jovial about it, man. Like, like, feed it to people like it's the best the best spoonful of pudding they've ever tasted in their life.
Thinking about it, because it's a mix between, because you gotta enjoy what you're doing, right? That's one of the most important parts. So, like, I enjoy doing a lot of this stuff. I enjoy doing debates. I've been thinking more and more, the more panels that I go on, the less I'm enjoying them. So I'm, like, going in between, because, like, the thing about panels is they're the best way for me to get one-on-one debates, right? The best way for me to meet people and, like, get those connections. But at the same time, I kind of hate doing the panel to get to that spot, you know?
It feels fundamentally bankrupting, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You've got to win the rhetoric war, and then you give them the pudding snacks with the rhetoric and the pudding spoons and the. I like the pudding talk there, Jason. That was great. That's also, I do a mean Bill Cosby. I don't know if you guys knew that, but.
I already showed you House of Cosby's. Did you ever watch that?
It's still in my. I have it saved to later list. I've been really looking at. Do you like this gradient on your name? Do you like the?
It looks good. Just make sure it's permanent. So I've got a permanent place on your show. I'm a resident cast.
Well, I mean, okay, but you're gonna have to share some of your. You're gonna have to share some of your chatters. You know, look at like all my people are coming into your chat because there's chat going on, and then my place is like a barren, dusty butthole that it's getting no play.
Cannot hear. Wait.
I like the pink was better.
You like the pink? Which one?
Piece of Chicago
like
style
the full blown out pink?
Yeah, I kind of like that.
Yeah, I kind of like that too. I do like this kind of like dark to light kind of gradient color though. I don't know.
Hey, Sam, just notice you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Oh yeah,
okay,
we can hear you
I
this
cannot
entire
hear you.
time.
I don't know why.
If you can't hear us, how are you responding to us saying we can hear you?
Boom. Destroyed by logic.
I think it's because.
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, that's better sound, whatever you just did.
Really? Okay.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
gonna keep it like this.
That's much better.
I need to get a microphone.
Yeah.
What? Yes, you do. Do they not pay lawyers over there? Are you guys unpaid interns? Is that what's happening?
I'm in a really precarious situation right now, actually. Preparing an exam to work in courtrooms. But I worked for the private law sector for a while, and I hated it. It was super competitive. It was full of people with really,
Lack of ethics,
really,
morals,
yeah. I mean,
win at all costs.
Hey, man,
that's the thing.
I was just telling you, we need to nationalize the that industry. It'll certainly make you feel less bankrupt. Do you do criminal law or civil law?
What I do, I was specialized in European law. So basically, what I did is get aids and public subsidies to agricultural companies. So I was I would just deep dive into the bureaucratic, things that the European Union does to help certain parts of Europe, and I will put in contact with certain companies that I thought that would qualify for those aids, and I would say, hey, I can manage you the aids, and you can give me a percentage of the money they give you. Also, I was working for pesticides and biopesticides and all these kind of things that they use for agriculture. So I was working with the regulations that they need to be done in order to commercialize them. But this company I was working from, it was evil, because there were certain substances that they were not allowed in European agriculture, but they were allowed in third world countries. So they will sell them to third world countries, and these kind of products are really dangerous to human health because they have antibiotics in them. And so whenever you eat food that has been treated against pests with these products, you are also eating these antibiotics, and you might develop a resistance against antibiotics. So whenever you're sick and you take the pills, it would not work because of this resistance you're building, because you're eating food polluted with this kind of product. So they would not sell them in Europe, but they will go to Central America, they will go to South America, they will go to North Africa, and they will sell them out. And what really struck me is that in the internal market of the European Union, you're not allowed to use these products, but you're allowed to bring products from outside the internal market for consumers that has been treated with them. So what part of my job for this company was to go there to South America and to North Africa and to check whether these companies were respecting environmental laws and labor laws, so they would get a European stamp that they are environmentally and socially conscious. So I went to Dominican Republic for 2 weeks, and I had to see all these poor people working on the countryside, working with these dangerous products with no protection, with underpaid. They were mostly people from IT, and that wouldn't speak Spanish or English. They weren't even working without shoes or hats under the sun of the Dominican Republic, and it was so shocking. When I came back from that trip, I quitted my job, and I decided that I wanted to work for the government, because in Spain, if you work for the government, you get a salary for life, and you're never fired, so your integrity is not compromised. You get a salary forever, and you cannot get fired. So it's a really hard test that you have to pass in order to get to this position.
That sounds
good. And I'm studying a lot of time, a lot. I'm doing small jobs from there to there just to pass by until I pass my exam. But I get support from my parents, and that's the only way I could get by. That's my situation right now. Yeah.
We all get there. We've all been in those places, and I surely have. We're having to rely on the social safety net, that the government provides. I've been plenty of times in those programs.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be there, but everybody thinks people want to be there and stay there, and I'm like, it's a transitory process. Nobody wants to live in these spaces.
Yeah. Oh my God.
But the right will inform that, though. The right will inform that to people, right? And they'll say your tax dollars are going to waste because there's all these lazy people. And my mom finally said the other day she's a little bit, she's like center right. She actually did really like Bernie, but I don't even think she voted. But her perspective was once I kind of shifted my angle and shit, I lost my train of thought. Never mind. Go ahead. It'll come back to me.
But like she was for Bernie Sanders, right? I've heard that
for the first time.
Bernie Sanders.
For the first time, she was going to vote for a Democrat in a long time because she really believed in his message, but he didn't get through the Democratic primary. And
I couldn't live in the States. I'm diabetic. I couldn't live there. I could not afford, paying my medical bills there.
We can't either. So, samesies.
Welcome to America.
I get everything for free. I just go to my doctor and I get my blood test runs every 2 months. I have a doctor that knows me since I was 3, and it's just right by my house. There's every neighborhood in my town has its own hospital, public hospital, and for the emergency room, the waiting time is really long. But if you book your appointment with your doctor, it's really quick and efficient. And if you don't like the public system, you can go to the private one, which is what I do whenever I want to get a surgery or something that it's more, I want to do it immediately. I could get it by the public one, but I will have to wait a long time in order to get it. So that's why I go to private when it's something that I want to get done right away. But if I'm able to wait, I go to the public one. So it's a dual system. Yeah.
So how does that work out as far as paying? Do you still have to pay for insurance, or is it all come out of your taxes, and then like because there's enough subsidies at those private institutions, it doesn't cost that much, or how does that work?
So whenever you're employed, your employer has to pay a certain amount of your salary to what is called the Social Security. So whenever you start working, you perceive your full salary, but there is an extra, let's say if you are earning 2,000 euros, you perceive those 2,000 euros, but your employer has to pay 500 euros to the system. So if you have any incident working, so if you want to have a paid leave because you're sick, something like that. And that's all covered and paid by the social system. So if you are not if you're not a citizen, you can access the public system without paying anything. And you can profit from that like anyone else. The doctors have an obligation to say yes to everyone that comes in, So they cannot refuse anyone that asks for help in a hospital, and they cannot charge them for it. So it's just all supported by the private companies that pay the employers their salary.
Sorry, I'm eating. Go ahead, Sam.
So yeah, and also it's really cool because. Sorry.
I was gonna also say I pulled up because I didn't get to see it. I pulled up the clip of CTV leaving. That's glorious. I haven't seen it yet. Man, I gotta talk with that.
You haven't seen what?
Sorry.
There's a clip of CTV rage quitting.
Right wing dipshit troll. Enjoy.
Okay.
He promised me a conversation. I'm gonna talk with him pretty soon. I don't know when.
You know what's funny is he was drunk off moonshine, and I'm fairly certain if I talk to him tomorrow, he'll be like, "Dude, it's good."
Honestly.
He really is that kind of guy, and I am that kind of guy. Like, I don't give a shit if we have a heated debate and you freaking hang up on me on a call. Doesn't mean I hate you for life. I'm not a child, I mean, I wouldn't hang up on somebody on a live stream debate call because I got my ass handed to me because my own logic was used against me in order to justify the exact policy for which I was fighting against. But you know, hey, sometimes that happens.
Is that a reference to something you actually did, or is that like a well-known thing somebody else did? I'm missing.
That's exactly what I did. Because I made the libertarian argument for abortion.
Oh, awesome. Let's make sure you don't make the libertarian argument for, like, you know, underage kid diddling. Just stay away from that and you'll be fine. Like, you know.
Well, I mean, it's as simple as
why
like,
should the state get involved? Who has the right to?
You can't be conscripted to. If you can't be conscripted to donate blood so somebody could sustain life, why should you be conscripted to donate your body so that an entity could sustain life?
I mean, if you can't
believe
get a
in
job at
libertarian
McDonald's,
values, that should be a very libertarian value and perspective that you should be able to accept.
Because I was trying to think of another argument, and I was like, just thinking. And one of my favorite things that I can't wait to talk to a conservative about is I'm going to ask them, okay, what do you do if, because you believe in self-defense, what do you do if a pregnant person breaks into your house? Do you have the right to kill them? Wouldn't that just be an abortion? And I cannot wait to ask them that.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good.
I cannot wait to ask them that.
That's so good. Oh shit. That's a that's a spicy, like, rhetorical cornering question.
I really want to ask him that. I cannot wait. It's one of the arguments that I thought of recently, and it's going to be so good because you know for a fact they're fine with using self-defense, but that in their mind that baby didn't do anything, right?
Right.
You can flip every argument that they make about abortion right back on them with that, and I love it.
So as soon as a Texan kills a mother to be in the state of self-defense, that'll shut down our abortion laws. Do you understand how horrible that sounds? Like, oh my God, that's horrible. That's tragic. Holy shit. America is a dystopia. That's the worst thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah,
it might be the only thing that saves Roe v. Wade, and that's horrible. Oh my God, dude, like, that's so fucking horrible.
I cannot wait to make that argument.
Ed,
I don't know how you can pass that argument, honestly. Like, you can make the, like, for example, like, you were making the libertarian argument against.
I know his argument. His argument's going to be that the person who is getting murdered, the pregnant woman who's breaking in, who you're going to shoot, he's going to say that you've been absolved because her act of breaking in is her committing murder. Because of the assumed. That's. I mean, I'm just saying that's probably where his brain will be pushed to have to do something like that.
Yeah, but then you would say that abortion can be moral.
But is it?
No, he's going to say that the woman breaking in committed the murder. She murdered the child.
She murdered her child by breaking in.
As soon as by breaking in, that's what I'm saying. Like it's like a Magic the Gathering, like a sorcery spell of you killing them, and they cast an interrupt to abort when they broke into the apartment.
Did I lose? No reasoning.
Did I lose the room?
No,
I'm just saying, like, he's going to be forced into something, and I'm thinking that he's going to, like, his brain is going to be pushed to that. Like, it's going to, like, that'll be his thing. So, like, you should just, like, you should arm yourself with, like, the possibility that he's going to say that the woman breaking in with her child is murdering her child.
Yeah, and I'm sure you agree with me, that's a pretty bad argument.
Oh, of course, but I'm just saying, like, that's where he's going to be.
But he's a brain with a nose,
forced,
so what do you know? He's a brain with a nose. That's okay.
Yeah. I'm excited.
Just a brain with a nose.
I'm not trying to devalue
We're going to paint CTV in a corner. CTV's gonna get fucked on Twitch stream.
Yeah,
it was
can't wait.
Like,
when are you gonna do this debate with CTV?
Oh, me? I haven't planned it out yet. We were on a panel together, and I made him promise because he said in order for me, like he said, if I followed him, he'd have a talk with me whenever. So I'm just gonna.
He really will. Like that's not a lie.
And
he
you
really straight up
followed
will do it.
him. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't follow him immediately after, but.
Oh, I still follow him. Hey, listen. You know what? I follow Donald Trump. I follow all those cats that I can follow. You know why? You got to know what the opposition is up to. And if you aren't paying attention, you're going to be behind the 8 ball. Like, You got to pay attention. Like,
So one of my theories with Tim Pool, because he has like over 1 million, he has 1 to 4 million people on all of his channels, right? I feel like 922,000 of them on every single channel are budding leftist content creators on Twitch and TikTok who are just literally watching his dumb thoughts for content, and we're all just building him up.
React views.
No one would watch Tim Pool otherwise, right?
I mean, it's such easy content. We're going to do a Tim Pool marathon next week.
Oh, shit. I'm in.
We're doing a 24-hour Tim Pool marathon, which is only going to be like 5 or 6 of his videos, and we're just going to watch the whole thing. You know, we're just going to be...
And then get really depressed and all buy gray tone outfits because that makes
We're just
us
going to
feel
cut to
better.
me, and I'm just going to be like this. I'm going to be like... Oh, Moonlord. Oh, Moonlord. Okay.
With this CTV thing. So is it like a right-wing media thing or something?
Oh, he's just a constitutional conservative.
All right.
He's like, he got big on Twitch because he plays a character. That's pretty much it.
Oh, okay.
No, he got big on Twitch because he's saddled up with another, with a like leftist panelist. That's why.
But it's because he's playing a character for him.
But it's just, I think it's embarrassing for Dylan to just like keep allowing him to just shout over everybody else, and he's the only one who gets to do it. And he pushes, and CTV knows this, and he will push the buttons even more by like interrupting. And then when he gets called on it, he immediately pitches the channel. Like he'll be like yelling, and he'll be like, "CTV, shut the fuck up for a second." He's like, I want everyone to the Dylan Burns show, and blah, 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 and I'm going to talk for the next 30 seconds, and then I'm going to get my point across when you guys get over to the fucking thing, and it's the fucking he's got this thing, and he just does it every fucking time, and he's allowed to do it, and that's I think it's embarrassing. I think it's really poor showing from a guy who's had a lot of embarrassing showings lately, by the way.
That's why I called him out.
Dylan or CTV?
CTV.
Dylan.
What do you think?
Oh, he called out CTV. I think Dylan's been embarrassing the past like couple months. I think he's just.
I really liked the when his like in-person shit in the small bit that I saw when he went out to the January 6th Justice Riot. I thought it was really funny on that.
Oh. But what do you think it makes him have such a huge platform? Because I just
CTV, he's not that big.
Okay, like legit though, like Dylan said about 5 or 6 months ago, he's like, you guys are honestly concerned about me platforming CTV. He's got like 12 viewers on Twitch. And then you'll tune in randomly now, and I'm like, oh, CTV has 112 viewers on there tonight. He's got 75 viewers on there tonight. And it's like, that's so weird how it, like you're like, the more performative screaming he gets, he's going to get 2 followers here. He's going to get a few followers here. And it's like at some point, at whatever the number is, 150, 300, it'll start growing a little bit faster, a little bit more like 0.02 exponentially, whatever, even though it's not going to be huge. But just like allowing him to have that, like, it's literally everyone in chat's onto it too. They're all just like, oh, CTV is going to be allowed to shout over everybody else and just like do his baby whining shit and drug wars. And what's the other thing? States' rights, drug wars, and
Confederate statues.
Constitution.
Confederate statues. He loves him some Confederate statues.
Oh, he talked about when people took down like the symbols of the right. And
he hides his shitty rhetoric behind states' rights, which over here is just a Mott Bailey for the South losing the Civil War. Like, okay, well, states' rights. That's what it is. Like, they got their asses kicked. And they're like, okay, now we're going to push for states' rights. So, like, even though you guys won, we're going to try to do as much as we can without your intervention.
All right, but what layers of these arguments? What layers that he has? I mean, whenever he argues, where does he come from? I don't know if I'm.
He's a constitutional conservative.
So,
yeah, there you go.
But he defends the Constitution and therefore
No, he doesn't.
No, he uses
doesn't.
the
Yeah, go.
Constitution to defend
He
his-
uses the Constitution for his rhetoric, but in practicality, he actually subverts the Constitution at any time he finds convenient, using stupid ass linguistic failures of understanding in the documents and in the what are they
Federalist Papers.
The Federalist Papers. Yes, it's a blatant and deliberate misunderstanding, so that he can create the rhetoric that perpetuates a right-leaning an argument that could feasibly get and influence many other people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He's not
anti-intellectual
someone to-
shit under the guise of constitutionality and originalism, with like mythic past undertones, and like under the guise of like while being anti-intellectual,
He's a
saying that he's the
nationalist.
only one he's the only one who actually has read the Constitution, blah blah blah, and then he'll pull up his like one or two things on the Federalist Papers that he knows and be like, "Do you know this passage?" And you're just like, "Oh God, this is," and then you just start bashing your head against a rock or whatever you can find with a hard corner on it, and that's going to have a better outcome for your brain.
I see.
Yeah, he's not someone like worth of respect. He's a character that goes on the hippy dippy, and that's why he's big.
Well,
Did you watch the clip,
works, there's a
Sam?
formula that goes
Yeah, I just pulled it
viral
up.
always.
You mean the Jason clip?
The CTV.
Yeah, I just pulled it up. It was great.
Rage quit.
But it's a formula that works, is to be outrageous in any topic. I mean,
I think he and I hit it off really well. I think we're going to be best friends. I think I'm going to hop on the hippy dippy, and I think it'll be a fun little shindig.
Man, I don't know. If you want to go, like, I would say, if you want to challenge CTV, his house is the hippy dippy.
Jump into the Terradome.
I mean, he only lasted like Jason got him revved up. I needled him for like 5 minutes, and then him and Jason had a little thing, and he bounced and he cried. Oh, he didn't bounce. He hid in your chat for a little while.
He said, "I'm a dad too," and he left.
And he said he left, but he was literally watching for about 10, 15 minutes. I called him out on it in real time, and then he left about 2 minutes after that. I was like, "Can I see you in chat, dipshit?" And then he left. And then, his one of his underrunners there, the Turk, was defending him and putting the onus on you and me, Jason, that we were to blame for his outburst.
Of course,
Which,
because he's a child and we're the adults.
Well, I
That's
mean,
why.
Clearly, the Turk has read Karl Popper's. Like he's a big intellectual. That guy. It was a shit show,
Why
but I
do you
had
keep
fun.
doing that? I'm sorry.
I'm looking for him, and his name is CTV River, right?
It's a critical thinking veteran.
Canadian TV.
Canadian TV, okay.
No.
Oh. CTV, just that.
There's actually a CTV and it's Canadian TV. It's basically the equivalent of like the Nazis appropriating a Buddhist sign. It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
So
I wasn't being serious, but roll with it.
His name is CTV River, is it?
Here, I'll send you the link. It's in.
Okay.
Yeah, critical.
Just check.
And that's the other thing.
It's
The
probably
other thing that they'll do is
watch how I triggered the lib.
critical thinking. What if we just called him CRTV? What if we just called him Critical Race Theory Veteran from now on? How easy would that be?
Every time, from now on.
Every time we get everyone on the left to be like, well, CRTV is just he's based as hell. I mean, he's got critical race theory in his title, and I just think that's awesome.
Well, I had LRC on, and then he popped up in the room, and I guess they have some kind of shit going on. I was like, well, why don't you guys like look it out? You could like whatever. I don't care. Kind of like here's the space. You guys are already here talking shit to each other, like in the chat, and then her talking. And I was like, just have it out, And she bolted. He stayed. And I was like, she should have stayed, because she's like, she can debate like a motherfucker, man. Like, she would have schooled everybody in the room. So I don't know why she veered away from that conversation, but not mine to own. She's very much welcome back here, though. Every time, all the time.
Son, I cannot see where you send it to.
It's in the general chat.
Oh, okay. I'm really new with this Discord thing.
Here, I can.
Okay, so I see it. I see it. Yeah.
Don't give him much like credit.
Okay, because I found a guy who's called CTV with like 700 followers, and I thought that was him.
That sounds about right.
On Twitch, now he's around like 4,000 now.
And it's not the same.
He's huge. He's huge.
See, that's exactly like we should have that clip, the Dylan Baron 6 months ago. Like you guys, honestly, like he was like leaning into his microphone, doing his like performative bullshit. Yeah. Like you really think that people are gonna like listen to CTV? CTV, really? And I'm like, God, you are just a 19-year-old twat. Sometimes I fucking like Jesus, man. Like, get your shit together.
My camera really likes going back to. I'm so sorry. Like it keeps going back to Maria. I'm trying to move it, and it's like no.
What?
My camera on my stream keeps going back to you. It's like, hey.
I was watching the panel he did last night.
I was trying to put it on.
I wish I started talking with I was talking with Casey. I wish I jumped in on CTV because I need to talk to that man. I ran into him on panel but he's like a bitch on panels now. He never really stays on them, you know.
No, and that's his strategy. He just hops in and hops out. You know, it makes no. He's not functionally like literate to have a political discourse with.
Maria, can I ask you a real quick question?
Yeah.
Real quick. What's your like American sleeping schedule? Like what? Like, are you just waking? You just had lunch. Do I have to like only get you at like 4:30 or 6 in the morning in America to get you on like my game show? What's it gonna take? Who do I have to kill? How do I fly you in? What do we do here?
Okay, well, what time do you do your game show?
Jason, what time do we do our game show?
It's like 6:37.
But like afternoon, right?
That's what we shoot for.
Yeah.
Okay.
It can go later though.
But what's your time zone? So I looked up what time is that in Spain because I right now it's 3:30 in the afternoon here.
Hey Jason,
you are.
I'm talking to you.
You're dropping
6:30 a.m. right now.
Yeah, probably.
All right. Peace out, brother. Thanks for hanging out with us.
No problem. I need
Bye,
to.
Sam.
Bye, Sam.
Yeah.
You need to
So
what?
I could jump
I
in.
want to chat with you a little bit about some stuff. Like about actually because I've been like missing my streams recently. Like it's been like a week break, so I want to talk to you about like doing something on stream together.
Oh hell yeah! We talked about the Wednesday debrief type shit. Yes, I want to do that. Let's set that up for sure.
All right. Talk to you later.
So
Take care, brother.
I could do it on Fridays or Saturdays. Bye, son.
Lord Kelmar with the troll post. Here is a chart of all the time in Spain versus United States. I mean, I was just hoping for like a quick like, hey, it's this. I was trying to put all of the work on you. That's what we do over here.
I tried to stay awake last night, but I fell asleep with the phone on my chest in the sofa. And when I woke up, I was so tired that I just had to go to bed. I'm so sorry I didn't join last night. I said I would, but I was really, really tired.
No, you actually joined while we're ending our stream, just like you did last time. But you got to sit in on. You came in earlier, like right when you got in, and that's exciting. That's exactly what I want. Like, shit, yeah. We are so happy to have you because you bring a different perspective. Like, I want that. Like, we get so ingrained. We get so ingrained in our little bubbles of ideology. We need something outside of the norm, and you bring it, and you got a great sense about it, and you humility and humor as well. So I
Oh,
appreciate
that's so
you very
nice,
much.
Ethan. You're really kind to me. All of you are. I would love to
But
keep
especially
doing
me.
this.
I'm the kindest. I'm the kindest. Don't forget that. Me.
Well,
I'm gonna
you know,
tell
I
Olivia.
sent
No, I'm the
telling Olivia.
kindest. I'm the kindest. No, don't listen to him. He's an asshole. I'm the kindest.
I'm telling Olivia. That's it.
Well,
my boyfriend is sitting right here. He's listening to you guys. So,
boyfriend. All right. Later, guys. We're out of here. All right.
but
No, I think we're all attached, so it's okay.
No, sorry, when is, where, are you in what is this?
You look like
Are
you're
you
on a
in
plane
this,
to Las
are you in
Vegas.
CEST?
what do you mean CEST? I'm in my apartment.
No, your time, are you West
Oh,
or CEST, whatever that means?
I
GST?
think it's called like.
Sorry, are you at 2:36 p.m. or 3:36 p.m.?
3:36.
Got it. Boom, got it.
Yeah. So I could join on Fridays and Saturdays with you guys. I could try to prepare some topics to talk about if you like that.
Oh yeah.
And wait, hold on, Maria. You're gonna be in for a game show. It's a leftist game show.
I'm literally trying to invite you right now to see if I can just plug you in real quick to see if I can just.
Hey, she's
get
in
that
my
set
seat.
up.
What are you doing? You got her in my seat. Get her out of my seat.
That's Discord,
I
man.
don't
That's just the Discord.
Okay, so I'm in
I'm just
Discord. What do
kidding.
I have to do then?
Okay, so Discord with Jason. Jason, where do you send your messages? Like pregame waiting? No, where do you do that?
I just send them all in general. You just pop them in general.
I'm just gonna send it to you in private stuff because they say don't put your invites out there because if someone sees it, then.
Okay.
Oh wait, look, there's my private. Like, whoops, I'm gonna change the screen here. Hold on a sec.
Are you pushing us into Grid Fam again? Are you gonna do
Yeah,
that?
Yeah, for like 2 seconds.
I just want to see something. It's like my martial arts teacher. Like, hey, I'm just gonna show you this thing real quick. Just hang on. Just hang on while I twist your arm up behind your back, inside your neck, and then throw you over sideways and backwards. You know, like how this picture looks right here. Look at that.
So
that's 'cause it's cropped
what's the
to a
game
certain
about?
way.
What am I gonna do?
Hold on a sec. Let me turn that shit off. Hold on. There it is. Let me delete this.
Do I have to guess something? Do I have to shoot?
No. We're not gonna pull. I'm literally just gonna. No. I'm just gonna. Hold on a sec.
No shooting things. Yeah, we're good on that.
I'm really bad at games, though.
Me too. Like I told you, they get me really high on weed, and then they make me play games, and I just die over and over again. And everybody laughs at me.
Okay, I'm sending you the link. Just click on the link, and we'll talk you through it. I think, right?
Okay. Well, I could share my screen, so you could help me.
No.
Okay,
That doesn't help. That doesn't help.
I'm here.
You'll see.
So
You'll see.
I'm clicking the link. On it.
Okay, and then you click on the phone. You call in.
But you gotta tell her to turn off her camera, though.
Oh yeah, you gotta turn off your camera first.
Okay. Let me do that. I have to go again to the room, right?
Yeah, and then
Oh,
make
it looks
sure.
like we're all here. So you gotta. I see. We're all in here. You just gotta click that phone. You have to be a caller. You have to call me. And someone's calling me. I pick up. Jason's here. Now look at Jason.
Hey.
Where's Jason? Is right there, looking suave.
Kind of.
I'm clicking the room, but I need to. It says that I need to log in with Twitter. Is that?
Oh shoot! Do you have Twitter? I forgot that. That's a safety precaution.
Yeah.
Okay, you literally just like click the thing and say yes, I have Twitter, and like that's the key to get in, just to make sure you're not some like crazy Nazi bot.
That's the government getting a hold of your information right there. Just kidding.
They already have
just
it.
kidding. Just kidding.
I follow you guys yesterday, both of you on Twitter.
You followed
I
me
check
on
Twitter
YouTube
once-
too. I was
once-
so happy
once
about
a
that.
month.
That made
Yeah.
me so happy. Like I saw that come in today. I was like, oh, thank you, Maria. That's awesome.
Yeah, I follow you guys. I don't know. They send me a message to my phone. I have to.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to do this like now. So like next time you do it, it's literally like you see what happened with Jason. He got in, I clicked a button, and he's perfectly cropped in my like. Look at him. He's drinking.
Yeah, I see. Okay.
I look like a beautiful swan slugging a white claw.
You know what's funny though, Jason? Look, see your name. See your name in that font.
It looks
I haven't
badass.
Like, right-
I'm stealing that shit. I'm stealing
Because
that.
my phone is out of battery, and they send me a text in order to check whether I'm not a bot or not to my phone, and in order to log in my Twitter. And it's just,
It's a little much, isn't it? It's a little much.
It's the beginning. It's literally just this one time, which is why I was like, let's just get this out of the way. So when we get you, this is all done already. Like you just click in and
okay,
you just pop in.
yeah.
No,
Well, it's gonna take 2 seconds for me to get my
That's
phone.
fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
But,
I just mean the process that the company puts you through.
But look at Jason. Look, he's in the screen.
That's
He's
pretty
looking
cool,
great.
yeah.
Hey.
Did someone did this for you? Or did you do it yourself?
I did all this. I didn't draw any of it. I asked for drawings. The artwork is my ideas, and I found an artist on Fiverr, Vicky Bastet, who is in the Ukraine, and she is the best. I love her. I love what she does for me.
It's really, really cool. Really cool.
And she's
It's a
very
lot of
accommodating.
fun.
I'm like when something happens, I'll be like, "Ooh, this doesn't quite work," and she's like, "Oh, I'll just fix it for you. Here you go, done. Boom. All right." She's great.
My boyfriend does this kind of stuff too. He's a graphic designer. So if you guys need help,
Hell yes, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Always,
She is very-
us streamers. We always need help like that. Always, yes.
Yeah, they have a little studio here in Murcia, in my town, and they do like video editing and too for like small shops. So
Nice. Oh, so Jace, check this out. This is what I was going to tell you. So the idea here is E is up at the E is up in the bar. Ed is down here, right? But when you go to the bar,
Right now I'm in a TV. Hi. She is drawing me a robot body that's going to have a TV head. So he'll
That's
be sitting
cool.
like this guy. And then when you go to the, I don't have a button for it yet. I got to click on it on the screen here. This these like little screens up above in the liquor cabinets in the front part, not the back bar, but the front bar that's hanging in front of the bartender's face. Those are going to go away, and they're going to be the 4 like bar TVs, and those are going to have your guys'
faces down here. So we will have the guests connected to the studio and the bar.
okay, then. And now I have to
Call me.
Right.
All right. So now you're on OBS.
Yeah, it sounds like a Pink Floyd album. 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 Pink Floyd
Yeah,
album.
yeah, no?
Okay. So turn off your. Okay, listen. Stay in Discord audio, which is better,
Okay.
and mute the. I think you did it. Mute the grid fam.
Yeah.
I think you did it.
Okay.
Nailed it.
Perfect. So now in your
I'm sorry,
OBS, click
guys.
the virtual camera. There you go. Now let's see if you're in.
Oh, there you are. Right in. There you are.
Great. Who's doing the plot thing? Is it you?
That's Jason. He's able to clap and sound like 100 people clapping. It's the most impressive. It's impressive for us.
Your skills with this, like,
but he has the lamest X-Men mutant powers. Like, you know, I'm invincible and I have laser beams coming out of my eyes. You're like, what are your mutant powers? And Jason's like, I can sound like 100 people clapping in a live studio audience. And I was like, dude, that's pretty. It sounds real. It sounds real. It is real. He also, Jace, do your laugh. Do your laugh. Amazing. He's amazing. He's the
It all
best.
just runs together. It's beautiful.
Jason, rub your legs together for me. Just rub your thighs together real quick.
That's only on Thursdays.
He can mimic crickets with his thighs. It's unbelievable. The man is very talented. Anyway.
Hi, I'm sorry about all that. But you are in the show. See, it's just we plug
in, play, and when you're talking, we give you the floor. We can pull back. Hey guys, how about this little question? I don't know. Let's hey, we're gonna take a quick commercial break. Jason's got to pee. We'll be right back.
Is it like a snatch game?
And welcome back. Had to change my outfit. What was that question, Maria, we were talking about back in the green room? What were you saying there? What was your question?
Is it like a snatch game?
Like a what game?
Snatch game. Like
Jason,
in RuPaul. Like they do like a panel with questions for like imitating characters, like famous people.
Like improv,
And-
like kind of semi-improv, kind of improv, political, kind of weird bent, like with arbitrary points that don't mean anything.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, we give you points.
Ooh. And what's
And if you say
redolent?
something kind of dumb, we take them away.
Like that?
And then you're gonna see next to so
I like
Jason has his name here right now. I'm literally just checking Alphonse, and there's gonna be like a little number on his like little name bar, and when I do my little, it's going to like the number will just keep going up, and I can take it down, and that's gonna happen. The points mean nothing. It's literally just sort of like an ongoing meme. Like if someone's being based, we just like look at those points fly. Like I'll just hit the plus button until it flies. Oh, 2 points every cat appearance. So you could totally just do that because cat appearances are always great. That's how Vadim got the lead there. I think he really he had the cat and he called out my awkward background, which had a few hidden stars of David unintentionally. And so we gave him points because he said he was half Jewish, and I just felt like I needed to appease not getting canceled. And so he got like 100 points for that. And yeah, that's it. That's it. I'm gonna have to figure out. Jason's camera used to look like yours here. I wonder if, like, let me refresh this maybe. Hold on a sec.
It looks so good in Grid Fan though.
Yeah, Grid Fan looks great. It's better than Discord. Like the hey, cat, hey cat.
Wait,
hold on a second.
My pup's sitting by the door like, what are you doing over there? Why are you
I'm gonna
looking at
download a
cat?
picture of a pickle. I'm gonna download a picture of a pickle and put it on the screen. And when it's on the screen, have your cat turn and look at the pickle. I hear it's hilarious.
I've heard that, but I tried to do it with him with a pickle, and nothing happened with a real pickle.
Ah, it's a real pickle. I can't scare my. Hold on a sec. We're gonna find like a. Oh, this is a good one.
What
are you doing?
So cute.
Oh, this pickle.
She's my babies. I love her so much. She's a good dog. She was a rescue.
But I can't see. Like that. I can't. Sorry, it was really dark. I couldn't see. Oh, there we go. Whoa. Oh, who's a good girl? Who's a good girl?
She hates the cameras though. She knows exactly what they are, and she hates them. She cannot stand like people taking her pictures and shit. It's so weird. I'm like, all right, cool. You know, respect the dog's privacy, I guess. But
I deleted all my Instagram, Facebook, and all my social media. I only kept Twitter and Twitch, like 2 months ago, and I hate it when people take pictures of me now.
it's kind of unsettling, right? Especially when you don't offer that, or like when they don't ask you. It's like, don't take pictures of me. Like, I want to know.
With my friends, they're all doing the Okay, let's do this.
Hold on, not yet. Hold on. Okay. Wait. No, wait. No, I'm hiding it. No, don't do it. Turn back around.
Oh,
I want the cat to see you first, like a familiar face when they turn.
Oh, you're evil.
Yeah. So turn around. Every time I look at a pickle, I get terrified. Okay, now ready?
Okay.
Ready? Okay, now show the cat the screen. Oh, who's good? Wait, who's good?
Who's a good kitty?
It's aquí. It's tú.
Nothing. Licking their chops.
Just like, hey, I want a pickle.
What if it turns out that it's totally not true, and that like the people making these videos are literally just shooting their cats with like tasers?
It's pickle propaganda
I
videos.
heard. The cats are not afraid of the pickles. They're surprised. Like it's just the usually hear like what goes around them, and it's just the surprise of an strange just next to them that scares them out, not the pickle itself. So it would work with anything. It would work with an aubergine or with a carrot, but because the cat always hears what anything that's going on around him. So suddenly something green and long behind him just freaks him out and he jumps.
Maria?
Yeah.
Are you on a Mac or a PC?
Mac. Really old one.
Okay. I don't know do Macs have to update drivers, or is that just a PC thing? I don't know about Macs.
Yeah, they do.
Update
I used to work for
drivers.
Apple.
What?
Okay.
But she looks pretty clear, man. Like, I look a little more fuzzy than she does.
No, what? What? Oh, no, now, yeah. Now you're right. There we go. Okay. For whatever reason, Captain A. Jones looks like crystal clear all the time, so I'm just trying to figure out like if it's on my end or if it's on
It's
something on your guys' end.
It's that upper right corner. Like, I bet you could put me in one of the other squares and it would look better.
Yeah, nice try. You're always in the upper right corner forever and ever, and this is your home. But for now, I'm just gonna... Okay. But anyway, like, look at that. Yeah. How fun is that? I literally did this for like 20 minutes the other day. It's like, oh, what's that? Oh, let's go right to Jason. Let's go. Oh, you know what? We're gonna go to
Oh, hi guys. How's it going? It's just the human voiced Eric right now. Oh, what is that, Maria? What did you just say?
Yeah.
So,
what's that?
Plans.
Ooh,
What are your plans for the setup?
Plans for what?
For your setup, what are your plans to do the game once a week, twice, every day?
Probably. I mean, it's probably going to be in the near future. I'm going to have to do like Sunday through Wednesday or Sunday through Thursday during, I guess, quote unquote regular hours over here when people like 5, 6, 7-ish start time over here PM. Because I'm going to be back to work in a little bit. And my work is like a 4-day, like Wednesday through Saturday kind of a thing.
So that would be, in my time, that would be from, I don't know. I'm really bad at math. So
it's coming up at 4 o'clock for you, right? It's 5/9. You are 9 hours ahead of me.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
So...
And you're also 9 hours ahead of Jason. Jason is just a Tom Brady touchdown pass away from me.
You're gonna rub that in, aren't you?
But you are in California, right?
Yeah.
I'm in a
And
more
Jason's
I'm in a more repressive caliphate in Arizona.
You're coming around. Except for you guys got duped by cinema. But whatever.
Okay, well, if you do it at 7 on a Friday night, I could join.
Then we can hang out. Heck yes! I'm all about it. It's so fun. That's awesome.
That sounds based in fun. That sounds based in fun, but that's literally the time that I'll be working every Friday for the next rest of my life, starting in a couple of weeks. I'm sorry.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Not until I own my own place.
Just quit your job. It's better.
What is your job?
Just kidding.
Were you a teacher, you said?
No. I run bars and restaurants.
Oh, I see. That's why you work on the weekend, right? Mm.
Yep. We're actually going to be doing some spirits training and whiskey tastings on this channel as well. But here's what let's you and me, right? Hi, how are you? Little real talk here. As you can tell, as I lean my head, that means it's real time. Okay. let's do Jason. Jason, should we just walk her through like a little round, you and me, or maybe just you and her? Like we could do a little round of the game. The idea of the game is to use debate tactics, but it's in a fun card game that has nothing to do with politics. It's literally like a children's fantasy world of like you are a noun and you get a couple superpowers and you're facing another noun with superpowers and you just have to use like your wits and your intelligence and charm and your creativity to try to win the fight through debate tactics. So the idea is that we would still be like, without the back and forth yelling of leftist and righty online debate stuff where we just yell at each other. It's more of like a palate cleanser. It's not just. It wouldn't just be like. It's almost like Sesame Street, really, or like the Muppet Show. It's going to be a bunch of different things.
Win. He's just mad because I always win.
Oh, well, my guy E upstairs, up there. If I could point upstairs, but that's as much as I can do. He's the boss. He's the boss of this game. So like he's the final character. Like if you guys, there'd be like 4 people.
It's a shared loss.
We'll be full. It'll be cool. Oh, Jason Society, you're looking good, man. Did you get a haircut? You look kind of like one of us now. You look great. Look at you.
Very brainy. I was going for a brainy look.
Very. But did you get a nose job? You look fantastic.
Something cranial
and
nostril.
Oh, Jesus.
It's CTV.
Someone in the chat is saying that you're making
them
dizzy? How do you say that?
Dizzy.
Dizzy, yeah.
I'm so dizzy, my head is spinning like a whirlpool that never ends. You're making me dizzy, and it just keeps going up and up. It's a terrible song. Anyway, all right.
Yes, thank you.
So this poor dude says you're making him dizzy.
Mm-hmm. So I was spamming the buttons a little faster than I would like to, but normally it would be like, yes, and then by the way, Jason, hi. There we go. Oh, she's letting her hair down. You're fucked, Jason. You are fucked.
That's it. I'm gonna get kneecapped.
Oh. All right, I'm not even gonna show
My
you
hair
the
is
deck.
so
I'm just
big.
gonna pull
I
some
just
cards.
put it reasonably.
There might be some language barriers on some of these very specific pronoun cards. But let's go. Here we go. Yeah,
be as creative as you want.
Like, and don't try to be too cool for school. Like, don't hold back. Like, it was literally like everybody was just kind of like, I guess I lose. There's no way for me to win. And I'm like, that's not the point. You're supposed to be fighting to the death, like in the politicking.
Right.
All right, so here we go.
Okay.
So I'm just going to assign you each card, and then you get. Initially, we did 2 powers, but I still like that.
Sorry, where should I be looking? I should be looking in Gridfam, or where should I be looking at?
He's gonna tell you.
Where can you see the studio, basically?
Okay, I'm watching it in Google Chrome and it plays a set Grid Farm. Should I watch it there?
You can watch it in the stream.
In his Discord.
We're
in Discord.
You can watch it in Discord. You can watch it in the
Okay, I'll
Twitch
watch it in
stream.
Discord.
Either way,
Fine.
whatever's comfortable
Okay.
for you.
Ready.
Yeah, wherever you can see the action, all this sweet dizzy action. All right, let me hang on. Let me put on the good suit for the game. Hold on one sec. There we go. All right, we're ready to go. Here we go. Tuxedo time. Maria, you are a vampire. Jason.
Yes.
Okay.
Jason, quick little shuffle. You know what? There's a bunch of fun cards here, so I'm gonna give you say go one more time. Go.
Go.
Oh, okay. You are a T-Rex. So we have a vampire versus T-Rex, and then you each get 2 powers, and then after the first debate on tactics used, we start giving you more powers so that you can choose to try to apply them retroactively, like, oh, I've had this power the whole time, and like they could debate you on your tactic there, whatever you want to do. But here come your powers. Ready? Here we go. Maria, you are a vampire who is a super genius and armed with a flamethrower.
All right. Okay.
Jason, you are a T-Rex with no arms. There are good cards and there are bad cards. So he has a bad card. He's a T-Rex with no arms, not even this little baby. But it's basically a worthless card. Your arms were already.
Mine was
here you go.
sacrosanct.
I'm going to play the card that you actually got, but the card underneath it would be way more entertaining. But here we go. You can teleport, but you go blind for 10 seconds after each use. Every time you teleport as your big badass T-Rex, you're blind. The card under that was riding a horse, and I think a T-Rex with no arms riding a horse would have just been adorable, but another day. So, Maria, you are a vampire, super genius with a flamethrower, against a T-Rex with no arms, but he can teleport at any time, but he goes blind for 10 seconds. And fight.
I think that's actually interesting. I think that could happen.
So, since I'm a super genius, and I have a flamethrower, but he can move around just by teleporting, I need to guess every move that he's gonna do.
Sure.
So, but how far can he teleport? Is there a limit as to where he can move geographically, or it's just
open to interpretation?
Okay.
You shouldn't offer for future reference. You shouldn't offer that even up as a thing for him to think about. You need him to be forced to think of those positive things. Don't give him more power, right? Like if you didn't say is there a limit to it?
Destroyed, right?
Don't give him that's right, I can teleport anywhere possible because there's no rule on the card. So it's literally your imagination versus his imagination with some parameters. That's the game. Imagination versus imagination with parameters.
A T-Rex that can teleport and has no arms has to like me, right? That's the game. I'm getting it now.
And he goes blind. As soon as he teleports, he cannot see for 10 seconds.
It's kind of like that. That light's really bright. Hold on. That's better. Okay.
So Jason, since you are from a past, me too. I think we both come from really long time. I'm a vampire. I've been alive for 2 millennium, and I think we could connect and bond in the fact that we all come from the past, and our experience could bring up many things to the world, and our input in things might be more aligned than people that come from life,
So what you're saying is that you can have convergent ideas with the T-Rex because we share the same goals for the working class and the supplanted people in our countries. You know what? I'm going to say you win.
Oh, okay. So I wasn't prepared for this. I do have a soundbite, but it's not on the board yet. I have a crowd going, "Aww." When we're gonna put that on there because I was not prepared for that. I was prepared for Bloodsport today. But
Okay.
just imagine, aw, and then I'd be like, you guys are so sweet. You're trying to like get together. You're trying to get together and not fight. It's literally, my best friend in college and I, those like large sumo outfits that people get into.
Hey, bro, I will go on a debate to defend you guys, to defend our ideologies and shit. I will go on those vicious ass panels. I'll do that shit. But you know what? I love the people here. You guys are awesome. I don't want to have those same debates with you guys.
I'm gonna mute you now on your own show. My best friend and I got into those.
I think they didn't get it right. I think they didn't get the game right. I'm sorry.
Oh no, the game. No, you guys bombed at the round, so this is what you get. Like.
Okay.
I will tell you guys
so now,
something.
Jason, can you go so I can see how you do it?
Hold up.
So I'm gonna have a point system. There's gonna be numbers on the screen that you'll be able to see like how you're doing rhetorically with like the points. So it's not going to literally be up to you with like I guess that happens, because based on your guys' words, it'll be like, wow, Maria's kicking ass right now. But then if Jason says something where I'm like, ooh, that's a fucking good counter, ding 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 ding, bunch of points. So it's literally going to be who has the most points based on me, the referee, at the end of the round. It's not going to be this like lovely like, you know what, that sounds wonderful. I will lay down and let the Tyrannosaurus eat me, so that we can avoid conflict. Like that's not how it's going to work. But real quick, because Jason just reminded me of a happy memory from 23 years ago. Best friend and I in college, at college, they had those giant sumo wrestling outfits, and we waited 30, 40 minutes for our turn to get into them. And it was mostly just jock bros, like running into each other as hard as they can, and just being like meatheads. So instead, he and I got into the middle of the ring. We laid down on the ground and we just spooned for like, you get 15 minutes in the suit. And we just spooned for 15 minutes and like didn't fight at all. And then we just got up and shook hands and left. And people were like, what the fuck was that? What was that shit? So that's what you guys literally just did. And I am the meathead jocks right now saying, boo. I get it now.
Well, when you hang out with cool ass people, it's really hard to have conflict.
Damn it! The whole premise of the show is cool ass people fighting.
We can get there.
Okay.
We can find stupid.
Okay, well, then if I'm a vampire with super genius and a
No. We're gonna do fresh, just to like freshen it up, and then you're gonna go for the kill. You are a lawyer. I want you to be the prosecution.
Hey,
I want you to prosecute.
Hold on, please don't hate me. I have to drop off. It's 7 a.m. Like I've been up all freaking night. We're still streaming, so I've got to call it an end. And I love you both dearly.
Give me 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Ready? 30 seconds. Jason, you are a hippopotamus.
Yeah, Jason, you should go then.
Okay.
And
hold on, just for you,
Maria,
Yeah.
you are Hillary Clinton. Apparently there are a few political cards in here. Apparently there are a few. Here we go. Jason, you're a hippo with X-ray vision, and there are 50 of you.
Oh shit! Well, that's easy.
Hippos are fucking dangerous. They snap animals in half. Okay, here we go. Hillary, let's cut the deck. You have an invisible jet, like Wonder Woman, and you throw ninja stars.
And do I cry?
I mean, if that's what you want to do in your first salvo with 50 hippos that have X-ray vision.
That was her strategy when she was about to lose. She started crying because of violence against women, wasn't that? That made her lose the first time she wanted to.
You are going to be great at this game. Oh my god, Jason, you are going to get crushed. She's like, do I cry? And it's like an actual weapon. She's good. She's good.
Oh yeah.
She tried that, and that's why she lost the election, right? Because everyone thought that she was a hypocrite. Because she blasted away Monica Lewinsky, but then she was crying about women's rights. Yeah.
Wait.
Ooh, here we go. Here we go, Jason. Because this is just a fast forward just to give you an idea of the kind of wackiness that can happen. And this is a fun card. Jason, you get to now draw a new character card with one new attribute, and that is your sidekick. Your 50 hippos is getting a sidekick. So you play that card. You are your sidekick is my ex, and my ex is we saw that card yesterday. I have there's 400 cards, but I just have a little handful, so there's some repeats. Here we go. My ex, whose tongue can stretch and move at will. I mean, that's true. That was the only reason we stuck it out as long as we stuck it out.
That's like Goat Simulator. You can do a lot with the Goat Simulator action. That's great.
Yeah. And then, Maria, your extra power is that you... see, these are the cards that we played with yesterday. Mm-hmm. Here we go. Let's cut it, and... you are Hillary Clinton with an invisible jet throwing ninja stars, who apparently also can cry, but that's part of Hillary Clinton's thing. You can steal your opponent's abilities with a touch. Ooh.
Oh, wow. Okay. So,
Hillary Clinton ain't got nothing on me. Sorry. Go ahead.
All right. So Jason's gonna go. I literally just wanted to read a few cards out to give you an idea of how things can go in this thing, and you just the idea is to be engaging as you already naturally are. So just use your lawyer wit to kick the shit out of Jason in these future rounds, and then that's it. That's how the game is played, And,
that's a really cool game. Actually, really original. I like it.
So that's what we're going to try to get 4 people, and we're going to have a score, and we're going to do that. We're going to mix some post debate from other people's panels yelling at each other. We're going to pull them in, and we're going to have a sit down chat with people. We'll pull them into the
just private me whenever you're going to do it, and I will try to clear my schedule to come in.
I will make sure I figure out when I'm going to be doing it. I'm figuring out my regular schedule. Jason and I have been streaming it until 7 in the morning, back-to-back nights, which we can't keep doing. We're going to die.
No, that's not healthy.
And
we do it for you, Maria. We just love hanging out with you. We really do.
And
you're very interesting and very funny.
We also do it for your boyfriend. Boyfriend, what's up, boyfriend?
He's
boyfriend.
Playing a game right now. He cannot hear you. What?
Oh, okay. That's...
¿Qué juego está jugando? He's playing City Skylines.
Ah,
yeah.
A Destiny fan. Okay, all right.
Mm-hmm.
This is as close as I can get to waving. Okay, goodbye, everybody. This has been Jason's stream, and this has been a wonderfully awesome and based and silly night. So, good night.
Take care. Good night, you guys. Thank you.
Bye, guys.